Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go. Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go.
Put your best shoes on, cause see what it's all about. What you're never gonna lose on. Yeah, you make me wanna shout out. You're traveling double quick, like a rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic.
There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire.
Seven-seater jet plane, hot in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me, I'll do the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design. time on me. If you can swear to keep it, I might just let you see.
Sun is setting, girl, this time I'm betting you come alive and whisper in my ear. It's getting colder and I'm getting bolder. You be the heat and don't forget our fears. Can you feel it, girl? I'm gonna steal it. You got us down, it's like we're in a trance. The drop is coming, think this time I'm coming. Let's get on the floor and dance. Let's get on the floor and dance. Do the water dance. Dance. Do the water dance. Dance. Do the water. Fly up to heaven, fly up to heaven. It's way past 11. Do the water dance. No one around us, no one around us. The music has found us. Do the water dance. I've been tripping, girl, losing my gripping. A little something just might do the trick. It's almost morning, came without a warning. If we're gonna do this, we better make it quick. I'm getting closer, gun out of my holster. So intoxicated in my trance. The drop is coming, think this time I'm coming. Let's get on the floor and dance. Let's get on the floor and dance. Dance. Do the water dance. Dance. Do the water dance. Dance. Do the water. Fly up to heaven, fly up to heaven. It's way past 11. Do the water dance. No one around us, no one around us. The music has found us. Do the water dance. Dance. Do the water dance. Dance. Do the water dance. his arms, and time would pass us by, and I really need you. I know there's a choice in everyone, and I know there's a promise of a way out. It's not just anyone, it's all so clear to me now. It was you made it happen, you made it alright. I know you gave me the reason I'm alive. I was alone, and for the very first time in life, I needed someone to comfort and hold me. I was afraid of the future without you here. I always hoped you'd be there. I always thought you'd be there. And I really need you. And I really need you. I know there's a choice in everyone, and I know there's a promise of a way out. It's not just anyone, it's all so clear to me now. It was you made it happen, you made it alright. I know you gave me the reason I'm alive. I know there's a choice in everyone, and I know there's a promise of a way out. It's not just anyone, it's all so clear to me now. It was you made it happen, you made it alright. I know you gave me the reason I'm alive. I was awake, only an hour had passed since you went. I hadn't noticed the note on the door. I was expecting to see
follows me around every bend, like a voice in the breeze. It's a curse, it's a shadow, it's a friend. Got me down on my knees. Can you feel it? Can you feel it falling? I don't know what else to try. I can't escape it, baby. It's you and I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. Better get believing, baby. All I want is you. We go in where the others won't, walking straight to the fire. We see things that the others don't, fueled by helpless desire. You tell the woman no matter what I do, I just can't shake your cold. When your heels come strutting through, every man's gonna fall. I can't escape it, baby. No, not at all. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you. Only you. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime
And all I see is that pretty face when I close my eyes. And all I want is that sweet embrace, her body next to mine. I'm drowning, I'm barely breathing.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to week 11 once more. But we're here today with the promotion tournament, with a little bit of an intermission with your playoff schedule here. But nonetheless, we'll be coming at you with more League of Legends action of varying success. We'll see about that one. Regardless, the teams are getting ready in the rooms. You can see LGD walking into theirs, and a more somber face on Imp right there, as you can see on the opposite side. Game Talents, as they will be going head-to-head with their opponents, LGD, later today. And I have no idea what Savoki's doing, but whatever, man. My name is Richard Polskamp, along Indiana Froscure and Black. How are you today?
It looked like he was setting up, so the coaches normally have like the Summoner's Rift map set up, and so that way backstage they'd be like, we're gonna run this play. And it looked like Savoki was placing like player pictures so they can see which lanes they're going into. And it looks like the one that he placed on the board was his, but had photoshopped question marks all over it. Like, and Savoki, question mark, what are you doing there?
I mean, that's just pretty much GT all over, right? It's just question marks all over the place. But to reiterate, this is the elimination round of the promotion tournament. So one of these teams, unfortunately, will be saying goodbye to them at the end of today. But we'll be getting into that one in just a second. So for Froscure, I know that this is also a bit of a somber day for you as well.
Yeah, you know, we decided that we were both going to dress in black just because we feel like we are honestly going to a funeral. Game Talents, LGD, one of these teams will not make it back into the LPL. And, you know, I've been with the LPL for a really long time, probably as long as LGD have. So for me, it's quite a bittersweet moment if LGD fall out here.
I'll be honest, Rox, it's more of a public execution than it is a funeral, because no one's died yet. But they will.
That's true. But on your screen right now, this is the promotion tournament, and it's a bit wonky. If you thought the playoff or the LPL playoffs were rough, get a load of this. So how this works is that LGD and Game Talents were both the 6th place seeds from Group A and Group B respectively. That's why they go directly into an elimination round. It is a best of 5. Loser here will not qualify for the LPL, but the winner has to go through another team. They'll qualify across from, or they'll move on into the qualifying round across from Young Miracles, and then they have to play another best of 5 against Young Miracles to determine who qualifies for the LPL with Suning Gaming. On the bottom side of your screen, you can see Vici and Snake. They're in a qualifying round, not an elimination round. So because they are not the 6th seeds like LGD and Game Talents, they're the 5th seeds. One of them will auto-qualify into the LPL today. We're playing that series after this one. And the loser gets a second chance, because again, still the 5th place seed instead of 6, and will get a second chance to face across from Dan Gaming to qualify.
Yeah, just as a reminder, that's 5th against 6th place seeds. So seeding in the LPL, even at the end of the season, matters so much, because the difference between you basically just having one best of 5 and then losing your life in the LPL, or you actually get a chance, if you're Vici and Snake, to both make it back into the LPL. So we'll see if they can do it. It's going to be tough competition. I know Raz has been talking up the competition coming out of LSPL. So I know for definitely the 6th place teams, because it is very much a gap between them and the 5th place teams, it will be tough for them.
And the 6th place seeds also, not only do they go directly into that elimination round, but they also face the harder LSPL seeds. So Young Miracles came 2nd in the LSPL, Suning Gaming placed 1st, which is why they auto-qualified. Yep. So it's like LGD or Game Talents, not only do they have to, you know, fight to the death, you know, for LGD's case, it's literally fighting for their careers. For Game Talents, it's fighting for their split. But then they also have to face the harder LSPL team. Young Miracles have tried to make it to the LPL 5 times. Yep. So they are no strangers. They are no, you know, like naive green. You can knock them off the block because they don't have the experience. They are very well experienced at this point.
It's absolutely rough, man. And you also have to take a look at these two teams. So let's focus in on GT and LGD right here. I wanted to take a look at some of their champion picks and also their statistics over the season. So we'll bring that one up for you right now. So as you can see, Caitlyn are usually the picks that that they'll look for here, and that is the key to their success. While on the opposite side, Game Talents, Kled and Scarl again when he comes back. I'm sorry, when it comes back, I'm not going to assume the gender of Scarl, my apologies, is the key to GT's success in these games.
I definitely sexually identify as Scarl.
Same.
But that is a great photo of Gimgoon right there. So the thing is
looking great.
For those of you who don't know, there was a bet. The bet went like this. If LGD made playoffs, everyone in our crew, except for me, had to wear a wig. If LGD didn't make playoffs, I would have to wear a wig. We haven't gotten the wig. It's in the mail yet, but don't worry. It will be coming. But I am your LGD representative for the day, and these statistics are actually very accurate. there's a simple flow chart for LGD. If Caitlyn win, I guess 37% of the time. If not Caitlyn, win or lose 24 games, apparently.
And I will raise you a 29% win rate over in Group B. And I'm just saying, if GT had been in Group A, that win rate would have been significantly higher. Because I cast your mind back to the cross-conference for us, Skurin, where GT were destroying their opponents. And I'm going to take a look at GT's roster right now. Gimgu in the top lane. I'm sorry, Godgoon in the top lane. Zhao Yu in the jungle. Republic West of Oki. The rest don't matter. It's Gimgoon right there who will be giving it to LGD in this match.
Oh, but the rest do matter. You've got a brand new 80. West has played, what, 4 competitive games to his entire career right there? He is going against one of the most established bot lanes in the LPL. It's Jinnu in the top lane, Amy in the jungle, Godv in the mid lane, and Imp in PYL, the longest standing duo lane that this region has. Get ready to get smashed, Pulse.
Oh yeah, I'll give you that one for us, Kieran, in the bottom lane. However, in the top lane, oh, how's Jinnu gonna do up against the Goon?
You know, I'm a little bit concerned for Jinnu. He has a tendency to play the carry-oriented champions. You know, he likes the Fizz, he likes the Fiora, and sometimes he looks amazing. Other times, not so much. We've had a couple of mechanical blunders. He is the Korean member, so there seems to be some communication issues. He hasn't been in the LPL as long as Gimgoon has, who is also a Korean player who's had the experience to try to bridge those communication issues. But it's very hot or cold with Jinnu.
Yeah, it was a surprise for me when I found out that Jinnu was Korean, actually, considering some of those performances. But when he started off, I mean, the Fiora players were great, and then the Fiora players were not great. And I actually don't know what happened between those 2 weeks with Jinnu, because he actually was one of my favorite top lanes coming into the LPL once he got his shot on the big stage.
I mean, he burned really bright, but that he was very quickly distinguished, and so now, pretty much for me, it's like whose flame is still alive, who hasn't been doused.
Are we going down the Star Guardians route? Who's burning brightest? Which of the Star Guardians would Jinnu be? Oh wait, no, Imp. Who would Imp be?
Definitely Jinx.
Definitely Jinx.
That was an easy answer.
All right, who's Gimgoon?
Poppy.
Gimgoon's probably Poppy. Yeah.
You're still giving me easy answers?
Yeah.
But here's the thing for both LGD and Game Talents. They are so down on their luck. Like, these teams have just been kicked while they're down repeatedly. It was really rough runs for them. They were auto-qualified into the 6th place seed for, I think, 2 weeks before the end of regular season. So they've seen this coming from very far out, and now it's kind of a question of, like, are they actually just consistently bad, or did they just not care?
I really like that point for us, because I think it's going to come down to game 1, personally, to actually see which type of team turns up. Because for LGD, they have looked exceptional over the last couple of weeks in some games. It seems like when they turn up to play, they are extremely strong. GT, you have to roll the die. How many carries are going to appear today? Is it just going to be Gimgoon in the top lane? Is Republic going to turn up because his champion pool feels like it's good on the day? Is Xiaoyu going to do anything? Bot lane has all but been a write-off, but West has probably been the best ADC for this situation. So maybe he could do something, but it's not something you come into a series expecting.
I really like the point that you bring up with West. I think that there's a reason why they put him on the roster starting, because they do have that rotating, 380 carries, Shubin, West, and PentaQ there on the bench. But West is the Caitlyn player, and I feel like starting him is a direct statement to Imp, saying that we can prioritize this champion, and we can deny it from you, and we can do damage with it. When West entered the LPL, he got the PentaQ. I believe it was across from Uzi as well. So it was like, welcome to the LPL, West. Maybe Game Talents have another arsenal in their, or a weapon in their arsenal there, but unfortunately, again, like Jinnu, it burned really bright, and then it extinguished just as quickly.
Too quickly, honestly, for this lineup. And LGD, I mean, they could come back onto the stage right now in the promotion tournament and actually look like not a world-class team, but an upper of the echelon table team. And that was what really surprised me.
I'm going to tell you that we're probably going to go to 5 games because Xiaoyan and Remember are on the casting desk right now, and those 2 Chinese casters have the curse that when they're together, the series goes the longest lengths.
Oh, I wanted to go to 5 games because that's where GT will draw you into the madness. But let's get into Champion Select. The bans have already come through. It's Ivan, Lee Sin, Fizz out from GT. On the opposite side, we've got Rise, Malzahar, and Kled, a direct target ban against Gimgoon. And we already have a couple picks coming through. So priority of the Elise actually from Xiaoyu. Kog'Maw was the priority from Imp, while mid lane, Govi will pick up the Syndra. And my god, are these teams picking quickly. Caitlyn also for West, a deny from Imp, but he's already gone for the Kog'Maw, and Kennen for the top lane.
Oh, I feel like I can't even catch my breath here. I'm trying to write these picks down as quickly as possible. So it should be noted that it wasn't just Gimgoo that was targeted out by LGD. They also took away Republic's Rise pick.
Use his full name when you address him.
Excuse me, Mr. Godgoon.
Yeah.
Mr. Godgoon's Kled was not the only target here. It was also Republic's Rise. And this is probably the weakest link for game talents. Like, you look at their bot lane, West and Savoki, you're probably going to get, a meh performance from them.
Sure.
Xiaoyu, still kind of meh, but Republic is either hot or he's cold. He's kind of like Jinnu in that sense, and he is really hot on the likes of Rise. He got a quadra kill earlier this split, and I feel like if you put him on any other champion, he just falls over. And he's across from Godby. And say what you will about Godby, when it comes time, when the pressure is on, this guy does show up, and no bigger pressure than when your career is on the line.
LGD will pick up the Rek'Sai as well for Amy in this one, as there were a couple jungle bans. I mean, one was Ivan, the other one was Lee Sin. Interesting that GT would aim towards that champion pool specifically. But Tam Kench Echo towards Republic, and Savoki, of course. And then Renekton at Jinnu. They've not taken away his Fiora there, so there's a good chance he'll bring that one into the top lane. There's technically a flex as the Kennen as well.
I feel like at this point, though, you ban the Rumble because you already have the Kennen available to you. It also would take away a champion from Jinnu. He's pretty much been the Fiora, Rek'Sai, Rumble. We're 7.7, so Camille nerfs have gone through, so you don't need to throw a target at her. But it looks like they're going to go for PYL.
It's going to be the Lulu in the end. Take that one away from the Kog'Maw, which makes sense, but I am again surprised that LGD did not prioritize the Lulu earlier with that pick. Then again, Karma's open, Nami's open, there's a bunch left available for LGD in the support role.
And it also speaks to the flexibility of PYL versus a member like Amy. So Amy, he's already had the Lee Sin and the Ivern taken away from him. He's one of the few junglers in the LPL that has found success on Ivern, and some of that success has bled over to LGD in their scoreline. But PYL, he's been around for, 4 or 5 years at this point. He can play everything, he's seen it all, he's done it all. Amy's still a bit more fragile, still a bit more, rigid, and we can see that with the Rek'Sai pick.
As such, the Nami will be picked alongside the Kog'Maw, as we were just talking about, and GT will bring in the Nautilus. So that could go to Savoki.
Definitely a Savoki pick. Savoki was known as the Tom Kinch. That's also why you see the Tom Kinch ban from LGD. And it's the easiest way to remember because Savoki's on your screen right now. He just looks like Tom Kinch. He just has this big, happy grin on his face. His mouth opens up real
Probably
wide.
Probably going to scam you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's going to be the Twisted Fate pickup for Republic here, and we did see a Republic Twisted Fate earlier in the split, and I'm pretty sure it lost, but we'll see what he can do with this one this time around. And LGD will lock in Jace for the top lane for Jinnu, actually giving him a carry in the top lane up against Kennen. And that actually feels like a pretty old school matchup, Kennen versus Jace in the top lane. I remember watching that at Worlds last year, and it can be a pretty volatile matchup if they do decide to start scrapping.
Yeah, but looking at these team compositions, the thing that sticks out to me is that this is a classic kind of protect the Kog'Maw comp. You have a Nami and a Syndra, as well as a split-pushing potential threat up in that top lane with Jinnu on the Jace. If he does get ahead, he can be a problem. It's a bit more questionable because he's across from Kennen, who can also match him if not have kill pressure on him.
Yep.
So that's a bit volatile for me. But otherwise, even if Jace does fall behind in kind of the 1v1 lane assignment on top or bottom, he can also just pull back with that Syndra, Nami, Kog'Maw trio and just start throwing out the accelerated shock blasts or using the acceleration gate to, disengage champions. Because the thing is Imp's just going to sit there and he's going to absorb all this farm, he's going to get 2 items, and then it's going to be impossible to engage on him. Even with the likes of the Nautilus and the Kennen and the Twisted Fate, if you have the disengage of Tidal Wave as well as Scatter the Weak, like how are you ever going to flank on that if LGD are in position?
Sure. And you said a Protect the Kog'Maw composition there for us, Skirin, but I want to put a caveat to that. This is an LPL Protect the Kog'Maw composition where you put basically an assassin or someone who can blow someone up in the mid lane as your way of deterring anyone who's going to jump on the Kog'Maw. In other regions, you pick an Orianna, you pick something with a shield, a Karma, but in this region, we pick Talon, Syndra, Zed.
The idea was to alleviate resources from being used on that mid lane, so you don't need to, like the Nami doesn't need to worry about the Talon or the Zed because they're going to go do their own thing. Ahri is another champion that usually comes out with a Protect the ADC comp. I feel like Syndra in this instance is more being used she's like a Cassiopeia in a sense. She's there to protect the backline. Like, you can't dive and kill Imp if Godvi is standing next to him, because you're going to get hit by the Scout of the Week. You're going to get deterred from the unleashed power.
That's a great answer as well to Republic, who will want to get in there with the Twisted Fate, but as you can see, a packed audience who are here for LGD and GT. And you can hear the crowd going wild right now, because they really want to see these two teams come back in. I mean, I am right behind GT, and already we have a fight in the jungle for some reason. Of course we do, because GT, if you guys are new, I know we have a lot of new international viewers, and you were probably expecting the playoff broadcast, but just kidding. We're actually here with the promotion tournament for GT. And now, if you don't know much about GT, just take a look at the player cams in the bottom left of your screen. What does their jersey say? Well, that's just been hidden by the Keystone Mastery graphic, but it says fight. And that's what GT are. That encapsulates who they are.
GT are a bar fight. They're a brawl. If you say one bad thing about Republic, if you're talking smack about West, Gimgoon will hear you, and he'll be like, "What'd you say about my best friend?" And he'll rush down. Like, take objectives? No. Charge and fight at every possible minute? 100% yes. Now, the biggest proponents of this are going to be Gimgoon and Savoki, which is why they've been giving the tools to start these fights on the Nautilus, on the Cannon. Watch for how they flank, because it needs to be super important if they want to take LGD in a 5v5 and find that Kog'Maw. But the cool thing about Game Talent's comp is that if they fall behind on the 5v5, if they want to try to play different, now, stay with me, it's GT,
okay,
so they'll probably fight, but they do have the option that they could play split push. If Gimgoon does get ahead of Jinnu and force him to respond to his team, he can exploit the side lane control. Likewise, if Republic falls behind, he can always be that Lichbane Twisted Fate taking your towers. Do GT play like this? Almost never. But could they with this comp? 100%.
All right, Froskier and I have two things to say. The first one is that GT tried this earlier in the split, and they tried it with a Fiora in the top lane, and it was horrific.
It was a car wreck.
It was actually a train wreck, because Gimgoon, he did fine. He did everything that the split pusher needed to do. He was drawing 1v2 pressure. He was killing people in the 1v2s. It was great. He was taking towers. The rest of the team were running around like headless chickens and had zero idea what to do. The second thing I wanted to say was that if GT were a Megazord, Gimgoon would be the right hook, and Savoki would be the left.
They're the Power Rangers.
Yeah.
That means that Republic is very much the core of it. And here's the thing about Republic.
Well, that sucks.
I mean, part of the reason why both these teams are in that 6th place seed is that you do see those highs of like the individual skill. Like, we know that Jinnu can do amazing things, and he might get the chances Xiaoyu's actually going up top for Krugs, but the potential of dive is always there. He can make those 2v1 outplays, as can Gimgoon. The problem is they don't do anything intelligent after it.
Yeah, that's the problem. But GT do not have to be intelligent to pick up wins. As you can see on your screen, Xiaoyu will jump in and completely misses Cocoon, and Godfrey will just flash away.
And the biggest thing is that Godfrey was forced to burn the flash because he didn't have the cleanse available, so he had to respect the yellow card. So this should be a wash, rinse, and repeat for Xiaoyu and Republic, and I like the fact that they're already focusing on trying to get TF ahead. But here's the dive we were talking about. Jinnu, all eyes are on you. How good can you be right now?
Xiaoyu doesn't have his flash, so making it over this minion wave will be difficult. As a result, he's going to go for Kroos first and probably wait out this minion wave, then look for the gank. There's another minion wave coming in for GT, so they still have this opportunity. Amy is skulking through the river right now.
Yeah, they're trying to find Xinyu, so Amy's also going in for deep vision, as well as the fact that Jinnu just placed a ward on Krug. So Xiaoyu has been spotted out, and pressure has been alleviated from LGD. With this information, it's now a question of what can Amy trade in return. You can already see, bam, one deep ward on the Raptor camp. He makes the full circle around. He's just checking, just seeing what's going on here, and we'll exit out.
I mean, he 100% knows that Xiaoyu's on top side or has gone back. The fact that he had Tremor Sense, so he saw the entirety of that jungle. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Godvi is demolishing Republic. And now that Republic's basically no mana, he will go back to base here.
And that's Godvi just having the confidence that despite the fact that Flash is burned, with Amy sitting in the wings, and both teams knew that the Rek'Sai was sitting over there, that Godvi and Amy felt confident in the 2v2. Twisted Fate was too low that even if Xiaoyu is there, A, doesn't have Flash, and B, they cannot compete with us.
Meanwhile, let's take a look at this bottom lane as West will 90 caliber net into a bubble. Let's get away from there. Let's look at the top lane where Gimgoon is getting wrecked by Jinnu, who placed down the stun. But Jinnu is still chasing after. He's looking for the kill. A flash in return. Shock blast lands! And Gimgoon perfectly calculated.
27 HP pulse. Where's your Gim God now?
I mean, he calculated the fact that he knew that he would trade flash for flash there and would not die. So he's going to go back to base, pick up a vamp set, and be good to go.
So looking for that on-hit cannon build that we've seen incredibly popular in the LPL. I know other regions globally are playing cannon more as the AD carry, but he's only been played ADC once in the LPL, and I believe about 6 times in the top lane.
Yeah. A lot more
Speaking
in
of
the top lane. Republic is trying to find a gank here, but Amy's spotting him out on the tremor sense. Gimgoon did teleport back up to the top lane. Jinnu is now looking for his own back.
But there is now the option that Jinnu, how he plays this wave, he could walk back. I suspect that'll TP, but right now Gimgoon's trying to put the pressure on to force the TP out. That said, Shin with the TP advantage doesn't mean as much as Kennen with the teleport advantage. It's not like Shin's gonna show up and be like, haha, my flank cannon.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
But he is walking back, so he will retain the summoner spell, which means advantage inherently to LGD's bot lane.
At the very least, it doesn't matter if you just turn up and you're Jace. Like, you've turned up and Gimgoon's still in top lane.
It's the difference between setting up a dive in the bottom lane and setting up a siege in the bottom lane. So it means that they can still use this TP, but it's to take the tower.
There's the flash, there's the hook from Savoki, and there's the left hook! And it comes home, and it will be Republic picking up the kill.
Right, left, good night for Godby right there. That was so much CC. Dredgeline, Cocoon, Gold card. Didn't matter that he didn't have Flash. The cleanse wasn't going to save him either way. But like classic LGD, Godby's the first guy to die.
Yep. Yep, happens a lot. Either Godby goes off or Godby tries to find a lot of 1v1s and then loses the 1v1s. Gimgoon, I'm not entirely sure what... Yeah, Jinny's actually, I think, spotted out Xiaoyu.
And Xiaoyu is putting so much pressure on this map. That's now 2 ganks, 1 really successful. Although I'm going to call them both successful because he got flashed both times and then a kill. As well as now pressure on the top side of the map to get some chip damage down. Right now, Amy, frankly, is invisible. He hasn't really taken anything. I believe he's contested 1 Raptor camp, but he hasn't gotten a gank off, and he needs to make bot lane count now. And he's got nothing.
Nope, turns up. Hits the Prey Seeker, backs away, goes back into the enemy jungle. And will probably take away this red, but Xiaoyu's ahead of the game. He's going to take away his red buff from the side of Amy.
And it's tempo advantage while the top lane is building. So again, that threat of the dive is always potential, especially with Republic constantly cheating up. Jinnu can't do anything.
Destiny Gate lands the stun card. Xiaoyu's here as well. It's a constant stun lock. Jinnu hasn't moved for the last 7 seconds and will go down on the spot.
And LGD are frankly just getting played around the map right now. Xiaoyu is destroying Amy, just attacking every single lane.
And this is what we wanted to see out from the top lane now. A 2-wave advantage. Not even that. 3-4-wave advantage over to Gimgoon plus the tower. He may get the full gold from this first blood tower. I mean, this is just straight up cataclysmic for the side of LGD.
And it means that now resources are unlocked and available should they need to help West and Savoki. So there's different options for game talents. Okay, now you can pull your Caitlyn, your Nautilus, maybe send them up in the top lane, or if Gimgoon is feeling confident enough, he can continue to abuse Jinnu with Xiaoyu, and Nautilus and Kate can just sit there and hang on. It's a Kog'Maw. He's still looking for that 2-item power spike, so there's no reason for LG to start grouping up and trying to push the pace or tempo of the game. Like, there's a wealth of options for game talents.
And what do you think that GT are going to do? Of course, they're going to try and abuse the matchup. Bring Gimgoon back to the top lane, send Xiaoyu up there, and continue this 1v1 when Jinnu doesn't have the tower.
But that now puts pressure on LGD. You either need to save Jinnu or you need to make something happen on the bottom side of the map. You have the teleport, look for the dive. Caitlyn and Nautilus are constantly underneath their tower, and if you don't get the dive, maybe try to get a free Infernal when Xiaoyu appears top lane.
I feel like you're like a quintessential Asian parent, where it's just like you're never really happy.
Just constantly
like, you doctor yet? And it's just like, well, no, I'm 11, right? Like, LGD are trying their best, but it's like, well, they could have done this, and they get like 5 kills. Like, well, they could have done it better. Whereas I'm like, GT are just like, you get him, yeah, great job.
You're the classic, like, little league coach. As he swings the bat, the bat goes flying out of his hands, decks the shortstop, and he just drops.
But hits another kid in the face. I'm like, nailed it. That's exactly what you were looking for. 10 out of 10.
That's an unconventional way to take out the enemy, but I like the hustle.
There's no winning for LGD, even if they do win in this series. And it's a best of 5 as well. There is so much of this to go on for. And that's where I'm thinking in my head, like, where does mentality come into it, right? Because you look at Imp and he's a world champion. Like, you look towards him and he's got to have this mentality, this ability to reset his team. But in the last couple of weeks, this guy who's always bouncing in a seat, he's jovial, has been super depressed. We've seen him on like player cams constantly, never smiling, super serious. And GT, they're the same every single week. They come in and they fight you.
I mean, in a public interview, Imp said 2 things. He goes, number 1, I want to tell my teammates that I will try to get them out of relegation. And number 2, to my fans, I am so sorry for everything. And like Imp, normally even when he says that, he's still like jovial. There's a lot of joking there because it works with his persona. But you could just tell that he felt bad.
Understandable and respectable at the same time. So Savoki's going to get caught out, but doesn't get caught by the bubble. He's going to turn around, hit the ultimate on top of God V, but Savoki takes the full Unleash power from God V, and that will be the kill going down.
And this is a huge mistake from Savoki. That seems obvious because Savoki's dead, but the bigger question that I want to pose to the audience is, why are you there?
It's a good question.
The thing is, I paused because I thought
you.
there was going to be a bit of a skirmish there, so I didn't mean to leave you hanging. The thing is Savoki could just continue to sit down with Caitlyn, continue to absorb that pressure. LGD are making moves right now, forcing tempo because they're like, okay, top lane's bleeding out, we need to make something happen. Let's try to collapse and try to pivot on Syndra's current power spike. She's level 9, so she has the benefits of the passive, as well as the fact that anytime her ultimate's up, just if you hit Twisted Fate, he's pretty much donezo. So I like the idea from LGD, but Savoki, there was no reason to be caught out like that. Wait till all of your team is in position. I mean, you're Nautilus, but you're support Nautilus. You're not that tanky.
Yeah, it was pretty random as well for him to be standing around the catwalk. I know he was trying to get the deeper flank in, but just not going to happen at the end of the day.
But he doesn't need to be the guy that starts the fights right now. You have teleport on Gimgoon if you really want to pull the trigger on a 5v5. More important, though, and easier is Republic with Destiny. You don't need your Nautilus to be going that far forward into Fog of War.
Savoki, speaking of Fog of War, he was in there again, but this time he didn't die.
This is such a okay, this stretch, this catwalk of river on the bottom side, Savoki, you cannot be there. That is not your area right now. That is trespassing. You have control over the top side of the map. You can walk anywhere you want top side of the map. Bottom side, just slow it down, buddy. Just be a bit more respectful.
Savoki doesn't care. He's come back from the bar. He's had a couple of drinks. He's just like, I'll go wherever I want. This sign, I can't even read it. Absolutely fine. Gimgoon is still pushing the top lane though. Look at him. He's on this inner tower. And finally, Xiaoyu's coming up there, but Amy will have the inside track towards him.
But Godvi needs to have the inside track over Republic. Now, Republic's going to beat him to the punch because he does have the Destiny. But again, this is now, what, the 4th or 5th time that Republic, he cheats up towards it, but Game Talent's like, I don't know about this one. They hesitate, they pull off, but I think they need to be brave. Like, this is the time that I want to see the Game Talents fight. Just dive Jinnu. No one is coming to help him.
No, in top lane, no one can hear you scream when GT come for you. Godby's still farming. He's getting further and further ahead of Republic now that he's got that kill. It's actually really nice that Republic did get that first blood though, because it has accelerated him towards the GLP, the Super Soaker.
Gives him a lot more of that mobility as well. But the thing is the longer that Game Talents are indecisive, yeah, they're doing kind of 50% the right thing, where they isolated Gimgoon, they decided that top lane was the structure, but this is the problem. Like, LGD are now going to get a free Infernal because they have complete control over the bottom side of the map, and Game Talents are not exploiting the fact that they have control over the top side of the map. They're not trading a second-tier tower for that Infernal. And the longer this waits out, the farther LGD get closer to that late-game Kog'Maw. Like, this 50% right is losing them the game passively.
It's true, and in that top lane, Jinnu was trading blows with Gimgoon, coming out even if not ahead. Though Gimgoon still had his ultimate to be first, so if it came down to a battle to the death, he still would have won out. But at the very least, he's holding him there. Jinnu did go back to base, and Gimgoon, I actually don't know how he got all his health back, but he just life-stealed it. He had the Blade of the Rune King, so he's still hitting away at this tower. Yeah, which makes sense. But that tower is still being pressured, and Amy doesn't seem too concerned about trying to stop it. Godby's just going to pick up the blue buff here as well, and Republic goes back into the middle lane. So for now, it's just farming, pushing, everything as normal, but Gimgoon's still a problem.
I envision this thing, because Jinnu's also Korean. I just envision that he can only talk to Imp. This is a complete guess. He can probably talk to the entire team. But he's just like, Imp, tell them to send me help. And then Amy's like, Imp, what's he want? He says he's fine. Come bottom.
Come bottom. Yeah, give me pressure. Just counter gank for me. It's fine. I'll carry us.
Now he could be the savior. He'd be like, it's fine. I'll take this one, team. Just get Imp ahead. And speaking of Imp, There he
prefer
goes his
the former.
tower.
I prefer the former, to be honest. I think that's hilarious. West is going to get caught out by this bubble. And they've pretty much been like heat-seeking bubbles this game. West finds himself in those constantly.
But is Amy going to do anything right now? This guy!
Nah,
Okay, they're
He got 2
finally
wards.
rotating, but
too late.
the
Gone.
tower's stiff breeze from going down.
Yeah, GT pay respects.
But here's the thing, that's all Amy and Godvi needed to do. But as soon as they walk back up, now just sit in a bush, wait for him to come forward. He wants this farm. We know he wants this farm.
I mean, LGD just needed to do that like 10 seconds ago. Republic getting called out for ultimate used by Godby, but it will send him out of lane at the least.
They're going to try to trade towers, though. It will be a win for LGD because the mid lane tower will give you more control over the map. But still a structure lead for Game Talents once all is said and done.
Yeah, it will help them play around that dragon as well, as the next one will be a Cloud Dragon. It's not perfect. The first one went over to LGD as well, but at the very least, G2 will have more control over that area. We're back into this top lane. Ghostblade has been completed by Jinnu, so it will make this 1v1 a little bit easier for him, while Gimkun hasn't been back in a fair while.
But think about this. This has been, what, 4 or 5 minutes where Jinnu has effectively absorbed so much of Game Talent's lead and pressure because he hasn't given away much chip damage on that inner turret. Meanwhile, Kog'Maw's now got his completed Blade of the Rune King, so he's one step closer to kind of his 2-item breaking point with Hurricane and Bork. Just feel like Game Talents were so close, but just couldn't put the final piece together.
Yeah, they definitely are that team where you have a jigsaw puzzle and they even have one piece remaining and they're just like trying to cram it in. Like they're not the smartest team, but they are very good at team fighting some of the time. So if LGD do find themselves in that position, which it is inevitable, if this is the first time you've watched GT, then at some point around, I'd say the 30 to 35 minute mark, we're going to get a random team fight, not over an objective, but just because someone wanted to fight.
And that's something interesting about Game Talents. When you compare their average win time versus their average loss time, there's about an 8-minute difference between the two, which is a very large spread. Although, hold on a second, West.
There's a knock up onto Wet, he's dead.
And the point is that when Game Talents are successful, it's when they're able to stall out games long enough that they can reach that 5v5 to showcase their mechanical ability to team fight. Unfortunately, when they lose, it's around the 32-minute mark, and it's simply that they don't get to that point, those super late game moments where a single team fight will determine victory or defeat based on death timers.
Just to clarify, they win longer in which than they lose.
Yep.
So when they lose, they lose real fast, but when they win, it takes them a long time because the way that they win, they look for those later game team fights.
Literally, their average win time is 42 minutes, and their average loss time, or games when they lose, is like 35 minutes.
34 minutes, right? Because it's like an 8-minute difference or something around that area. So it's pretty big. So expect to see that in this game. And that's rung true for many of their games. LGD will take the bottom tower, which uncontested. I mean, Republic was too slow to the punch, and that kill in the mid lane did translate towards that. Gimgun is very close to taking the top inner, however. And Jinnu is only now getting support from Godvi. Here comes Savoki. The right hook, as it were. But, whoa, Gimgun, I mean, he just pops his ultimate, instantly goes down. Savoki will just back away, and it was nothing that he could really do.
And the damage has been done. They were simply too late to the punch. Game Talent should have been behind Gimgun much earlier on. Like the fact that both top laners have been on an island and it's finally LGD that dig out their top laner first, that's concerning. They never come for their top laner.
Yeah.
Ask Marin.
Yeah. It was Godby as well. He just felt like he wanted to go top lane, go for a stroll, and it was almost too easy. He walked through his own jungle, which there's been a lot of pressure there, to be fair, in terms of vision. But yeah, got the kill in the end. So let's take a look at some of the itemization. So Imp has that Blade of the Ruin King, is building towards his second item. On the opposite side, West has his Runant, is on his way towards that Infinity Edge, has gone for the Berserker's Greaves as well.
That's actually super interesting to me. Most of the time when we've seen Caitlyn kind of reappear back in the LPL, she's got 2 different builds. She either goes for the Blade of the Ruin King or she goes for an Infinity Edge rush, especially if she takes Warlord's Bloodlust on 7.6 and this patch, which is 7.7, just because now you get so much more back from it. I find it interesting that West decided to stick with the kind of the really old school of more so the attack speed and flat AD, so the wave clearing Caitlyn build, which he's using effectively now, but then this puts so much more pressure on Gimgun and Republic to make use in those side lanes. Because you have the Caitlyn. She's now set up. I'm just here to clear waves. That's my only job. Twisted Fate Kennen, you need to continue to push the tempo of this game by trading structures. And if you don't, I sacrificed all of my 5v5 potential, so we're going to give away probably the next 2 dragons until I have that Infinity Edge.
Now, Froskirin, do you mean interesting as in curious, or do you mean interesting as in bad?
I'm actually going to say interesting as in curious. I think it's technically bad for game talents because they don't play like this, although Republic is already taking 1 tower.
I mean, he's got his ultimate, so you'd have to think that he should have popped it at least 5 seconds ago before he gets murdered by Jinnu. But, I mean, if that's what you want to do, man. That's absolutely fine. Okay. I mean, that was unnecessary, but it was pretty cool.
Definitely didn't need to flash. He literally flashed like a Teemo.
Yeah, because I want to execute this man with my E. So he did it, and I can get behind that.
I can always get behind a good Goomba stomping.
Yeah. I have no idea why Republic didn't even just hit the R button like 5, 6 seconds earlier. The easiest play in the world if you're Twisted Fate split pushing. And then get out of dodge. That's all you had to do. Okay.
What?
Alright. Godby's trolling. We can do this, GT.
What? Why would you flash?
What was he expecting to happen?
Apparently,
Alt,
we can't
E,
do math.
and then combo, I guess, is what he was looking for.
But even if he hit, he'd need at least 2 more Qs.
Yeah. He wouldn't get that in one combination when Gimgoon's full HP, had Lightning Rush for the extra magic resist. It's not going to happen.
It's level 13.
Yeah. So, that was the thing. Republic's going to go back into the top lane. He'll just kind of soak up this farm.
That was
that's
2
that's coming
LGD
in.
members trying to do damage with flash.
Yeah, it was actually. But it was also GT where you have Republic going into the top lane and dying for no particular reason. Like, he got the tower, but he could have made it out. It could have been a smooth getaway.
Okay. Good news, though, for both AD carries, although better news for LGD fans and Imp. Bam! There you go. Kog'Maw. He's got Blade of the Rune King. He's got Hurricane. This little turret's going to do a lot of damage. He wants to go full Bastion right now, which is why LG are trying to immediately swoop down on game talents. So, like, you want to fight? Let's fight right now. Game talents, though, they do have their Infinity Edge. They got their little Hurricane, so they're technically 1 item out, especially because their front line is so soft and squishy. Their true tank really is Amy, and this guy only has like a Tiamat and a health crystal to his name.
Yeah.
So he is not going to be tanking for very long. So Caitlyn's actually still in a relatively good position, despite not having the 2nd attack speed item.
Meanwhile, Republic is on 2 items. He's gone for the Lich Bane as well, so he's looking towards taking down these towers a bit faster. Meanwhile, LGD will head into this middle lane. That was an interesting cocoon, and Amy will get the knock-up because of it. Here comes the tidal wave sweeping across GT. In with the wild cards off to the side. And Godby is just waiting in this brush, looking for another assassination, but it hasn't gone well for him in the past.
This is something that's so Godby, though. Like, think of That's So Raven, but for Godby.
Okay.
And it's always how he plays these flanking plays and how he sees into the future how a team fight's going to play out and where he can position to do the most damage.
Well, Godby, if it didn't work the first time, then surely it'll work the second time, right? Because I'm going to walk into Gimgoon and get stunned a bunch of times and then die. Oh, I've got Jinny here. Just kidding. It was a bait. Just a prank. Get out of there, Gimgoon. No, he's dead. He's pretty dead. Jinny's going to hit him once, yeah. Well, all right. Godby knew. Or maybe he didn't knew. Maybe Jinny was just baiting him out. But he forced the fight because Gimgoon saw him and he was just like, what did you say?
I'm going to say that Jinnu saved the day there. But meanwhile, mid, hold on.
Amy looking for another knocker. He doesn't have flash this time. He'll jump on top of Savoki. Oh my god, the damage from him. He'll rip apart Savoki and get the kill.
Oh, I just got him with the fingertips there. Just threw him up in the air. Good job, Amy, not having his flash available.
Yeah.
But that's a ping on Baron.
LGD will go for it. I mean, Imp does so much damage at this point in the game that
also
they can do it.
Also the fact that you've got Jace next to them. So Jace, Kog'Maw on a 24-minute Baron. Let's go.
5 seconds left on Gimgoon. He's got his TP. Do we have any wards around the area, though? Oh, Xiaoyu just lost all of his HP. And this is probably not still going to happen. Republic's coming in with the teleport, looking for the steal. Not going to happen. Imp finds the kill. And that will be the Baron secured by Amy. Republic's also dead as well. And This is now turned into the Imp show.
And I will say this about LGD, because we talked about game talents, kind of like average win-losses. LGD, on the other hand, are very close when they win versus when they lose. We say this all the time about the team. Like, whatever they do, win or loss, it's done quickly. And you can see that right now in this type of play. They play with bravado, they play with gall, they play with confidence. When they get these leads, they will try to maximize it. Not always in the most efficient or most intelligent way, but when it works, they look like superstars. When it backfires, you're like, why did you flash onto Kennen?
Yeah, Imp has also solidified his lead by picking up the Quicksilver Sash, so he's not going to get eliminated by a Xiaoyu or a Republic landing a stun on top of him. Savoki is still his kryptonite, however, if someone does get on top of his face, but it's significantly harder now, so we'll see how he can do that. Godfrey is actually just, he's admitted that he's made some mistakes, so he is gone tank.
Quick, Abyssal!
Abyssal does not build out of Spectre's cow.
You're right, they changed it.
It never built out of Spectre's cow.
I don't play mid.
It goes into two things. One's a Banshee, and one's a Spirit Visage. And Savoki is very much dead.
I feel like my item made more sense, though.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're 100% right, that's what he should build. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Jinnu is just going to town on top of Republic.
Oh,
what
shoot!
a dodge! Okay, he's dead.
Get him
But
with the Super Soaker Republic.
if he didn't have that, he's certainly going to find the outplay in mid lane. I mean, this could even be the win. They have a Baron wave.
And meanwhile, Gimgoon's like, guys, can you hold him? Can you not hold him?
Because I got the tower.
That's literally one of those
Yeah,
situations
That's a me play.
where the top laner's like, all you have to do is not die. Just give them the inhib. We can try to trade. Meanwhile, he looks back at his team. There's everyone dead.
And then Imp's just like killing their Nexus towers. And he's like, just hold. Here comes a redemption.
Here comes the Spartans.
I mean, all they need to do is that's he's dead.
Ooh,
That was a good
flashed.
flash from Godfrey. That was exactly what he needed to do earlier. Good knock up from Savoki, but there's literally no one here to do the damage. And Imp, man, he just did that in his spare time. He was hitting the tower and also killing Savoki. Don't know what Xiaoyu was thinking was going to happen right there. He's going to jump away while Godfrey looks for the kill. Gimgoon into the fight though. One kill, turns around, moves on to Imp. Does he have the damage? Great knockup from Amy will shut him down. And Republic needed to get in there earlier. As a result, now he'll just fall for essentially nothing. Shock Blast comes in, good dodge, but he's going to get chased out. Boop. And that's the end of the game. LGD, 27 minutes on the clock, and they take game one.
Fast and brutal from LGD. This was what we expected coming in the promotion tournament. We knew that they had a really rough split, but back to back, they have shown that when you put them down and out, they decide to show up and play.
Yep. This was LGD firing on all cylinders, and half those cylinders were broken and old, but they still worked in the end. It was enough to take down GT.
But the caveat is that they need to continue to do this. So this is simply one game out of a possible best of 5. And if you look at that gold graph, it didn't look very good for LGD for most of it.
No, GT definitely got the advantage, but again, it was a composition which, I'll follow up on this in a second as we take a look at the damage graph, but I do not feel like this is a composition in which GT will thrive with, and we saw that earlier into the split when they were experimenting with this.
They simply just don't know how to execute on it. And the thing is when the gold starts to dip back up towards the 15-minute mark, you can see that it spikes downwards and then goes up. That's exactly where they started to lose control of the game, because it was Gimgoon just off alone as this Kennen up in the top lane, and game talent's not pushing forward that advantage at all. They just kind of ate into Godfrey and Imp.
Yeah, over and over again, and for a lot of that game, like, LGD weren't making like the sharpest of plays. Like, my mind is cast back to Syndra jumping on Kennen for no reason twice, and like that was happening constantly. But Imp just had a flawless game. He went into the bottom lane. He was like, first pick me Cogmore, okay, perfect. Now let me farm for 20 minutes, okay, cool. 2 items, and now I kill everybody. And we go for Baron, and we finish the game. That was the game plan from LGD. That's all they needed to do. And we know that Western Savoki, there's nothing that they're gonna do to shut down that bottom lane. We know that Xiaoyu maybe isn't heads up enough or won't like go to the bottom lane and be able to execute on that. And Amy, while he had some missteps, they were like literally 10-15 seconds behind the play. Didn't matter because Imp was there and he literally carried them through the game.
And it's simply because game talents couldn't punish LGD fast enough for that, because you're 100% right. As soon as Imp had the 2 completed items of Blade of the Rune King and Hurricane, instantly LGD just came out of every nook and cranny. We're just like, let's fight now. They find the fight, they take the Baron, they end the game. All game talents had to do was continue to go topside between probably 12 minutes and 16 minutes. Gim God was destroying Jinnu up there. No one was coming to save him. You have a Twisted Fate, you have an Elise. There is so much dive potential there on top of a Jace of all things. It's not like you're trying to dive a Nautilus or a Maokai or a Rumble. That is a very squishy target. But that inner turret stood for like 7 minutes while LG just ate up the rest of the map with really no help from Amy. Amy really didn't do anything other than grab a free Infernal. This was simply Godv, PYL, and Imp just kind of organically winning their lanes. And I say that when Godv gave away first blood, so he didn't even win his lane.
Yep. And in the top lane, I completely agree. Jinnu, what he brought there was a human punching bag, and that's all he needed to be in that top lane. Because if you are absorbing the best player and pretty much the only good player on that lineup who will carry games for that team, for GT, we've literally seen the games just being off the back of him alone when Republic isn't performing and when Xiaoyu isn't, which is more than most of the time, in fact. So if Jinnu just absorbs him, that's all he needs to do.
And it's just recognizing win conditions. You know, LG had a very clear-cut plan, and Game Talents couldn't recognize that, okay, we got the first blood with the Elise and the Twisted Fate, but Twisted Fate's not going to be able to do anything in this lane anyway across from a Syndra. She's always going to have kill pressure on him post level 6. So like, we need to unlock him and we need to use him up into the other lanes. And they couldn't identify that and they couldn't execute on that. And that's what it goes back to. And that's why Game Talents were the 6th, place team in their group. They had this clear-cut win condition of let's just 5v5, let's run in all the time, play the Rise, play the Kled. And when they have that, it works for them. But when they try to overreach with kind of these split pushing comps, just everything falls apart. Just go back to what you're good at.
And while I 95% agree with what you just said, LGD were the 6th place team as well. So don't you forget that. However, they did have those more shining moments against the bet. No way. No. What? Why? No.
Because he flashed forward and almost died on Kennen. That's why. I mean, to be honest, he was the focal pivotal point. Yes, he got first blooded. Yes, he burned his cleanse and his flash, but he was never punished for it. And then the Syndra just got to be the Syndra in lane, and Gavi was like, well, I lost my lane for the first 7 minutes, but guess what? I can just press R and kill your jungler or your mid laner. And that starts bleeding over into controlling the entire bottom side of the map. They only controlled bot side because Godv was on Syndra.
I'm abstaining. Like, that should go to either Imp or Jinnu, because Jinnu did exactly what he needed to do. He was role player, turned up, he did exactly what he needed to do in teamfights. Still dealt a bunch of damage when the game went on. Imp, it was just like, play around me, I'll win the game for you. What did Godv do? Almost throw the game for them 6 times.
I'm not saying give it to Godv. I'm saying give it to Syndra. There's a difference here.
Well, give it to the person who drafted it. Give it to the coach then. Like, I'm just saying, like, of all the performances that Godv has had in the split, he's had some good ones, to be fair. He's had, like, a bunch of echo plays, like, where he does look for the 1v1s and he wins them. He looks like a god, absolutely, but not in this one. 100% not. Regardless, LGD did take game 1 in this set and will have the lead as we move on in this best of 5. So we're going to take a quick break while we set up for the next match. We'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back to the LPL. We're here with the, not the qualifying round, the elimination round, unfortunately, for GT and LGD, who are coming into Game 2 here. And it's, you said during the break for us, but it's probably going to be a 3-0. I came in with such high expectations for GT and LGD, to be fair. Looked incredibly good over the last couple of games that they've played. But GT, like, I just cannot fathom, A, why they picked up a split push composition, which was horrific during the regular season, and B, banned out junglers against Amy. Like, they could have gone anywhere else. They could have closed their eyes and picked random champions, and that probably would have been better than banning things against Amy.
I mean, at this point, you should just go back to Comfort. I 100% agree with you, which West got his Comfort pick, but so did Savoki. And unfortunately, Savoki's Comfort picks, the Nautilus and the Tom Kench, just sacrifice all control bottom lane, which means that you need to go all in on Gimgoon. And I'm totally fine with that as a win condition for game talents, but they didn't do it. They did it for like 5 minutes, and they're like, are you good? Are you fine? And maybe that's on Gimgoon. You know, he is quite vocal in the team. He's one of the shot callers for them, so maybe he's saying you don't need to come top, you know, get things done elsewhere. And if that's the case, then blame does need to go on him, but ultimately he had a strong performance, and the team just didn't back him up.
Yeah, pretty much. But does it, though, if you're like in the top lane, you're like, okay, cool, I'm absorbing pressure from 2 people, I am pushing this lane, this entire like portion of the map you can control. You can go mid lane, you can control Issa, you can go for red buff even, and if the team isn't doing that, then it's blame is on both sides, right? So even so, and even if that is the case, just don't go split pushes. It doesn't work for you as a team.
I 100% agree with that, but they really couldn't go mid lane, because the thing is even if that's a 4v4 mid lane, LGD's team composition would win it because the Syndra was so much stronger. Like, you needed to use the Twisted Fate, and that's where I feel like the linchpin of all of their problems really is, and it's in Republic. Like, you cannot give Republic that type of responsibility, because I feel like he's going to drop the ball. Like, give him a lane dominant champion, let him rely on like his mechanics to just kind of survive and then help you in the 5v5, because he is a strong team fighter. But if you give him any sort of, you know, decision-making opportunity where he's the pivotal point that everything needs to work around, like the Twisted Fate, I feel like you're going to be disappointed.
I mean, the man was playing hot potato. He picked up the first blood of the game and just like fucking threw it in the air. And it's like, hey, you want this coffee? And it was like, oh, what do I do with this? And threw it at Gimgoon and then missed. It was just like, it was honestly, I don't know what, it was a food fight in the mid lane. I don't know what they were playing. It was the rest of the map was just doing random things. And this guy on your screen, Imp, he was the true MVP of that last game, because he was like, pick me Cockball and I will win the game. And he did exactly that. So in the second picks and bans from LGD's side, just play around Imp.
And it should be noted that Imp is wearing his 2015 LGD uniform, so definitely trying to dig deep for some sort of motivation. Yeah. The energy, like, LPL title winners, just rub this all over me.
The rest of the team is just wearing the normal jerseys there. So.
Yeah, the brand new 2017 jackets.
And that's what, just look down. Savoki, just look down. What does it say on your shirt?
Game Talents actually look defeated right now, and they still have so much of this series left to play. Very quiet, not talking to each other, whereas LGD, you can see that, you know, Amy's chatting back and forth to the coach. That DGC behind them there used to be the former coach of OMG before moving over to LG. They picked him up during the Chinese New Year break. So that was kind of the beginning of the end for me and my faith in LGD. I was like, wow, LG went out of their way on Chinese New Year to find a coach. No team does anything over Chinese New Year. They must be really serious. Like, I got on the hype train. I was so ready.
Good for a week.
Yeah, for 2015 LGD to return, and joke's on me, because here we are.
Yeah. But that 1 week was really good. They had a really inventive picks and bans. I was like, damn, if they do that every week, this could be something crazy in the LPL, and then they gave up. So I'm not really sure. But we're into game 2 of this best of 5. LGD against GT. Elise once more as a ban against Amy, while Cogmore and something, I think Gangplank? I think that's Gangplank from GT. While on the opposite side, it will be Rise, Malzahar, and Fizz towards GT.
So interesting that LGD would actually ban the Fizz. It was banned by Game Talents last time. We know that Jinyu plays it, and that's even more interesting is the priority pick of Kennen.
I can only endorse it if he builds AP, or if it's flexed to mid lane.
I can't endorse that ever.
Or AD carry.
Because A, there's so many top lane picks still available, and B, there's so many better priority picks. You have Jungler still available. Kled, Karma, Lulu. Why are we priority picking Victor? What is happening?
I'm honestly not sure. I do think Victor is a good takeaway from Republic at the same time, though, because the struggling mid laners have done very well in Victor. And that's not just to say he's a band-aid. Like, we've seen exceptionally good Victor plays coming out of Rookie as well. You know, Rookie is like one of the best. Rookie is one of the best mid laners in the entire LPL, and he's done incredibly well with the picks. So, still, Victor taken away. It will be Karma alongside it. The ban was actually Syndra, so apologies, Syndra. I did mistake you for Gangplank, and it is that one. So cool.
Does this headdress make me look
No, it looks
like a pirate?
Yes, like a pirate. And G2 will pick up Xiao Yu's Rankar.
Pick Lulu. You don't need to, but you could. They're going to pick an AD carry.
They are. It's going to be Caitlyn. Now, I'm very confused for Askerian, because I thought coming into this week that we would see the pinnacle of LGD and GT's play, not only just in-game, but also from pick bans. And right now, this is...
What makes you think that this isn't it?
I mean, I've seen better from both of these two teams. I honestly have. Like, LGD, they've been very smart in their picks and bans, especially after Lunar New Year, and in some of the series that they played against the top of the table teams.
I think at this point it really comes down to just comfort. I think Game Talents overreached last game, but LGD, you know, they went back to basics. They put Imp on the Kog'Maw, they had Godvi on the Syndra. This time around he's on Victor. You already spoke about, you know, Rookie's success on the champion. Godvi was kind of right there next to him. The only reason that LGD made that late split surge was because Godvi was hard carrying on Victor, or trying his best to do a Rookie impersonation on it. So I think that LG like backs against the wall. POL is like, I really like Karma, just give me that champion. Godvi's like, give me the Victor, this is fine.
You know what? I can be sold on that, because when you are fighting for your professional lives, sometimes just playing your comfort champions can just give you even an essence of comfort on the stage as well.
And we talk about this all the time with LGD. You know, other teams like Game Talents, all 5 members come and they form a fist and they punch you repeatedly with that fist. With LGD, all 5 members can't come together, so you just have like 10 random fingers running around just poking eyes. That's all LGD do. If they get you in the 1v1v1v1, then they beat you because they're just better players.
Yep. It's a true statement. On the opposite side, GT will ban out Ivan again against Amy and Lee Sin. So many jungle bans, which I still don't understand. But on the opposite side, it will be Lulu and Tam Kench towards Savoki, so not letting the Lulu come through with the Caitlyn.
I think it's going to be Rek'Sai again, yeah. The thing is this is 7.7. I believe what the Graves changes came through on 7.7, so no longer as strong as he once was, although I don't necessarily know if it's enough to reach all the way to Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
But certainly seems to be where Amy's most comfortable.
It's also a comfort champion, right? Like, this is what we saw from Amy way back when.
When Amy made his debut in the LPL, it was during the Cinderhulk meta. He used to be the jungler for Unlimited Potential, and he was mostly known as kind of a Kha'Zix one-trick when he was coming up. But as soon as he got into the LPL, Cinderhulk hits, and he's just playing, you know, tank junglers every single game. And unfortunately, that's where Amy really made his career in the LPL.
Well, here's GT with basically the same composition as Game 1, apart from the Rengar. And they had Ali's Game 1, but if this is now a Twisted Fate, then we actually just have the same comp. I mean, where else can Republic go? He's played some Echo. He's played some Ryze. Ryze has been banned.
His champions have always been
Victor,
Ryze, and Corki. Corki's not in the meta currently. There's that Echo that you were talking about, but the problem with Game Talents, and you can see this with Savoki as well, the fact that he has to keep going to Nautilus, their champion pools are so narrow and so limited.
Just the fact that Malzahar, Lulu, and Tam Kench are off the table, meaning Savoki's dead in the water and has to go for that Nautilus.
But they had the option before the likes of Lulu and Tom Kench were, you know, obliterated, that they could have done that. So this is why I continue to go back to the priority pick of Kennen. You know, why would you put so much value on that when Gimgoon probably has the largest champion pool of anyone at Game Talents? He could be the guy that can actually, you know, reach around and flex.
Now, this is an OG imp pick. He's going to bring out the Sivir here, and I'm actually surprised that we had 22 Sivir games. Did not feel like that many. I mean, we saw a bunch, specifically earlier on into the split. But yeah, 45% win rate on that champion, and Imp is very proficient with Sivir, even though he's going into Caitlyn right here.
I mean, next to Deft last year, Imp was probably the best Sivir player in our region. So speaking of comfort pick, definitely a throwback. The problem with Sivir right now is that she just doesn't really fit in the ecosystem of the itemization for AD carries. You know, she doesn't really get anything out of the Blade of the Rune King itemization. She couldn't really go the lethality build. Her number one thing is she can compete with wave clear the likes of Varus or Caitlyn in this instance can output, but it takes her so long to find these peaking moments. You know, even Kog'Maw, who's technically that hyper-scaling AD carry, is going to peak at 2 items, where Sivir's still like, okay, 3 items, 4 items, here we go.
Yep.
That said, late game, she's still going to be an absolute boss. She can crit your face off because she can hit the front line and then crit the back line. That's super fair, but it still takes you that 35, 40 minutes to ramp into it.
I mean, she's still a lawnmower of minions, right? Like, all the way through the game. So as soon as she has 1.5 items, she's just instantly destroying waves.
But you don't necessarily need a lawnmower. So typically when LG run this composition in the past, they did it with Kassadin. And Kassadin also got changed on 7.7. So I'm actually really surprised that they prioritized the Victor. It tells me that it's not just a comfort pick, but also playing that denial game away from Republic, trying to make him uncomfortable. Because everything about this comp from LGD, they've run it hundreds of times, but that is normally a Kassadin in the mid because you don't need the lawnmower when you have Victor, whose wave clear is up and ready so much longer or so much earlier than Sivir's.
Sure. At the very least, this could be good things for GT if LGD just have a neutral game, or even if GT get ahead, because if LGD starts stalling and they're like, okay, we'll go for a late game fight, this will be fine, and then GT will come out and just 5v5 them to death. That is a way that they can win the game. But just the fact that they've again picked up this Kennen, which many question marks over my head, and even more so that LGD just took a bunch of damage and I'm not entirely sure how.
I think they face checking Savoki is going to be my guess.
Ah, yes. That does make sense. Was there any summoners used? No, there were not. So everyone's going to just probably go back to base and get their health bars back to full.
But it's just
That's amazing.
it's the same type of composition coming out of game talents. But I want to quickly touch on the Keystone Masteries while they're on your screen. So this is 7.7. So we have 2 Warlords Bloodlust right now. One of the nice things about Sivir is that she does itemize into crit. She can crit off of those ricochets that we talked about. So Warlord's Bloodlust gets a little bit better, especially because she doesn't itemize lifesteal until, what, 4th item, if that. Normally now it's the armor penetration, so it's been even pushed back farther into 5th item, so this will help bridge that sustain.
That's pretty nice for her. But big questions of honestly just what Imp's going to buy with Sivir at this point in time, because I'm not even sure if he might go Blade of the Rune King, but it doesn't proc on his extra bounces, right?
The last time that we saw him, he went for the traditional build with the Infinity Edge, and then he went Static Shiv, as our observer is kind enough to show us the change. I love when they do this.
Yeah, because we get the numbers, but...
Quickly read all of our wonderful Chinese. Should be noted, though, that Weston Savoki did give a hard leash to that Rengar while he was doing his Raptor camp, so trying to springboard Xiaoyu into that level 6. Usually, when you have a Rengar, you just want pushing lanes because you want to protect him in the jungle. They don't actually get this opportunity, but they're across from Amy, and Amy's not really a jungler who's known for punishing the enemy.
Yeah. Right here, this was a classic level 2 punish from Godby. And I don't know why Republic would step up there, because he just already acknowledged he lost the level 2, so stepping up is just the worst thing that you could do. Don't do that at home. I would say that these are trained professionals, but... and then look at top lane. How's top lane doing? So again, it's the same matchup, and Jinnu, he honestly has to do the same thing. He just needs to stall out Gimgoon.
I do want to quickly talk about what Gavi just did, though, before we go to Gimgoon, is that he caught the aggro of the incoming wave to control and manipulate the push even more. So I thought that was quite clever, as Gavi's really trying to punish the 1v1 mechanics of Republic in the mid lane.
Yeah. It was super smart, honestly, and we're looking back at it again. It was just the fact that he got that level 2, which is the 7th minion on the minion waves as they come in. If you get that, instantly go in. Like, posture for it, defend the minion, just go in, and you will 100% win, because it's an instant around 600 gold worth of stats.
And it does mean that he's constantly extended. If we look back at last game, it should remind everyone that it was Gavi that gave away first blood. He doesn't have cleanse this time around, instead went the ignite route, but Xiaoyu's like, I'm a Rengar, and you have 25% HP.
We're looking for the gank, and West instantly goes down. Savoki, oh, the trap! 2,000 elo trap right there.
And that's the best you can hope for in that situation. Unfortunately, though, it was Savoki that picked up the kill instead of giving it to West. If you would just let the trap go off and then taken the tower aggro. Meanwhile, top lane, flash burn.
Yeah, Jinnu will respect the second bowler coming in from Xiaoyu. And he will back away now into his own jungle. So there is a Summoner Spell burn, which is nice for GT, and we'll try to loop back in on that play once more.
The other thing that's nice for Game Talents is, like Savoki picking up the first blood, or picking up the kill, it's PYL that picks up the kill in response. So not extra gold given over to Imp.
Yep.
Doesn't also get that springboard to try to rush him towards late game Sivir.
In the end of that mid lane, it won't turn into too much. There's only a few minions advantage to Godvi, as Republic will go back to base level 4. And it looks like he's going to run back to the lane, yeah, because the wave was pushed, so he doesn't need to TP at the moment. There's also a roam coming in from PYL and Amy, placing down these deep wards once again into Xiaoyu's jungle.
Yeah, it's a thing because he did pick up a kill. It's an early sight stun, although he is matched by Savoki because he also got the kill, as well as 2 control wards. We'll see where this is placed. It's actually going to catch out Rengar.
Yeah, Xiaoyu's going to find this big raptor being stolen away and will take it himself. It wasn't the worst. He did interrupt that, and Savoki also came up with Xiaoyu on his run back to the bottom lane.
The nice thing is that since Savoki has 2 control wards, not only can he clear out that initial ramp ward, he can then take his own control ward and place it even further, or pick it up and move it. He hasn't placed his second one yet. He could also place it in the bottom river brush if they ever get the push, but I doubt that Nautilus and Caitlyn will ever be forward enough to make use of that.
I was just taking a look at the CS differential between West and Imp, and right now it is about 22 farm, which is going to resolve somewhat because there are 7 minions heading towards West outside of this minion wave coming in right now. So he will get some of this, but he's also going to get harassed away by PYL. This is an intense battle over these Raptors. And Xiaoyu wins. Who's the superior jungler?
He's not getting any help from Godvi either, who is level 6 actually.
So is Republic, however.
And this is the scary thing because now the potential for dive is that much stronger.
Yeah, that's pretty random from Godvi. He places down the ultimate on top of Republic, but he'll run straight through it into Godvi. The best defense is a good offense, after all.
Teleport to a ward.
He's been spotted out. That was a heads-up ward from Jinnu, so he knows Gimgoon's there, and I think he knows that Xiaoyu's there as well.
Yeah, and the wave is about to crash though, so what is Jinnu going to do, and will Game Talents be brave enough?
Will Amy help? And the answer to that is a resounding no.
That's 100% no.
Xiaoyu has just bailed. He's not even looking for it. So all of this time is essentially being wasted as Amy is shoving this wave in.
Yeah, but LGD don't have any vision up into that top river, so simply Xiaoyu walking past the ward, he probably knew that it was there just because of how Jinnu was reacting to when they were playing with the vision. Alleviates all of the pressure off of Republic mid lane. So it's still quite clever from Game Talents to be like, they probably see us here. Let's just disappear into Fog of War and alleviate mid.
But the hook didn't really find its mark unless Savoki was looking for that minion, but West is gradually taking damage from these ricochets out from Imp. That will send him probably back to base, but he's going to stay. Feels he's safe enough having Summoner Heal left available for him.
Imp is probably the ballsiest Sivir player you are ever going to meet. He's constantly going to be forward and aggressive and thinks that he will outplay you with the spell shield. And most of the time it does work, but when it doesn't, everyone gets to laugh.
It's also a great pick into Savoki's Nautilus because at the very least he'll be able to spell shield the ultimate in from Savoki.
And just look at him punishing Savoki right there. That was, what, 5 auto attacks that Savoki can't do anything? But this is what I'm talking about. Like, Imp is not afraid to be forward on the line.
Well, Xiaoyu, his whole gang, all of that time he spent in the bottom lane was for nothing. Was for naught, as it were.
Which is even more punishing because Savoki now has level 6. Why not just communicate with your jungler? I'm, you know, X creeps off of 6. Just wait a second, and we can try to engage this with depth charge.
There's the time to do so, and he's now just ding level 6. Mid lane trading off once more, but Godvi did not even get hit up by the Z-Drive Resonance, so he's absolutely fine. Xiaoyu will take away this ward as well, and may actually just camp this lane. The fact that Imp and PYL, like, stayed up, saw the Rengar, and was just like, well, we know you're there, and didn't even back away.
Making sure that Savoki can't freeze the wave in front of the tower, so still very ballsy from PYL, the fact that he's playing so far forward, like you said, knowing the Rengar was there, but onus is on Game Talents to do something right now. Whether it's the 1v1 dive in mid lane because they feel confident that they have the chrono break, or some sort of play top lane, like they just need to get it going.
Bobby's
because
gonna kill Republic here. Republic had to use his ultimate on the spot because Godfrey just walked up and he knew that he was going to place down the disco ball.
And LGD are just going to sit here and continue to do this. Like, they're just going to scale up. Victor's going to have an incredible mid-game power spike because of how cost-efficient Hex Core is. Sivir is then going to be bridged into late game and get to be that AD carry despite the fact that she really doesn't fit in the meta due to her itemization, which if we check in on it, looks like it's going towards the Infinity Edge, so that very classic eye edge into 2 attack speed.
This is a disaster, and I still cannot understand why you would pick Kennen for the top lane here for Gimgoon when in game 1, let's be honest, he had the perfect setup for a split push Kennen. He had Herald, First Blood Tower all to himself. Like, that is so much gold, so many resources, and it still didn't work out. So why did you feel, GT, that in game 2, LGD would perform any differently and you do any better?
And it's pretty much the exact same composition as well. Yeah, it's not a Twisted Fate, but it's an Echo with Teleport. Game talents with this composition are still designed to play the split push. But the problem is we're never going to get to that point because they're all just naturally losing their lanes, save for this Kinnan, who is pretty much neutral with his lane.
Yeah. So Jinu's going to be fine, like, in these team fights or whatever, so it just doesn't make any sense. And Kled was available. It was banned out in game 1 from LGD. Just go back to your roots, because that's what LGD is doing. Like, every single member on this team is with a comfort champion.
Should note that they do have some sort of option here if they want to make a teleport play. There is a deep teleport ward in River for game talent, so if Gimgoon wants to back up, because otherwise this tower will fall and there will be 0 response from game talent. Rengar's on the bottom side of the map. You know that PYL and Imp are going to step forward to try to push down bot tower. Now is the time, Gimgoon. Shove the wave, disappear into Fog of War, and help your team.
There's the ultimate from Savoki. He'll place it down on PYL very smartly, but instant spell shield from Imp, and again the play is actually, like, it was just a simple outplay from LGD. This little league coach is getting angry.
Now who sounds like the disappointed parent.
Yeah.
And what's worse is that the teleport ward is now gone, so that's no longer an option. It was placed in the brush that led into River. Here goes the tower.
Honestly weird. Such a weird sequence of plays. West also gets tagged by the boomerang blade. Xiaoyu is barely holding onto this tower with his bot lane. And now West has to go back, so the tower's essentially gone, and Imp just got a bunch of mana back.
And it's eating so much time from Republic, he's not able to sit in the mid lane. It was already kind of a weak point for him anyway, you know, having to use his ultimate to just stay alive, getting bodied level 2. You can start seeing that open up in the CS discrepancy. That's what, a 30 CS?
Yeah.
It's amplified because Republic keeps cheating bottom, like, can I help you? Can we do anything?
Gimgoon's trading. I don't think he's going to win, though. I'm pretty sure Jinu has just won this 1v1. Or maybe not. Gimgoon, one auto attack finds it. Why did I doubt you, Godgoon? Finds the 1v1 kill.
Why are we playing melee Jace? Why does he flash forward?
Hell yeah.
Just,
that's what I'm talking about.
Or you could step back out of the stun range, not take the extra proc of damage from Kennan's ultimate, then flash forward.
I am so happy that Jinu decided to outplay himself there. That was amazing. Gimgoon knew he was going to do that and found the 1v1 kill. Absolutely incredible.
Why?
I'll be honest. All right, real talk. Jinu 100% had that.
He did!
you completely outplayed him.
But in response, LGD pick up the Cloud Dragon, but that's really nothing.
Can we get a replay?
The towers are traded evenly. They do get first tower advantage, so slight win there, but the more important dragon is going to be the Mountain Dragon in, what, 6 minutes? Let's say 5. So around the 18, 19 minute mark, we have to check in on itemization. Sivir will probably have 2 items completed.
Yep.
And because one of them's Infinity Edge, whereas Caitlyn's going the Blade of the Ruin King, Victor will have his upgraded Hex Core. I'm just quite going down the list. I'm going to give it to LGD, just in straight raw items of when they're going to hit their power points.
Okay. And you're saying that's at like 1 item or when we go for a fight? Or?
Yeah, it'll probably be 2 items for Sivir, upgraded Hex Core for Victor, or just about. And you'll probably have the makings, or at least the tanky stats of the Black Cleaver from Jace.
Yeah, pretty much. I definitely feel like LGD will win out in these fights, and that is not very good when you think of GT, because the whole thing, the whole jam, is getting these fights, finding these 5v5s. Again, they have Gimgoon in his bottom side, who, to be fair, just killed his lane opponent, which essentially just got gifted to him on a silver platter. So he does have that CS advantage and the kill, which has accelerated his item build.
But now that we've unlocked the AD carries, so yeah, Gimgoon is in a good position, but it's still going to be kind of a neutralized lane just because Jace is going to be able to clear. LGD are just doing the better job rotating their tower-taking machine in this Sivir. They threw him up top lane, he pushed the wave in, he forced Game Talents to respond by sending the Caitlyn up there, and then in the speed of which he's able to wave clear, he cuts mid lane, and he gets, 4 cheeky auto attacks on the mid lane tower. Just rinse and repeat, because Imp's going to do more damage in 2 lanes than Gimgoon's going to do in 1. Even if we're patient, we play the waiting game.
Yeah. Which is why that no matter how well the Gimgoon pick does here with the cannon, it just doesn't really matter for the composition because GT won't be able to execute it unless Gimgoon gets like 5 kills.
Unless they get a flanking teleport. And you can see that they're pinging the vision. So I just want Game Talent just to fight them, just to deep teleport that cannon. Because if LGD are going to be patient, if they're going to play 2 waves, constantly bouncing Sivir back and forth, then just punish Imp for being overextended because you know he's going to do it.
100% of the time, but at this point, I'm not even sure that the flank will work out. Like, Imp is 1.5 items.
Well, it won't now that the wards have all disappeared. I feel like Game Talent are just...
I know.
They're just 90 seconds too slow.
I know. You don't need to tell me. Like, I just...
It's making my blood pressure rise,
Me
balls.
too. Like, GT are just not looking like the same team that they were for the last 10 weeks.
Where has the fight gone?
Yeah, why are they trying to do something different? You don't need to be an SKT to win games. You just need to play your own game if you're good at it.
Unless you're against SKT, then you just lose.
Yeah, but that's an exceptional case, right? But if you're up against LGD, you're up against very much a Group A team, like all Group A. Hold on for a second, so Vici gets called out. All Group A were scrappers, right? Like individual talent coming together. The wild cards.
The Mavericks.
Group B,
Like
a
a
lot
couple
of
of gooses.
smart teams. You have like LGD, you have WE. These teams who play as a team. Oh my God, Republic. And like GT were able to exploit that in cross conference. So I felt like they would be able to do the same right now, but not when they're trying to play like a Group B team. What? Why? What was that? Why did you?
He's in! He's in! Nope, it's Republic. He's out. We're out. Disengage. Eject.
Just take the tower. Get out of here. Amy will finish it off.
I thought it was the god himself
Oh my
ascending
Lord.
from the heavens to save Game Talents, but he's like, nah, mate.
Okay,
These
so
creeps.
Gimgoon took the bottom tower, and why I was freaking out was West, like, okay, I can tell that the pressure is getting to him because his 90 caliber nets have been atrocious in this series. He 90 caliber netted into a bubble last game. He went like 2 inches and netted into the wall. Like, I don't know what's going on, but West is feeling the pressure.
And here we go. This Mountain Dragon, because I 100% agree with you, is about to come up. We have a minute left. Bam. Sivir is now on 2 completed items. The Hex Core hasn't been completed yet, but Godfrey's probably sitting on a lot of gold, making his back, so we'll see if that comes through. And you already have the tanky itemization coming in from Jinu on his Black Cleaver. There's the Health Crystal. I think that this Mountain Dragon is free for LGD just on their item breakpoints. The problem is, I'm afraid that Game Talents will try to fight them, and if they do, they're going to get wiped, and that will be the end. So Game Talents, just let it go.
Yep.
Get the farm, take your Caitlyn, continue to push it up, play the split push, or play the side lanes, have Gimgoon race for another item, maybe get some more power on your Echo. Don't bite into this.
Honestly, I don't even know if GT have Watch Frozen. I'm pretty sure they're not going to let it go, and they're just going to go straight for this Baron, for this Dragon, and Baron. They'll go for Baron at 2 minutes, of course they will. And it just won't make any sense. And right now, I'm pretty sure that the meme of AD carries in 2017 lol is gone, because we've seen in the last 2 days that AD carries can carry a game by themselves. Like Jin Zhao, absolute monster yesterday for Aimee. Imp just won that last game by himself. So AD carries, like, if you get ahead or one falls behind, can literally win or lose a game for you.
But here is something smart from Game Talents. Look, they're not taking the fight. Instead, they're trying to call LGD's bluff, and they're forcing up mid lane. Problem is, they're flanked.
What the? Jinu, oh my God, just instantly assassinates the AD carry. Savoki trying to make it over the wall, but Jinu is chasing you and find another one. 2 kills over to Jinu. That was sick.
We were, again, 50% of the way there for Game Talents. It was the right idea, but the execution fumbled, and it's West who pays the price there. Meanwhile, AFK top lane, is he aware that this isn't flex queue? That he is literally playing for his season?
Maybe. Maybe he's just muted the whole team. Like, it's like, you just will do whatever. I'll play Kennen. I'll take this top tower. Guys, I got it. Oh, we lost mid tower, and we're going to lose another tower. Well,
They're just going to push through.
okay. Chowie was stopped. Jinnu's going to kill him. Unless Gimgun comes down, he's dead. Republic, 1v1 against God V. Jump back with the chrono break.
Miss Laser, there's a window for Republic to run. He's like, the laser's down, I'm out of here.
Oh, man. Well, Zhao Yu made it out, luckily, at the help of Gimgun, but that stopped him from moving to the mid lane, so mid-inner just died, and LGD on 4 towers to 3. Republic is still going for this. Onto Godby, finds the sun, gets the outplay.
But where was that 5 minutes ago?
Where was that last game? Well, it's not too little too late just yet.
It is on that play.
Well, okay, yes, but still, getting the kills here, ramping up, is what GT wants. And all in all, it's around a 3,000 gold advantage for LGD. So it's bad, but it's not the end of the game just yet for them.
I will say best case scenario for Game Talents, just because LGD are currently ahead of them in this marathon that it feels like we're going for. If this game goes out to 40, 50, 55 minutes, you then get into that point of like, who's the superior late game carry? Caitlyn or Sivir. Both of them have incredible range. Caitlyn through her natural range, Sivir through her ricochet range. But I feel like Caitlyn's always going to win that out just because she can hit you in the 1v1 before you can hit her.
I feel
so
like Imp is going to win.
Yes, that was the other thing then is like, the problem is that it's not just the Caitlyn. In the same way that Syndra got the MVP but Godfrey didn't.
Yeah.
It's Imp Sivir versus West Caitlyn.
Yeah. And that's it. Imp will find a creative way to win that 1v1 regardless. Like, West just chunked himself by going for these Raptors, for example, whereas, like, Imp, he goes to the top lane, pushes out this wave, is on 2.5 items, and PYL is always with him. Like, I just imagine a world where Imp goes into a team fight and ricochets everyone to death, because it's going to happen. And he's ramping up. This is exactly the same position as Game 1, except he was on Cogball.
Yeah, and right now they're looking for the exact same nail in the coffin for Game Talents. They're setting up around their Baron. There's no reason to play towards the bottom side on that because Dragon's not up. Even if it was, it's a Cloud Dragon next. So probably for the next 10, 15 minutes, even if we last that long, it's going to be all about mid and Baron.
And Jinnu, the fact that he got those 2 kills, it could not have been more perfect for LGD, because that brick wall just got a whole lot stronger. So Gimgun is actually probably slightly behind in gold now with Jinnu, probably basically even, but still they were both on 2 items, and before he would have had that slight advantage having the 2 items over like an item and a half, which would have allowed him to continue bullying that matchup.
I mean, I feel like it's kind of burst damage versus sustained damage, so there's definitely still, like you said, that outplay potential that if Jace doesn't land the big burst, that Kennen can walk him down or kite him out just because he has the Frozen Mallet now as well as the Bork, so he's got the built-in sustain and the kite potential, but it's just a matter of who's going to outplay who. I'm weighting that towards Gimgun, but it might not be enough because the 4-man squad that's left on the map are definitely weaker than LGD right now.
Problem is, it doesn't even matter that much because like Gimgun can win and kill Jinnu and probably take a tower. Whereas Jinnu, if he kills Gimgun, the game ends. Because LGD have taken Baron and probably won the 4v4 as well. So like, what, kind of like the product of what comes from that is just way better for LGD regardless. Why it just doesn't make any sense that GT are on a split push composition. I sound like a broken record.
I'm shocked that we haven't seen Kennen at least attempt a single flank. Like, I understand that it's no longer the AP Kennen, that he doesn't have the hourglass and the big AP burst damage with his ultimate, but he's not winning these side lanes either.
Nope. But his base damages, you know, for us, like, you can still do this when you hit level 6 to like around level 9 when items are less impactful than brawl ability stats. Gimling is just getting his health from this. Then you can still go for those flanks because your ult still does a lot of damage. It still has a bunch of utility. But he didn't.
It would give him time for just simply even Republic to do the damage for him. Republic's still doing, you know, massive amounts of burst damage. He has his Lich Bane, he has his Proto Belt. Like, Like, if he gets onto that back line, Imp will die.
Yeah, he will. But right now, I'm not even sure of that because Imp has gone for a very smart item build. Republic caught out in the top lane. He'll look for the assassination on PYL. We'll get a lot of damage down, but I think he's... No, he's just straight up dead. Imp does too much damage.
Is that spell shield used on the ultimate? I have to get a replay of it.
Yeah, I think so. I think it looked like he did. He also had the shielding from PYL, so I couldn't tell with the animations, but it looked like he did. Because Imp didn't even take any damage.
But LGD continue to play top side of the map right now. They still have complete control over the Baron pit, save for that single ward that does catch PYL starting it. But we said that this was going to be the play, and for the next 15 minutes, we're still going to be locked here until this purple worm goes down.
We're going to go down pretty shortly. Xiao Yu caught out. He'll flash away from the play. Junior's going to turn up as well. PY almost died from Baron, but LGD are back on towards it. They just took too much damage on the support, though. They'll have to back away.
And this opens up tempo advantage for Game Talents. They can now just rush it down mid lane. They have the inside track, so it should be a free tower at this point with both Kennen and Caitlyn in position. So big win for GT. That was off of a very clumsy mistake from LGD.
It's like one of these not like this situations, though, Frost. Like, as much as I want to see GT win at least a game in this series, not off a complete blunder from LGD where they literally spoon-feed GT a play. And that's what that was. Like, GT didn't even particularly do anything well in that other than just turn up to the Baron, walk over there, and LGD just kind of fell over. They'll pick up this dragon. There'll be another cloud dragon for them. Imogen is waiting for Jinnu. He gets the jump on them. Jinnu does have a lot of burst, but gets the first stun down, looking for the second stun. Knocks him away. Amy's there to try and defend. Xiao Yu comes in, flash out from Jinnu. Amy turns it around, big shock blast. And the ultimate from Godby looks to find the kill onto Xiao Yu. He's 100% dead. He hated the 80s. He didn't want to dance to that disco ball.
And it looks like a very familiar play this time around from game one, except it was Jinnu getting the returned favor. So Godby's like, I got you this time. Sitting in the back pocket, Victor.
This game is honestly depressing for any GT fans.
I feel it's especially depressing for you.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh!
Here comes Republic. And this is honestly a 50-50. This could go well. Godby might kill him. We'll see. Oh, Republic apparently does a lot of damage. He'll turn onto Amy. Here comes Gimgoon around the corner. Savoki with the lockdown. Should be a second kill. And just as I say it, GT turn it on, but they will lose Baron.
100% though, Hope is still alive. They don't have their jungler. Can they get there in time? They are rushing.
It's gone.
That is a very late teleport. Can he stop them?
No.
Flash the wall!
Nope. Oh my lord. Well, it's fine, but GT, just play your own game. Like, you've kind of done okay in this game, but LGD, if you try to play their game, they will win.
I understand that Gimgoon wanted to A, get home guard, and B, heal
to
up.
run them down, yeah.
But he could have TP'd earlier.
To try and disrupt them in the first place.
Just to disrupt them and kill them to make sure that none of the Baron got. There's so many small kind of micro mistakes that are going on. And I don't mean micro in terms of like mechanical.
Yeah.
I mean micro in terms of small. And they're just stacking up for Game Talents in like this big snowball effect.
Really are. And Imp is only just getting bigger and bigger. 3 items. Like now he is carving through these minion waves. New Republic was there. And Imp is just, literally, it doesn't matter what champion you put him on, he's going to do the same thing every single game.
He's just going to automatically win the lane, and I feel this goes back to Savoki in particular and Game Talent's draft. You know, prioritize a comfort pick for Savoki, or you've got Soul sitting on the bench there. Maybe change it up, because you cannot afford to continue to give away your 2v2 across from Imp and PYL. At least when your jungler's not assisting. It's one thing to have the Nautilus then, but then prioritize the ganking jungler and just 3v2 them bottom every single time.
And historically, the bot lane problems has not been the biggest issue for them because they go into these late game team fights, they go in for these constant scraps and skirmishes that they just end up winning out by a war of attrition. Like, sure, they die sometimes, but they kill the enemy more than they do die. But in this one, like, they're trying to play an LGD game, and this is happening. LGD know how they play, and they do it better. They take the bottom tower, they have this Baron buff, they had the flank coming in from Jinnu as well. And LGD very close to cracking this inhibitor tower. The ultimate from Godby used the zone and almost kills West. And that alone has basically just allowed LG to open up this base.
It'll certainly be at least the inhib, and meanwhile, Gimgoon still nowhere to be found in assisting his team.
Hook from Savoki, Republic was the damage. Zonya's picked up from Godby, and he may not even die. Xiaoyu's on top of his face, but Godby's running away here, and he actually just drops him into the Guardian Angel. West is doing what he can, just loses his support. Imp goes down to West, and West is actually going off in this team fight. Kills 2. PY will lock him down finally. But West did get those 2 kills in the end. It's a 2 for 3. Still advantage to LGD, while Gimgoon thoroughly losing this against Jinnu.
He's just trying to cut back behind Karma, but Jinnu's doing a great job tracking him down to make sure that Gimgoon can't be the pincer maneuver.
Looks like Jinnu's going to find it pretty hard to catch up to him now, so we'll go towards this minion wave, but still another massive win for LGD.
Yeah, the damage has been done. The bottom inhib is down, which should mean that a free Baron on second rotation. Likewise, the rest of the map is just shoved into game talent. So not only do they lose their inhib, but they lose any sort of tempo that they could try to trade back while LG are resetting themselves on the map because they have to clear out all of these lanes.
Gimgoon continuing to push. He's now on 3 items himself, but he has gone for pretty much the raw damage build. Hasn't gone for any of like the withstand or anything to do with like Godby. Feels like there's more AD damage on the enemy team, so he's pretty good in these fights. But like Gimgoon,
What fight?
I don't even remember if he was in the last fight. Was he in that last fight?
No, he was playing with Jinnu.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why even go for the Hurricane in that situation? Now he's in this 1v2, turns it onto Godby. Does he have the damage? Redemption comes down. That's a resounding no. And Godby with the kill there in the 1v2. Like, Gimgoon has built to hit multiple people.
And this would be such a disappointing game for Gimgoon to kind of, leave his career off on, because loser here will exit the LPL. Gimgoon has actually been ejected from the LPL twice. But he made it back.
Yeah. Next time, I mean, he's got so much talent. If doubt that it will happen again. Jinnu is going to get dropped in the mid lane, but he's just yelling, I life for Aya, because I'm just going to die and top lane tower goes down and LGD get another advantage. Like, it honestly doesn't matter. The fact that Gimgoon died means that Jinnu can die and just absorb pressure.
But you can already tell what LGD want is they're quickly moving around the map. They don't continue to push their luck and press forward. They say, okay, game talents are busy with the bottom side of the map. The Baron timer is probably about to come up on the screen. So let's take the free dragon, start clearing out the vision, set up our wards ahead of time, and more importantly, get control of the side lanes. Get everything pushed in, reset, take Baron in game.
Another Cloud Dragon. Almost lucky for GC, the fact it was triple Cloud for LGD. But it still doesn't matter.
So there's the Baron timer. It is now 2 minutes. Game talents, you have 2 minutes to do the impossible and save this game for yourselves. Get a ward on Baron, get a ward behind Baron, and start setting up for the miracle flank.
No one get caught. And that includes you, Gimgoon. Oh, PY all of the slow. Okay, luckily Imp didn't get a crit there.
But that window of opportunity that Game Talents had to try to rush towards the Baron pit while LGD were busy with the Dragon just to place down vision is now gone.
They just need a ward there so they can A, see the LGD on it, and B, just get these teleports in. Okay, I don't know why GT stepped up, but someone's going to pay for it, and it's most likely going to be Savoki.
So the idea that Game Talents want to do there is they want to push the mid lane forward because they want to pull or lure LGD out of the Baron area to clear and to pressure the wave. The problem is that you have to know that that's going to leave you open to the flank, so you can only do that if A, you have this significant vision where you see them coming for the flank, you can disengage appropriately, or B, you are set up for the 5v5, which they were not.
4 items now in Gimgoon, but it's a 4v5, and Imp is just doing too much damage. And that trap line is doing something to me, and I don't like it.
Do you like to color in the lines?
I do. I want it to be a perfect line, or like at least symmetrical. So if you form like a semicircle, then that's okay, but that is an abomination.
Can you make a smiley face with the traps? Do you have enough? 5? 2?
Two
No,
eyes.
you wouldn't.
No.
You need one more.
Yeah, 6 traps. 1, 2, Yeah, or it could not have a nose, so you could do like 2 eyes.
When have
and
you
then
ever
the
done a
3.
smiley face with a nose?
Yeah, but you can still. That's what I'm saying. You can use the 3 to do a kind of a mouth thing. Imp's gonna block this with spell shield.
I'm saying that 3's not enough for a mouth. Like, you need like a full-on grin, like
Okay.
a Savoki grin.
You could add control words.
Yeah, you could put 2 control words on either
Yeah.
side. You'd be good.
Yeah.
Wanna know how I got these scars?
Fighting LGD. Fighting GT. I mean, it's supposed to be like that, right?
Never warding Baron.
Yeah. Game Goonies back in the bottom lane. And LGD have actually, oh my god, they do so much damage. Like, the Baron's already gone.
And now they can kick back their brick wall. Oh, never mind. They're
Xiaoyu's
going to end the
dead.
game.
Xiaoyu's 100% dead. Republic's going to jump in to try and save the day. Gets a triple stun, but Game Goon needs to do something. He needs to save his team. Snapback, kill onto Godfrey. A 1 for 0 so far. We'll trade Republic's life,
Oh,
but here
Caitlyn!
comes West as well. Is he gone? Where did he go? I have no idea where West just disappeared to, but he gets the headshot. There's a kill onto Imp. And that may have just stabilized. Nope, Jinu found the 1v1 against Game Boon.
It doesn't matter. Republic is flexing on them. They at least stall the siege attempt of LGD. And good news for Game Talents, their bottom inhib has come back up. So yes, the Baron survives on multiple members. Oh no, bad to worse.
Oh, Jinu's
Oh,
actually
God.
just found West. Good hook from Savoki. He's trying to keep his AD carry alive, but Jinu's doing so much damage. Turn around,
would you
finds the
kill?
kill. And Savoki can't do anything now. Jinu is good to go. Oh,
No. Caitlyn, no. Why? Why would you queue?
you were the chosen one,
You
West.
were auto attack range! Okay, so fun fact about Caitlyn.
Okay.
In the animation that it takes for her to queue, you can get off, at this point, probably like 2 auto attacks, which is
Yeah.
going to do more damage anyway. Even if you get off a single auto attack, if you
Yep.
crit on it, you're still going to do more
Yep.
damage. So the only time you would queue at this point in the game is because it outranges your auto attack. So you use it as the fadeaway or as the opener for like an AoE ability. But
Yeah.
you got Hurricane anyway. That,
Yep.
that
Yep.
Q killed
Yep.
him.
Straight up. The windup was a full second. Republic, this was a great stun from him. The West gone in immediately.
Yeah, Republic goes off this game. He ults back and just deletes Godby. Look at that disgusting damage. And then he's going to play Ring Around the Rosies for a bit in the duration of his stasis and pick up the second kill on Imp over time with the, what is it, Z-Drive Resonance?
Time windup.
Time Winder. There you go. So that's a pretty one, you know, buy one, get one free from Republic. Good bang for your buck. Very
This is
efficient
the
member.
15% for us. This is the 15% on Republic when he has one of those games where he actually does really well. But it wasn't for the entire game. And oh my god, they actually just walked through that trap line. This inhib is pretty much dead. Gimgun is with the team though. So the split pusher has finally arrived. There is a chance that this works out well. In comes Republic. Oh, he jumps away. We'll get that same damage this time around. Goffy jumps forwards, pops the ultimate. Jinu trading off against Gimgun, knocks him away out of the fight. West poking away at Amy, just doesn't really have the damage right now. Rengar off to the back lines. Godfrey receiving the ace in the hole, and actually GT, that was really good.
Yep, still slowing it down. That said, Elder Dragon will be spawning in 30 seconds, and Game Talents had to forfeit 2 of their inhibs this time around. So they should just be stuck on base clearing duty. Onus is still on LGD to end the game, though. Pick up the Elder, try to fight Game Talents. West is doing a significant amount of damage. Like, Hope's alive, but it's like 20-80.
Yeah.
No, I'll give him 30-70.
30?
Yeah.
It's pretty big. Give him 25. I'll meet you on the middle ground.
Republic's doing a lot of damage if he coordinates his ult well.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if he uses it defensively again, then that's like 0.
I mean, it's almost impossible to use the ultimate offensively and competitive because it's so easy to just see where the clone is, like dance around it. So it's actually
You say that,
low
but
chance. Yes, okay, you're up against LGD, so it chances very significantly. But Elder Dragon has been started. Ace in the hole. Imp did not spell shield. He blocked it with his face.
caught it with his teeth.
He did. Hurt a little bit of crack, but this dragon is dropping low, looking for the smite. Goes over to Xiaoyu! GT, this is your time to try and win this fight. Republic jumps in, jumps back again, doesn't get the damage, but Gimgun over the wall. It will be surviving from this one. Republic brought into the fight again. He's going to be eliminated. Good hook from Savoki, but he also falls. A 2 for 2 so far. Another kill over to Imp, and he is just going to kill everybody if he gets in range.
The decision making of when West chooses to plant his feet and fight was just so far off base. But yes, Xiaoyu, you do get credit. You stole the Elder Drake. Godvy's now just making sure that Gimgoon and Rengar cannot back, so just delaying them, while LG are going to end the game.
Yeah, Imp and PY are more than enough to deal with Xiaoyu. That tower is just absolute paper right now. Imp is just going to tear through it. Look for the kill on the Nexus. Look for the kill onto Xiaoyu. Either's fine, honestly, in Imp's buck, and it will just burn the flash. The style on Xiaoyu, as PYL just wants to finish the game. He's going to go right on top of this one. The Nexus is going to fall, an anticlimactic ending, but Game 2, over to LGD.
LGD now match point away from not re-qualifying into the LPL, but at least keeping their careers alive. They would have to face Young Miracles in the next portion of the qualifying round, but you can see they're not too happy with themselves despite the victory.
Yeah, but they're staying focused. You know, Godv with a couple of words there to Imp at the end of the game. And that's what we wanted to see from LGD. And LGD are playing their game, and it's working out well for them.
Frankly, but they're still not playing fundamental, clean League of Legends. They have kind of peaks and troughs of it.
Yep.
But even take that Elder Dragon fight. There's no reason for that to be a 50-50 smite contest when you have two inhibitors down, the top lane and the bottom lane. Just be patient. Wait for the super creeps to eat up Game Talent's time, and don't give the smite away to Rengar in the first place.
And that was just a straight up pretty smooth graph, honestly. There was a couple dips. There was like 2 dips I can see there from LGD, but overall it was a pretty meteoric rise. While GT just didn't really do anything. They didn't have any of the dragons. Again, they go for the split push composition. Like, Gimgoon's damage is low because he's only split pushing. He's only hitting one person at maximum. On the opposite side, I think that's probably the same gold graph from game 1.
That is the lowest damage I think I've ever seen a Rengar do.
Yeah, less than Nautilus, less than Savoki. Savoki didn't even go for a Sunfire kit. I don't even know how Savoki outdamaged him.
And it felt like Xiaoyu had much more presence, at least, for this series than Amy, so that is disheartening to say the least.
Yeah, for sure. And Xiaoyu got an extremely good start to his jungle as well. I know the team was just like giving him like the super pull on his red buff, but wasn't able to do anything really in that early game and transition it. But this was almost a carbon copy of game 1 in terms of the composition that G2 were running.
And I feel like that's where a lot of the problems start for Game Talents. It's in that draft phase with those compositions. You said it over and over during the cast. You know, why are Game Talents trying to play this split push game with a priority pick on Kennen and then following it up with kind of like double teleport, Twisted Fate, or Echo? They've never been a team that plays the side lane assignments. They just don't do it well enough. They have always thrived in the chaos. They've always thrived in the 5v5. But it's LGD that are drafting the 5v5 compositions, that have the Sivers, that have the Victors. And yeah, it's denying comfort away from Game Talents, but there's got to be something left in the tank. And if there's not, then you're not organizing your draft effectively to get those guys with smaller champion pools. There's champions first. Like, why is Savoki constantly on Nautilus if he really only plays Tahm Kench? Just priority pick the Tahm Kench if you're already priority picking Kennen. Like, both of them are bad ideas either way.
100%, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, GT, but you're still you're too stupid to make the split push work. It just doesn't work for you, because regardless of how Gimgoon does, we can see in that game, gets the solo kill, pushes the lane, gets a tower, great. Did the same thing in game 1, great. Doesn't matter because you can't play around the 4 correctly, and Imp will still kill you over and over again. And when the win condition is LGD with Imp, getting him to 2 items and then just murdering everybody, then it's not going to happen. And it's so disheartening to see a team like G2 who had such a solid identity in the LPL. It was like, this is the team who will fight. Doesn't matter who you are. You can be the smartest team on the Rift. You can be a WE. We're still going to draw you into the chaos, which is fighting you over and over and over again, because we just have go buttons on our team. We have pick a Kled. We just go in. And that's how they picked up wins in unlikely scenarios, because they just went in. And I just do not understand why they're not going back to the core of what makes them a team.
That said, this is definitely the core that makes LGD a team. They are built around Imp. They went back to the comfort picks. Such a throwback, in fact, that Imp went back to 2015 and pulled out the Sivir. It has been played in 2017, I believe 23, now 24 games total. But out of, 231, that's not a lot.
It's not, but Imp, another game where he just had an exceptional performance, and he probably should have been the MVP of Game 1 as well, if not over to Jinnu, who's also been pulling his weight.
So this is the last game, Elder Dragon, and I just want everyone to take a moment and look at the map right now. There is no reason that this should have been a 50-50 smite, and as close as it was when LGD had control over 2 pushing lanes. All they needed to do was be patient and wait for those waves to take over. That said, they got fortunate because even though the Elder Dragon was given away, they had the gold deficit to compensate for the battle stats either way, and West chose a terrible time to plant his feet and just be like, this is it, boys.
Yeah, he just like loads the shotgun and just like just mow down. And it's like, well, I don't know why you did that. But West has honestly had not a great performance in this entire series. We don't expect him to win up against Imp. Of course, that's not going to happen. Like, Imp is Imp at the end of the day. But we do expect him to at least make the right decisions. Like, he's had so many bad 90 caliber nets on the Caitlyn. Like, he's had bad positioning, bad decision making. And I understand the pressure gets to you. You're fighting for your professional career. But you actually, like, you need to be the consistent damage source of the team, because if Gimgoon's not going to arrive in the fight, then the damage needs to come from somewhere.
This is the thing. You said it exactly. We don't expect West to win in the 1v1, but we expect game talents to actually take games off of LGD in the 5v5 as a team. They are a better and more cohesive unit when they choose to do that.
Yep, the focus wasn't there, but we'll see if they can refocus as GT are fighting for their lives. It's match point over to LGD. We're going to take a quick break before we come back and see if they can make it the clean sweep. Welcome back to the LPL and the promotion tournament here with GT and LGD. LGD currently lead the series 2-0 in this best of 5 and just need one more win to move on in the promotion tournament, while GT are inches away from death and losing their careers here in the LPL and moving into the LSPL, where they will spend the next split. But for us, Guren, I know you're happy because LGD are putting on a good performance. It's not an exceptional performance. It's honestly not the same performances we've seen from LGD in some of their best games in this split, because they've had some real good peaks, but they are performing well and well enough to completely demolish GT.
And this is what we kind of expected going into this tournament. You had to suspect that LGD were going to be the favorites here, but this is the both 2 6th place teams. And it's kind of now... Game talents are the ones who look like their spirits are crushed right now on stage. You know, they kind of look out of whack. They're not playing to what we expect from them. You can see that everyone looks a bit shut down. But LGT's spirits were crushed during the regular split. And you have to question if there's such a big discrepancy between Group A, 6th place, and Group B, 6th place, where LGD are literally just blowing game talents out of the water. Their group wasn't that much more significantly harder. In fact, out of the 3 top teams, 2 of them are in Group B. Like, it baffles my mind. If game talents, their spirits are crushed now, LGD's spirits were crushed over the entire domestic split, and that's what led them down this dark path.
In a weird way, maybe that gives them an advantage coming into this.
We were born in the darkness.
We've been living this for weeks, you know. We know how this feels, where GT felt like they could continue picking up wins later on into the season, but I mean, every component of LGD is working today, which is really big for them. And even though GodV had honestly a weird game 1, his game 2 was much better.
You can see game talents marching back towards the firing squad is what it feels like right now, talking to the coach. Gimgoon, again, one of the more vocal members, one of the shot callers within the team, obviously getting a few words with his coach. So I don't want to see another Kennen pick. I want that to go away. Or if he does pull out Kennen, I want to see it in a team fight. I know it's not the big AP upfront burst damage Kennen, but Gimgoon, your team, your squad needs you to reach deep and pull them up.
And it has to be that. It needs to be a 5v5. It's got to be a team fight composition. We cannot stress it enough. Just cannot play split push. It is not the team's identity. Like, we haven't actually, I feel like we've seen it from anywhere around the world where a team has one style and they completely swap at their style going into like a playoffs or a relegation tournament.
Just welcome to the LPL Pulse, where you'll watch LGD, or excuse me, WE, EDG, and RNG all season. They'll go to an international event and completely forget what they're doing.
Oh yeah, I've seen it from domestic to international, but I'm saying domestically. Like, a team changing its style, it's the same stage, it's a different tournament.
Look at Savoki. Savoki never looks like that. He's always jovial, he's always happy, he's always bouncing in his seat, like big green. Like, there's a reason why Tom Kinch is associated with Savoki. Not only because that's the champion that he plays all the time, but he always has that big grin like Tom Kinch does. I've never seen Savoki so shut down before.
He's also lost his sideburns. I don't know what's up with that. He had the most glorious sideburns in the entire league.
That's a big hit.
Yeah. Do not understand what is going on, but we're about to get into the Champion Select once more here for us. And I think we've been pretty clear on what we want to see from GT. And from LGD's side, we're not talking about them much because they don't really need to change much.
I just want to see some life from them, but for 3 straight games, Game Talents will take the priority pick, and we finally have something different.
Oh, thank you, LGD. Hello? What was this? What was this banning phase? Elise Rengar, Elise Renekton, Jace coming in from GT. LGD ban out Rise, okay. Malzahar, alright. Then ban out the Kennen? The Kennen is what GT were outplaying themselves with, and they gave Gimgoon Fizz.
I mean, to be fair, if you're Jinnu and you're going back every single stage, probably the only thing you're hearing from him is, can we please get rid of this Kennen? Can someone please help me? Can we do something about this? Because he soloed killed Jinnu in both games, so I can understand from a vocal perspective, you know, we step back, we're looking at the big meta picture, like, that Kennen is costing them the game, but it's probably causing Jinnu a lot of stress and calms.
Enough to give over Fizz, who has only lost a single game in the LPL and has 11 wins. Either way, Syndra and Karma have been picked up by LGD, and we're looking towards a response from GT, which is Graves and Ash.
He's not dead. Graves alive and well still on 7.7. I like the fact that West is mixing it up and going for the Ashe. He's not performing well on the Caitlyn, which is concerning because he's also a Caitlyn player, but they're giving him some of that, you know, engage potential, which this is already looking more like a 5v5 comp. Yes, you expect that with Fizz, they're going to go back to the split pushing, but I feel like Gimgoom's going to do it this time.
Yeah, just because Fizz is insane at the moment. Yeah, if there's any pick that he can carry on, it's definitely the Fizz. Fiora was picked into it, though, from Jinnu, and this matchup has consistently gone terribly for everybody, including Duke, who we saw yesterday. And Duke is Duke, so the fact that Duke couldn't make that matchup work really says something towards it. As Rumble comes in as a ban towards... What does Rumble come in as a ban towards? They're assuming Fizz goes mid, I guess, for Republic, and then goes for something else.
That could make sense, but we expect it will go in the hands of Gimgoon. Again, Republic has a relatively small or narrow champion pool. I like the fact that, again, they're still consistently putting pressure on Imp. They don't feel or trust West on the Caitlyn, so they take the other big champion that Imp likes to play, which is the Ashe. I'll be curious if they ban another AD carry to try to 1-2 that, or maybe they're going to try to put more pressure on... I feel like they have to do AD carry. It's either that or jungle. I guess you ban the Ivern.
I guess so. There's the Lulu ban towards GT, and Caitlyn towards Imp, so Kog'Maw's still open if they want it, and a Sivir ban.
Okay, I had an inkling, but I wasn't sure that they would do it, because again, they just banned, you know, kind of two of the more fringe pick AD carries when someone like Jhin, or excuse me, someone like Varus is still available.
They may even just give him last pick,
Kog'Maw. See, this is the thing. If he doesn't pick up Varus right here, it's because he wants to see the full composition from Game Talents to tell him if he's confident enough taking the Kog'Maw into it.
Or Twitch. Like,
or
he could
Twitch.
go either of those ways, but he just needs to see the matchup now from GT, and they have to show their hand. Lee Sin comes out for Amy. And
Champion that was banned away from him consistently over the course of this series.
Yeah. Thinking about the Tamkench for Savoki, I would like it personally. Was also banned out against him, and it's pretty much his champion, so just bring it in.
If you're gonna go out with a bang.
And then final pick from GT. It's gonna be a mid laner or a top laner.
Victor is available if Republic wants to kind of go back to tried and true. He did have a good performance on that Echo in Game 2, including getting the double kill on both the AD carry and AP carry in one of those core team fights.
I like the Victor personally. I feel like Republic has performed best on the Victor, even though it's a small sample size. So yeah, he will indeed bring in the Victor, and it is the Fizz top laner for Gimgoon. He already selected summoners, so it was a bit of a hint towards what GT were looking for. And LGD, final pick for them. It is Varus in the end.
Doesn't feel comfortable taking the Kog'Maw, wants a bit more range. Not that Kog'Maw doesn't have it, but you have the poking range as well as a bit more of the soft CC from the Varus kit.
It makes sense. I mean, you're up against GT and you are one win away from eliminating them from the LPL and moving on in the promotion tournament. So just bring in the Varus, make it a swift kill. And GT, let's see if they can make it work. I mean, the win rates are on their side, right? I mean, Fizz has an insane win rate.
It's definitely a better composition and a lot more comfort than we've seen from GT over the rest of this series. It's more geared towards the 5v5 as well, so now let's just hope that they can put all the pieces together.
That is the hope. But LGD look to be in better spirits. Just more communication. The hint of a smile as well. And a quick handshake as the coaches head off the stage. This is it. Match point for LGD.
This is do or die for Game Talents. Their entire LPL split hangs in the balance here. A loss here means that they go back home to the LSPL, and it would be the second time that Gimgoon would be relegated from the professional circuit.
We feel honestly very bad going into this, and to be fair, no one had the biggest expectations for Game Talents. The only reason people had any during the split was because of the crazy couple weeks that they had during cross-conference, where they picked up back-to-back wins and even rose up to 4th in the standings, which was, if you just ended the season right there, that was a playoff contention team. And from that point onwards, as soon as they went back into their own group, it was all downhill, and they got cemented in 6th place.
It's not necessarily a fall from grace, but certainly a fall from expectations. In 2016 Summer Split, Game Talents actually scraped into playoffs. So, you know, it's been a hard but kind of slow burn for them to fall. And I think it's just really the talent developing around them in the LPL. This is probably one of the first splits where I feel like we have, you know, 3 top teams and 2 contenders, when normally it's just who's going to win this sprint, RNG or EDG.
Yeah. More people, and GT were left behind in the dust, unfortunately, as we get onto the Rift for Game 3 here in this best of 5. It could be a short night ahead of us. LGD are stepping into this river, blazing down some wards. LGD get chased in. Xiaoyu taking a lot of damage, but he's still pretty far in. Just a bit of a scrap to start us off.
And that's the third time that we've seen some level 1 bickering. That's what I'll call it. This Keystone Mastery is appearing on the bottom of your screen, so what do they call it? Stoneborn Pact?
Yes,
Nailed it.
that is the one. On
But
Savoki.
no Warlord's Bloodlust to be seen. It's now Fervor of Battle on 3 members in this game. And the other thing that I wanted to touch on with kind of the Varus priority over the Kog'Maw is I feel like it goes into LGD's win condition of making sure that they always have the pressure priority or shove priority in the 2v2. Varus, one of the few AD carries that can compete, if not just beat Ashe and a straight pushing potential, and then you also have Karma on top of that. So continuing to punish Savoki's melee range support pool. And West and Savoki know this, which is why they're consistently giving away level 1 push by leashing for their jungler.
Weston Savoki just coming down here, poking back PYL. Actually going to take a fair bunch of damage actually from that one. Here comes Xiao Yu into the bottom lane for that level 2 cheese gank.
Oh, PYL.
Heads back and forth. Savoki, PYL dropping low, jumps away, has the
got
flash. Xiao Yu comes in, takes the tower shot. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Ah, disaster. Okay. Yes, you get the first blood. Yes, it does go to West, so it's nice if the gold maintains in the lane. But losing your buff and now losing your blue buff on top of it because you're waiting for your death timer, that is far and above a better win for LGD.
Yeah, far and away. And it was a kill onto PYL as well, and PYL picks up the kill, so Imp's still farming. It's not like it's going to put him too far behind. In the mid lane, Republic did get a good trade as Godvi came in there to harass Xiao Yu from his Raptors, so there is that going for him in the mid lane. Top lane, Xiao Yu coming in, back into his jungle, sees his Grunt getting taken from Amy. And we'll actually finish something off. Amy was not too interested in trying to contest as Gimgun was being pushed up, so didn't want to face down the Fizz either.
Yeah, that was actually frankly just greedy from Amy overstaying. Not that it put him in much danger, but he could have been much more efficient with his jungle pathing. And this is what I'm talking about when I talk about these micro decisions that these teams make, which are just weird. It seems so basic and simple, as hold on.
Republic takes a lot of damage, but doesn't confirm the kill.
But even as something as small as Amy losing 7 seconds of jungle efficiency because he tries to go for the Gromp knowing that the Graves is going to rush towards his blue buff just to make sure that he got screwed over, can lose you so much when you face better teams.
Yeah, for sure. Because maybe you even die in that situation, or the jungler comes back and then kills you. Like, there's so many bad things that can come from that play. At the very least, it did actually help out Xiao Yu to the point where Xiao Yu's ahead in levels of Amy. Which is pretty crazy to think about the fact that he died. Gimgun in this 1v1. Back and forth trades at the moment. And Jitty was actually getting the better of Gimgun in these early levels. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Savoki called out. Amy, a lot of damage, but the Grey Skin will keep him alive.
Wrong target priority. Good job from the Grayskin, like you said, for Savoki. But West doesn't have flash either, and Amy burned his. Why not just prioritize the Ashe? Gobble up, I guess?
Yeah, maybe. You focus down the time can try and kill him first.
But I feel like you could try to burst Ashe.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Savoki needs to probably head on back now. Is Xiao Yu just attempting to help out West, but wow, it's the damage. There's the Devour, but they'll go back to base and even look for the wave push, so try and exacerbate that minion wave lead that LGD do have in the bottom lane. Top lane, Jinnu is still ahead of Gimgun, but he's pushing back from minion wave.
But this has been the two staples of this entire series. Imp and PYL will win the bottom side of the map. Gimgun will win the top side of the map.
Yeah.
The question marks are, what do Amy and Xiao Yu do about it? When Godvi is allowed to get Syndra, it was banned away from him in game 2. He pretty much auto wins this middle lane, or at least he has kill pressure. I'm not going to give it entirely for Victor because Republic can just sit back and just catch the waves that Godvi's pushing in. But when the Syndra goes roaming into Fog of War, suddenly there's no control that Republic can wrestle back from him.
Teleport's being used in the top lane. Jinnu is maintaining a 1-wave lead over Gimgun. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it wasn't an advantage to Republic, which was interesting, but Godvi seems like he stabilized that one for now. Seems there is still about a wave, though, difference in between. And that's all that's really happened in this little game outside of the first blood exchange in from Xiao Yu and PYL. So, it's kind of back to a moment of calm as most of these initial backs have come in. Amy has not gone back to Vegas yet, but is now on his way. And Godvi just applies pressure in that mid lane using the Unleashed Power.
just punishing the fact that he has ultimate, whereas Republic does not. This opens up space for Amy. Unfortunately, it's kind of ill-timed because the jungler's not around to make use of the fact that Godby has complete control of the middle lane. Again, it's one of these small kind of macro missteps where it's nice to have, but now tempo is on the other foot because Godby doesn't have support. He has to respect that Republic could be feigning that Graves is about to come into his lane. It's like Republic calling Godby's bluff.
Kimgo's going to get a trade from this. Dodge from Jinnu. Doesn't land the ultimate. That probably would have been a kill though, had that landed. Bot lane. No, good save from Zavoki. Wested mispositioned. And it's a quieter early game. It's more of a calmer early game, I guess, to say.
Might start to speed up there because it looks like we're going for the dive.
Chao is looking for it, but he's level 5. Jinnu's trying to find a way back into this one. Grand challenge jumps out of the way. Can we just find an easy kill? Gimgoon with a flop and a kill. And Chao Yu will actually pick it up. I would have liked the donation there, but regardless, they'll get damage onto this tower.
Much closer to game 1 from Xiao Yu and Gimgoon, teaming up early. Let's see if they continue to team up, though, in the future, as Republic's trying to trade it back. Amy,
this could be a kill. Lands the Q. He's dead.
much better aim that time around. So again, bottom lane, mid lane, still in LGD's grasp, but Gimgoon, the one hope.
Well, 2v2 in the bottom lane. Imp is not on the good side of this trade. Savoki
Spit it back out.
looking for this kill. And what? I'm not even sure how Savoki picked up that kill. I think it was a lick, I guess. That was really weird. Amy, another Q kill.
Ah.
Dodged this one.
Got red
trying
buff.
to get in range of Savoki. Has the slowdown. Does he have his ultimate? He does indeed have ultimate if he wants to get in there, but
No flash.
West makes it out. No flash and no ward jump, so all played.
And we were saying that this is in LGD's favor because all they need to do is control the creep wave, but West and Savoki, again, plant their feet and say, we're not playing this wave-pushing BS anymore. You're going to fight us, and you're going to fight us now. They split up PYL and Imp. They make use of the fact that they have an exhaust versus an ignite, and they punish.
I really want to see a replay of that. I have no idea how Savoki killed him. I'm pretty sure it was Tongue Lash.
Doesn't he do damage when he spits out his target?
Yeah, if it's a minion.
I don't know.
But not
the
a
difference between
person.
champion or minion.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't do damage when he spits a champion onto someone.
Black.
Yeah. I mean, it would be cool if that's the case, but I'm just pretty sure that's not how it works. Xiao Yu gets caught out. He's probably dead. Xiao Yu, lots of damage. Oh, the flash and the kill from PYL. Republic has his own ultimate, but he doesn't. Oh, wait, no, he doesn't. Looked like it was part of the smash off, but indeed does not have his ultimate. Top lane, Jinnu is not winning his trade. He'll turn around with the grand challenge just to pretty much get Gimgoon off his face.
Now he won't have that ultimate, though, which forces Amy and Godby. They need to get up there.
Yep, Gimgoon has chummed the waters. We'll have Ignite soon. Putting Jinnu on a timer. Amy takes the Scuttle Crab. Walks back to the mid lane. Takes out this ward as well. We're 9 minutes in, 6 kills have gone down. And this game is, it feels better from both teams. And it feels significantly better from Republic, always getting that kill into Godby.
It's good to see life come out of Republic. Again, a comfort champion from Victor. Does force the flash out, so hopefully Xiao Yu can team up with him. Unfortunately, they don't have a lot of hard seed between the two of them, unless he can land the gravity field.
That's true. Teleport coming back in from Godby, and Republic has gone for heal this game, so he's going to go back to base and accumulate a pretty big CS deficit in the end.
He's taking a gamble on this cooldown. That's what I thought, Republic.
I will take the boob buff. Yeah, now he goes back. Okay, well, that is the case, and Godby has that two-wave advantage now.
Yeah, he knows that Godby was close to the unleash power, probably didn't have exact timing on it. He seemed very unsure of whether he wanted to stand under tower or not, regardless of whether the blue buff was offered. I think it's the smarter move. Definitely worth trading,
for sure.
you know, 6 CS versus your newly acquired mint blue buff.
Yeah.
Perfect condition.
Perfect condition.
Sealed.
But he did go back to base, so it has devalued somewhat. Godby has been spotted in this bush. But he's still looking for the kill. He's not been dissuaded.
He's opening up space for Imp and PYL. So, again, LGD still feel that they're in control of the bottom lane. You can see that within their CS discrepancy. They're still going to always have the push priority. It's just now, can West and Savoki try to fight them?
Well,
not with that
no.
poke.
Nope, definitely not. Here comes the engage. And so, oh, he's got Xiao Yu with him. Okay, Imp's definitely dead. And Xiao Yu smokes out Imp for another kill.
So not with the poke, but certainly with the Graves. Excellent use of Tahm Kench. I was having this conversation with one of our professional players in the OPL, but I'll save it because LGD. Counter.
West is very far overextended, so is Savoki. I feel like one person's going to die here as PYL gets the root down. Oh, Amy really wanted that, but Gimgoon is on his way to the bottom lane, question mark?
Cancelled it.
He's recalling in the face of Jinnu, so yeah, definitely has to.
And now tempo advantage back to LGD because they have the health.
They push down this bottom lane. So Savoki decided to stick around, and Xiaoyu will cover the entrance with a smokescreen.
Seemed like a miscommunication with Wes. He had the most health and mana out of anyone there, so Savoki probably canceling the back, thinking his AD carry would follow suit. Surprise!
Nope. And now that bottom tower is pretty dead.
Republic is making his way down here, so it's just been this tug of war over bot lane control, and it's about to go back in Game Talent's favor due to numbers advantage.
That's good at least. Yeah, so is kept alive for now. We'll see if LGD decide to stick around and wait for another wave to come in for them to try and siege this tower, but looks like it is a no on that one as PYL is going back to base and Imp is coming back down to the bottom lane now.
I'm actually surprised that they don't try to collapse on the Infernal Drake simply because they also have teleport advantage. They could take the opportunity and just, never mind, because they're just gonna TP top.
Yep, and all of that just went down the toilet.
I feel like their only game plan and mentality is we're winning in our individual lanes, so let's not do anything else but just continue to sit here and passively win. Which works for some of the map. But Game Talents are actually playing better as a unit and a team and are finding these, Achilles heels of LGD. Like, the Imp and PYL are going to overextend. We can constantly use the Tahm Kench. And there we go. I was talking to one of our OPL pros, Bryce. He works on the Chiefs as the support. And his thing about Tahm Kench is that Tahm Kench will lose pretty much any, support mace matchup against the caster supports, levels 1 through 5. But against Karma specifically, at level 6, because of how much more he empowers the enemy jungler, the matchup goes back in his favor in a 3v3 versus a 2v2. So we can see that Game Talents are trying to do that with Xiaoyu, but aren't executing on it clean enough.
In this game, while Jinnu has not died yet to the top lane, the Fizz is starting to scale up and get scarier and scarier. He has only gone for the offensive components of his build, so I'm actually not sure if he wins this. Jinnu is chasing him down, blocking out one of those vitals, and Gimgoon's dead.
Showcases why Gimgoon canceled his TP that time, respecting the fact that Jinnu does have kill threat on him, if he can proc all of those vitals.
And Jinnu is at 100% HP. Like, that's got to feel real good for Jinnu, getting solo killed in those 2 other games, and head in hands, Gimgoon just knew he'd screwed up. And that's honestly an itemization failure, I think. Like, going for the offensive portion of, he picked up the Balmy Cinder and the Sheen, right, of Sunfire Cape and his Triforce, and picking up 0 defensive components against Jinnu who has ultimate when he's so far away from his tower is just unacceptable.
And LGD now continue the exact same mentality. We're winning all of our lanes naturally. We got the free Infernal. It's a secondary Infernal, so everyone just sit tight, keep doing what you're doing, and snowball off of that.
Pretty disheartening overall from the side of GT, but Republic, Amy setting up this gank.
Spotted?
Oh. I don't know. Oh, I guess he stepped over that ward, so it was seeing if Amy was sticking around. So that was nice from West. It was maybe a call from Xiaoyu just saying, just place your hawk shot here. See if there's anyone happening to be in this that isn't a Raptor.
This is punishing though, so West decided to try to hold the wave. It means it's going to stack, however, right in front of the tower, and it can set up LGD for a better dive. He reset it. Oh no. We're seconds away from a disaster.
Kicks against the wall was the extra damage coming from, because Amy turned around. Big damage from the collateral damage, and instant kill from Republic. Godvi tried to turn it around, but it was not going to happen. Arrow flashed away from. And Savoki coming out here as well. So just adding insult to injury there. That was another kill over to GT. No real fights yet, just picks.
And the disaster drives by. But absorbs the potential play that LG were trying to set up on that dive. So again, it is kind of removing of tempo that LGD had. better for Game Talent so they can just sit tight, wait it out.
Wait, what?
That was cool.
Yeah, Jinu riposts that one, drops to the floor. Gimgoon trading up against this, blocks the Vital. And Jinu has to back away. Didn't get the kill, but I was not aware that riposte worked like that. That's cool. Because you can riposte the fish as it comes up, the shark rather, but I didn't know you could drop the fish to the ground.
Good reflexes by Jinu. However, I feel like now we're just going to continue to sit in this hiatus.
We will, for a while, Frost, because we're not going to get to these skirmishes or fights for a while.
But LGD could. They could just decide collectively to send their jungler and their mid laner bottom, because Republic can't rotate into Fog of War as easily as Godby can. Just because he has
looking for the assassinate.
kill
Republic,
pressure.
whoa, so low. Just need to hit him once, in fact, and the Q this time dodged out from Republic.
Exactly that. Godby can move over to the side, Republic cannot, but I guess it doesn't matter when Savoki and West let the tower go for free. Because what I was saying is that LG at any point could just stack everyone bottom and take the tower and get the structure no matter what.
But GT just kind of give up that objective.
Part of the problem is that Xiaoyu's been so, what's the word, busy, has his hands full with trying to hold Republic's hand in lane.
And you can definitely tell there is frustration in both mine and Fruskieran's voices, because we're looking at our two teams here, and they have performed so much better on good days. And we're just not seeing the same thing as Gimgoon now getting dove. Ginny was looking for it, hits 2 Vitals. Amy, that was an early E out from Gimgoon, but he's trying to dodge out the ultimate, but grand challenge, and he'll heal all of that back up again. Another kill to LGD.
I will give compliments to Amy, where he's looked invisible for the majority of the series. He's actually turning up this game and showcasing why it was so pivotal that Game Talents were denying him the Lee Sin pick. He just looks like a completely new man on Lee Sin versus any other champion.
I'll say the same thing about Republic. Like, he is ramped up in this series, Xiaoyu as well, but Gimgoon has been mediocre at best in this series, which is bizarre because he's typically been the only performing player in the past. Godby gets caught out. Should be falling Republic. The last final zap from his Chaos Storm will be the kill.
Was it worth it, Godby? Was the blue buff really that important?
Didn't even get it. Xiaoyu will pick it up now.
It's also been inside track on mid lane tower. If Ashe can get there fast enough because LG are busy with Herald and Imp needs to clear out bottom. Come on, West. Stay on your feet.
West is having an okay game as well. 1-0-2. Has just kind of survived the laning phase and has that kill to his name. He'll be scaling up nicely. Mid tower being pushed in. This should be it from GT. Chain of Corruption, but Tam Kench will spit Xiaoyu to safety.
Deep teleport.
Savoki turning it around onto Amy. PYL chasing down Republic. West coming in from the river as well. Here comes Jinu and Godby with the flank. This could be disastrous from GT. West gets pinned down and instantly disappears. Jinu does so much damage. Moves onto Republic. Looks for another kill. Xiaoyu off to the backside. Amy and PYL can't get involved just yet, but Republic still alive. He'll finally fall to Imp. And Godby searching for the kill on Savoki and will claim it. Gimgoon coming into the fight, gets kicked away. Amy still had Dragon's Rage. 4-0, LGD, massive win, and the tower.
Disaster for Game Talents. And this is exactly what we were talking about earlier. It doesn't seem like 7 seconds for a rotation matters, but literally because West was 5 seconds late on rotating to that mid lane tower, they didn't immediately have their AD carry. They couldn't immediately push it down.
Xiaoyu
Opened up LGD to get that flame.
Around the corner on this Dragon, hasn't used his ultimate just yet, turns onto PYL. That was unnecessary, could have picked up 2 kills here, but he's still looking, no, he's dead. And that Dragon went over to Amy, complete misplay from Xiaoyu.
And here's the deep teleport. Again, look at where West is. He's not there. He had to rotate up from bottom lane. He should have been there and ready on the tower. They're then caught out. Jinu does a phenomenal job of killing West and then will flash to the back line and pick up Republic, while Godby just corrals Xiaoyu around. And this entire time, Amy hasn't had to use his ultimate, so when Gimgoon finally feels like he's in a comfortable position to pick up anything, bam! Dragon Rage kick to the face.
And also, we didn't see it, but that was honestly just a straight misplay from Xiaoyu. Like, the Karma was gonna die from the bleed coming in from red buff. Just ult Baron, ult the Dragon Pit. You either pick up the Dragon or you kill the jungler, and you reset it. Like, there was no negative to doing that play, but just simply messes up. And GT, I can definitively say, just watching them play in this game, that they are tilted. Like in this best of 5, they just do not have that mental fortitude when you get into a longer series.
Gonna give it one more go though. Savoki engaging.
Savoki wants to fight. Republic and Xiaoyu on the way west, and Gimgoon filing into this corridor, but they're just a little too far away, and Jinnu was ready for the flank.
Has his ultimate back up. That's a auspicious flash.
Big stun coming in from Godvi. Instant kill onto West. Savoki locked up as well. Amy jumps onto Gimgoon. He's got Godvi there as well. Hops away. Xiaoyu and Republic limp back to their tower. And 2 more kills to LGD.
And Jinnu is now fully online. This is the type of performance that we expected from him. We talked about how he burned bright when he initially came into the LPL and then kind of diminished. He burned brightest on Fiora, so back to comfort, back to basics, back to winning.
And what I thought could have been a blunder from LGD in Champion Select, instead it was actually the trap card that they activated. They put Gimgoon on another pick in the side lane, like Fizz, that Jinnu actually felt very confident into.
But hope is still alive. Here comes the arrow.
Arrow nails PYL, ultimate from Xiaoyu, lots of damage onto LGD, they're very low. Godby also low, blinking red health bars across the board from LGD, but everyone's still alive, looking for this still to happen. It's secured by Amy, and LGD turn it around. Gimgoon was looking for the kill, didn't quite happen. Republic being chased out. Imp will trade his life for this one. And it's a 1-for-2, favor of GT, but the Baron to LGD.
Quick, save the Baron buffs! Eject!
They made it out. Godby's out. Amy's good to go.
Scatter! And it's probably the most pivotal members that survived on the Baron. So the nice thing is that you have 3 Baron buffs that survive, which means you can augment all 3 lanes to get them pushing at the same time. The only one that I would rather have is, instead of the jungler, I'd rather have it on the support or the AD carry, because more often than not they'll also be in a separate lane from the AP carry and top laner, but I digress.
West pushing up this top tower. At the very least, this should be a nice consolation prize. But
Table
LGD
scraps.
with double Infernal and Baron, can't help but feel that this game is going to go their way for us, and it will be the clean sweep in this series. Where are
Well,
the saving graces?
saving graces for... They've got tons of wave clear. So you have Hurricane that's already online for Ashe, as well as her Q. Republic, like you said, is doing a much better job this time around, at least in his 1v1
Yeah, he's been blazing it.
lane. So 4-2-0, 100%. I get it. I got you. Sorry, I'm sleepy. Right, what I was saying, wave clear. He's got the Hex score completed, so it's still relatively difficult for LGD to siege into game talents. Which is why I think the split push is actually really important. They need to start pulling this Ashe and this Victor around and getting chip damage versus just feeding multiple Barons into one lane and letting Victor and Ashe just laser an arrow.
As it is right now, LGD are setting up their waves, have this nice 3-1-1 being set up with Godvi in the mid lane, Jinnu in the bottom, and everyone else on the top side. Teleport being used, in fact, just to siege this top tower.
Like that. That's what they don't want to do. That one, just if I can make a circle just on the screen, just
Where would you put it, Frosk?
just right around that tower and that minion wave that just obliterated. This is good though, because Jinnu's still split pushing.
Arrow.
Okay.
And GT are going to force a fight. This is what we wanted from them from the very start. They'll jump right on top of Godvi, but Savoki's going to die first. Jinnu with the flank. He came in as well with the teleport. Republic's dead. West kicked into the team. A massive kick from Amy. Jinnu coming in, launches himself onto Xiaoyu, and he's going to fall. Riposte connects. Slow comes down. A 5-for-0. The clean is from LGD, and they're looking for the win.
So all they had to do was poke and set up and survive. Now that the... Oh my god. That Savoki ultimate has pretty much just cost them their split.
LGD pushing over these 2 minions. They just need to tank the minion wave. First Nexus Tower falls. A second dagger to the heart as the second Nexus Tower will crumble. And LGD, they'll kill Savoki again. They'll pad out their score lines. They'll make them bleed because they move on to the Nexus, and LGD eliminate GT from the LPL and move on in the promotion tournament.
Smiles all around. You can see Amy turns to Jinnu. Is like, we did it. It was a long, hard-fought road, but we're not out yet.
Dog faces from the side of GT. You can only expect that would be the case. They're now demoted to the LSPL.
That said, it's still not the end of the road for LGD. They now need to face Young Miracles, the second-place LSPL team, and the superior competition in this bracket for them to re-qualify into the LPL. So still, another best of 5 to go.
A well-deserved bow in the end. And still, no smiles on the side of him. He has been taking these last couple of weeks extremely seriously. And it showed in this set. 3 consistently strong performances.
But unfortunately, across the aisle, a broken team. Game Talents have many members: Savoki, Gimgoon, Republic. They've played on 3 different organizations. They've been relegated more than once, and they've tasted this bittersweet defeat multiple times. It must burn to taste it again today.
A little bit more than that. Second time that Gimgoon will be relegated from the LPL here. And today was not a good indicator of his performances over the split. Because if we look towards regular season Gimgoon, we would say he's one of the best top laners in the league. But today, whatever it is about this week, it's been a massive fall from many of the top laners, including Duke, including Gimgoon, where we've not seen their full potential. We've in fact seen the complete opposite.
Frankly, it just looked like tilt. A lot of questionable decisions that, yes, these are the 2 6th place teams, so the 2 worst teams in their groups, but we haven't seen this shocking of a performance, as PYL gives a cheeky wave to his fans. We're still in it, guys.
PYL has been consistently happy through this series, but it was just pretty much the same as every other game that we saw in this set. And despite GT being gifted a Fizz pick, Gimgoon's morale just looked like it was through the floor and could not execute on the pick. Republic honestly looked better and better as the series went on. I know he feeds from the tilt apparently, but it was not enough to net a win. And LGD with a 3-0, a 25-minute win as well. This one was so incredibly fast following that Baron. And it does spell good things from LGD. It wasn't the best performances we've seen from LGD. Honestly, not what I was expecting to see from them today. But we'll have to see how they do against Young Miracles. That will be the next opponents for them in the side of the bracket.
We'll say compliments to Amy for this game in particular. I hope he gets at least some sort of recognition. I'd like to see an MVP because he was a different man on the Lee Sin than he was on the Rek'Sai previously. What once was an invisible jungler. And the jungle has always been a sore spot for LGD. Actually had purpose and actually had tempo control in it. So that is something positive for LGD fans as they continue their trek through the promotion tournament.
I mean, let's just talk about Amy for a second, because in that final game, he finally got his hands on the Lee Sin, which was constantly banned away from him during the sets. And when he did actually get the pick, he was styling on people. He had great mechanics. He made a lot of great plays, like even just holding on his Dragon's Rage, knowing that he needed to use it specifically for Gimgoon in that fight in mid lane. Like, I mean, you don't think of Amy and you don't think of just like an exceptional Lee Sin player or even an exceptional player to begin with when that role was stacked in the LPL, but he honestly put on a great performance.
And it's so unfortunate too, because if you go all the way back to Amy's career, he was always this super mechanically talented jungler. He just never got to showcase it when he, came into the LPL on unlimited potential and now on LGD. And it's just been a super, I mean, we use this word all the time, turbulent performance, but it's not Amy who's going to be celebrated today. It's again going to be Syndra.
And pay special attention to Fruscuran's words usage. Godfrey picked up the Syndra MVP in Game 1 and Game 3. Definitely feel that it should have gone to Jinu in Game 1 or Imp. Imp picked it up in Game 2. Godfrey gets in this one. Definitely should have gone to Amy for sure, because Amy just won this game for them.
But we will take a look at that last fight. It was led off by Godfrey hitting those 2 pivotal stuns on Savoki as well as Gimgoon there to start the fight. But just look at how far back Jinu and Amy reached to follow up on what Godfrey has set up and execute on it.
Yeah. I don't want to stray or dwell too much on Godfrey because I really want to praise players where the credit is due. Because I really feel like Jinu was a massive component of the wins coming in from LGD. He stalled out Gimgoon. Gimgoon was basically the one bullet left in the chamber for GT to win this series. On the opposite side, you had a great performance from PYL. I thought it was straight up solid. We didn't even talk about him, but he was just doing his job. He was doing fine. But it was more about what Amy did in that third game. I really feel like what he did cemented that 25-minute win for them. It was his constant good plays, accelerating the team, just having the mental fortitude during that series to hold on to like everything, just holding abilities or even just a sheer display of mechanics. Like we just saw constant kick flashes. Even in that final fight, like there was a sick kick onto
flew
onto
back
West.
into the back line and got the 80
I didn't
carry.
even see him, and all of a sudden the 80 carries was flying into the enemy team. We actually get to see it again here in this replay. Savoki comes in for the initiate.
Yeah, just all eyes on Amy right now. He's going to reach back. He's going to find this Ashe with a sick flash insect to kick him into Jinu's waiting arms, and then just right back to business onto the Graves, and holds his life this entire time through. Like, Amy played phenomenally and mechanically sound on that Lee Sin.
And that's why I should have been an MVP, 100%, because, I mean, he just sealed the deal. But again, good performance from LGD. They can go higher, and I mean, at the very least, that is something that can speak to LGD, saying that they haven't hit their ceiling, at the very least, within this promotion tournament. I don't even think we saw the best from them within the regular season. I think that's a pretty easy statement to make.
It's so punishing to be a fan of LGD, which is hard because they're such a great team to be a fan of. Again, they're jovial, they're happy. You can tell that they're having fun, and watching them is fun. When LGD are on fire, they are a super slick team to watch. When Twitch is doing things, when Imp is doing things like playing
Same
Twitch
person, same
or Sterix Gage on Caitlyn, and he just walks into the back line of Snake and just like has a shotgun, like bam, like who's next? Like they're super exciting, but then they just, they're the prodigal sons that never returned. We sent them out to 2015 Worlds. It's like, you were the chosen one. You were supposed to be the one that brought it home for China, and just completely dropped the ball. And from then, it's just been this roller coaster ride of disappointment and just scraping by. And I'm tired of the mediocre performance from LGD, because with all of the talent on the roster, they can do better, and they still have a track. They could still be expelled from the LPL by Young Miracles, who are looking across them like, those guys are so hungry. They've tried 5 attempts to make it into the LPL and have fallen short every single time right before the finish line. So it's the prodigal sons that never returned with all of the disappointment versus like the super hungry newcomers.
No, it's going to be a tough matchup for sure. I don't think we have much time left, but I do want to quickly touch on GT being expelled now from the LPL, moving into the LSPL. If they perform like that, they will not be a top-tier LSPL team, let's be honest. However, if they do perform like they did against some of the top teams in the LPL, specifically during cross-conference, they could really make it back. But I don't really feel they will do on this iteration. I feel like changes will need to be made. They will need to find a new fighting style and just go back to what worked for them. We will probably see changes in this team. Regardless, we are going to take a quick break while we set up for our second series of the day, and Don will be anchoring the desk for that one. So we'll see you right on the opposite side of this break.
血量非常低了，看孙子这边有机会抢到了，而且是摸眼下去直接抢到的，再 Q 过去一段，大到了想先杀 Pythons 这边给了一个女警给了个治疗，自己再给个大招 ，Mistake 的位置有点差呀，岩雀过来 ，Mistake 是爆人，
拿了一波双杀，这个泰坦招了闪现过去，好像还是没有办法救到自己队友。
这边是没有闪现，没有那个治疗的。
哎，这边是有一个小破败，闪现，哇，闪现
这一波伤害计算非常的漂亮。
哎，这边的话感觉两个人要完成 PK 了，哇，这个瞬间的伤害直接把姿态打到了残血 ，W 还定到了，哇，这个 QW 是在空中把这个鱼的第二段给挡到了。
怕的就是对面的新上场的选手打顺了，
自信了，信心打出来了呀，
很可怕了。
这边一炮打到，挂了个虚弱，这边是绑了一下宝蓝，
伤害够不够？
二神这边有点打不过，往后一拉，这边有机会吗？能换掉 Echo 吗？换掉了 ，Echo 那边是
看见这边吸血，
没有伤害了，没有伤害，还是那边少 A 了一下，但反正一个 W 是带走了蜘蛛。
一个人 人成功的守住了欧文局至关重要的一个中路外塔。这波要跳进去被踢出来，盲僧跟到右边，这边的看到这个沿途，
这一波双 C 位全部倒下。
6的血，1600多血，1400、1500，谁的龙下子抢到了，
而且这一波2v2怎么说？
秀了，这波斯科特秀了，看一下这个梅口也过来，
哇，完了，
又砍了一脚。哎呀，这一波的话 ，QG 打龙出了大问题，
他们最大的核心点狮子狗被带走了，才2个，
打龙没血。在这边还要踩过来，还要杀吗？
但是这一下踩是刚好在印记的 CD7啊，没有打出印记。
这里又是抓了一个骂，
这一波射到杀不了蛤蟆的，这一波感觉 ED 有点失误。
上单传送过来，艾伦这边残血，这边探探的位置非常好，
九桶
全部
爆炸
杀了过来，一个大招，
九桶这一波太可怕了，
双响就是怼死了一个。
攻击了一波机会，泰坦来了，大概给到 Scott， 被勾到了 ，Scott 要被秒了，
上的危险 ，Scott 漂亮，莱蒙的大招放的很不错，安心疯狂的输出，这波的话还不好说，这边是破败吸了一口 ，Q 这边全员被打
哇，阿洛走来抢 A 人，结果被 Q 到了，
杜一斌的状态很好，你们
没了，
又是割到了艾罗利，这波 Scott 被秒，对 ED 来说非常的关键 ，Z 也被杀掉，那这的话是 QG 打了一波0换4。
新手打兰博，兰博中间上路给上去，而且大招也交出来了。
砍死马老贼这个位置，
大招打到3个人，还看一下这边的一个团战，但是生姜哥这边也
哇，老贼被杀了。
老贼在后面被双粉给偷掉的话，那欧文局这波要想办法撤退，因为对方的双膝状态很好，是及时的一个反手大招打到了姿态也是被打出了闪现。爱康这一波的反手大招很漂亮，小五在旁边控制住了以后，让中路的蛇女可以一个人在高地上追杀对方的2个双膝。OQ 知道自己走不掉，最后被毒牙给咬死。
Icon 在后面猥琐，等到对方能走进这个腹地，一个大
4个
全部都搭在自己的 W 腹地上。
姿态进化消了以后，还是被毒死了。
我看到这边弗兰德路也是被一个 Q 技能毒死了，这大 BD 加上 Q 技能的持续伤害太猛了。
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL. It's 2017, and we're here in the promotion tournament. We've already seen one team removed from the promotion tournament and from the LPL in total, and now we're going to get the chance to see one other team that actually might get their chance to get back into this. My name is Dom Romer, and joining me on the desk to help break down this promotion series is going to be Barento Raz Mohammed.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. I am looking forward to our next set. Of course, the stakes are not quite as high as the previous one that we just saw between LGD and Game Talents. And spoiler alert, most of you were here, but for those of you who have just tuned in, Game Talents have been eliminated from the LPL. That's right, they are now in the LSPL for the 2017 Summer Split. They're not gone as a team. It's not like this is sudden death and they're all going to be beheaded. They have a chance to come back.
And that's the thing, because it's fun to talk about the legacy branding, because LGD, if that had gone away, people would have been, that's a massive impact to the LPL. You look to Game Talents, not really that big of a deal in terms of their brand power, but of course you look to the players, and they've been around. It's a morph, of course, of Energy Pacemakers Academy. Energy Pacemakers all is what they were. And of course, it was M3. So the players of Gimgun and all that, of course, maybe they remain together as a team and they go on to the LSPL. And they have a chance to come back if they play well. Remember, your mind casts back to Saint, that was in the LPL, had the same very tough road. And the journey is not an easy one for them, because even Saint went to the LSPL, and they got relegated from the LSPL as well.
And it is called the League of Legends Secondary Pro League. Really, it's just as difficult as the LPL itself.
Yeah, because even though it is a Challenger League in a sense, there is a TGA tournament. So there is a challenger for the Challenger League.
Yeah.
And then they go into the LSPL, and then they go in here. So that's a big, it's a tough competition. You see a lot of recognizable names from Korean players and all that. So it is always going to be a tough journey. Maybe we see them in the future.
Yeah, we're certainly going to be keeping our eyes forward. Of course, that means LGD will advance to play against Young Miracle in 2 days.
Yeah.
So they have a day to recover before they need to get back into the grind. And of course, that match will also be elimination for them. But casting our attention towards the bottom half of the bracket, Vici Gaming and Snake are going to be the next matchup for the evening. This is actually a qualification round. The winner of this is back into the LPL. The loser will have to defeat Dan Gaming on Thursday. So they're not knocked out just yet. Again, stakes aren't quite as high, but it certainly feels good to get back into the LPL nice and early instead of having to play back on Thursday. And
that's the benefit of being 5th place in seeding, because even though these teams here, they were fighting on the last week to get into the playoffs, and they would like a bit of rest, but the fact that it's going to feel better, of course, not being in an elimination match, they can call it early if they are able to win this one right here and just get an early vacation. They don't have to play another set. They don't have to all that tense stress.
Careful about vacation. Hopefully they get back into the LPL and sweet. Let's keep practicing.
We don't have any vacation memes in this country. We're all good and fine. Vacation is a fine word.
It's the connotation that just sort of gets me excited. I can see Paul's kind of leading out from in the background. But let's get on to the actual matchup itself. Vici Gaming versus Snake. As you said, 5th place versus 5th place. Both of these teams had the opportunity to make playoffs throughout the entire split. They both suffered some really difficult losing streaks. And then they both got locked into 5th place in week number 10 at the last absolute possible chance, just before they could actually play themselves.
And here's the thing. Them looking about yesterday was when the playoffs games happened, and they know that the teams that they were battling against, right? It was a tough road for them.
IMA and newbies.
And they're the ones that actually went on to the quarterfinals. So if they had, in an alternate universe, in an alternate reality, they could have been in their very shoes, but that's the price you have to pay for a tough split for themselves. So now they're going up against each other, and this is going to be a nice battle, because both of them have a very different clashing styles here.
Yeah, and you've really got to wonder if this is the evil timeline or the good timeline. Are the good going to win, or is this going to be the evil twist?
Who's the good in this aspect? Who do you think is the good?
I have no idea, really. It's one of those moral, subjective situations that are really too philosophical for the likes of the LPL caster desk.
It's not even a bad word to call someone evil, because these days, everybody likes a good villain.
Yeah,
I would like to say the villain in this case.
House of Cards is one of the most watched shows on Netflix, and that is not a good guy.
See, don't even spoil me on that one.
Okay,
I haven't watched that series just yet.
Let's get into the game. It's Vici Gaming versus Snake in our first matchup. Snake gets side priority in game number 1. You can see them looking deadly serious. Last time we saw them 3 or 4 days ago, they had just been eliminated from playoff contention, in which they had to play their subsequent match just afterwards, and they looked crushed.
Yeah, they definitely did, because it was tough for them, because they had to play their set when they had already realized that it meant nothing to them, right?
Yeah.
That's very similar to Vici. But we're just going to get into the lineup here. Flandre in the top side of the map, SOFM jungle, Zatai in the mid lane, and of course, OQ and Crystal in the bottom lane.
So they are still staying with the same roster. They've got Zatai waiting in the wings, not to mention that extra bottom lane just in case. But they've been seeing a lot of success with this one. Now their opponents on the other side of the rift, rocking 3 members from SK Telecom. It's Vici Gaming with Long, Bengi, Easyhoon, Xuan P, and Caveman. And sitting behind them is Poo Mandu himself.
There we go. I was about to challenge you for the third person, but as you mentioned, the man is sitting back there, the man behind the curtain.
Yeah.
The mental.
Pulling the strings.
Yeah, and that's fun to talk about the fact that they have these star players for themselves because Vici, they're trying to be a cerebral team, right? They've made the attempt, and it's very weird to see a team really low on the bracket and still be the smarter team, I would say, in the league. But the problem has just, you're laughing, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing. They make that attempt. The problem with Vici, of course, now that we're getting into it, is that they, for a team that is trying to be a more cerebral team, they've had problems in terms of really getting their support and jungle to work together as a duo. In fact, their vision control is the worst. And if they have, let's say, a control mage player in the mid lane, so they don't have an assassin. If they have a smart, cerebral player in the jungle, Bengi, he's not a dandy who, he can get you a lead early, but he can make those risky plays mid to late game that you have to back behind, right? They're not that type of player. So they're a team that theoretically, their game set has been made when the roster came together. Smart team early, can get the smarter leads, and then they position themselves to a proper team fight with their Cassiopeia, Caitlyn, and they can win that out and just strangle you. Problem is, when they get to that team fight,
it's already too late.
Yeah, they've lost. That team fight is a complete shambles, and that's been the I guess the pattern for this team.
Yes.
Is that their team fight's been poor, and that's it's all due to their communication.
And that's what we got to see a little bit of a preview of earlier this week before they were eliminated.
Yeah.
Easyhoon was aggressively flashing forward on the likes of Orianna, something we've never seen him do before, or at least it's been a very long time since we've seen him sort of pop off like that. So he will have to do that against Snake, who right now, they have got a lot of very talented members. They are apparently the antithesis. Instead of being the cerebral, intelligent team that wants to play the intelligent way, Snake is the team that will just outplay you with mechanics and raw ability.
It's funny because you see Flandre, even though he's kind of been underperforming this split, he is that player that you want to aspire to if you are a top laner. In the sheer champion pool that he has and the carry ability when he has those games. And then, of course, SOFM, he has been a star jungler. Sometimes he would have a tough spot in the split, but he is on point at times. And that's the jungler that you really rally behind. Zatai, OQ, Crystal. Crystal's a surprising one because Crystal came in as an AD carry going into the support position and just fired off as a support. Nami Bubbles on point. The man's been the top, let's see, what is the stat here? Crystal, #1 vision cleared in the entire league as a support player. He completely focused on vision control.
He came in, week 4, week 5 for the team?
Pretty late,
and
but the
halfway
man
through the split.
demolished the other supports in that aspect, which is really fun to see. And so Snake, they are a team that is still ruthless to their core in the sense that they are very much, they smell blood in the team fight, they're jumping on it.
Exactly. And that's sort of the difference that we're looking at between these two teams. The fact that Snake, they seem like an emotional team. I mean, after we saw them sort of lose, they were absolutely crushed. In game number 1, they effectively just rolled over and gave a free match to LGD, who arguably one of the worst teams in the league. And then their opponents, Vici Gaming, they're sort of the smarter, intelligent team that doesn't really give into emotion.
Yeah, and even just into that point about your emotional aspect for Snake, just a week before they lost to LGD, they demolished IG.
Yeah.
So they are an emotional roller coaster, and it seems like getting into the promotion tournament, maybe and hopefully for them, that it is a positive emotion, as you have 3 members sporting the Smite icon. All of them have Smite.
They are just trying to destroy, true damage their way through Vici Gaming, but you can see on your screen we've gotten through picks and bans. Ivern and Elise banned away from Bangi, and then Graves first pick, so trying to limit his pool just a bit, and Kog'Maw taken away from Xuan P just to eliminate that late game insurance for Vici Gaming. Now that means a lot of priority picks are still open for Vici, and they've already targeted out Flandre's Fizz, plus a hit towards Zatai and Crystal with LeBlanc and Malzahar.
Yeah, that's a big point. A constant has been the Ivern ban. Lately, it has been the Kog'Maw ban as well. But Vici has been the usual Caitlyn Ashe picks that they go towards, and it's Swan P, so that means he's going to go to the Caitlyn. So the 80 carry ban is not something they'll fret about. And of course, Ivor and Yasher, that's something Bengi has found a lot of comfort on, but there's still a lot of picks like the Lee Sin that he can go back to.
Now this Karma, we know that it can go to Caveman. We've seen Easyhoon play it 3 times, and Caveman himself have played it twice, but we're already rushing through the rest of these bans right quick. Seems like Snake have got their eyes on the prize. Ashe and Rumble locked in for OQ and Flandre, and Lee Sin is going to be the pickup for Bengi.
So yeah, Bengi definitely wanted to get himself the Lee Sin early because of how many jungle bans did go through. He didn't want to start to get pinched and maybe play a carry jungler like a Kha'Zix that he hasn't gone towards before. So he just solidifies that for both teams. Both teams are going to be fairly happy with the picks that they've given themselves. Flandre is on a carry Rumble. OQ's on a pick Ashe that if he didn't pick that up early, then you would get that definitely banned by Vici as they go into the second phase. Everyone's feeling pretty happy with it. Nothing too surprising in terms of their previous play.
Yeah, so you can see Vici Gaming continue to ban away Crystal's pool because that support is still open against Zatai, still needs to pick his mid lane. We know that Long has been huge on those carry top laners. That's why we see Kled banned away and Rumble prioritized away from him. So perhaps forcing him on that ineffective tank as there's now a Kennen ban to supplement that.
Yeah, I wonder what Long's going to play now with all these bans catered towards him. Maybe a Renekton now that he knows that he's going towards that Rumble. That's a pick that he's gone towards before. But Shen works for a team fight setting.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Snake, a big focus for me, of course, as you mentioned, is in what support they're willing to pick up for themselves. Crystal has been a Thresh player recently, and his Thresh performances have been on point. So I would not be surprised if they pick that up for them because they have Ashe, if they have Thresh, maybe even the Zyra for them. That's going to be a lot of engages for a team that really wants to fight.
Oh yeah, and now that they've got that Syndra there as well, you know they can layer up a lot of damage on anyone they manage to pick out of position. It just fits so well with the comp. If somebody's caught out, you just toss them a quick lantern to get them to safety. We know he loves setting up vision super aggressively, so if he pairs with SOFM on that Graves, that could work, but something that could do just as well in team fights, perhaps a little bit differently, would be a Zyra if he decides to go for it.
It's like he's literally just going between both picks, and I don't challenge him for that because Zyra gives him a little bit more pressure in the lane, can at least try to contest shove up against Karma, but perfect Karma player should be able to do that towards both a Thresh and a Zyra, should be able to poke him down. Caitlyn should give a lot of pressure, but now that he's picked up the Thresh, that means he can have lane control if they do shove into him. It's all about his angles in the lane. I want to see how it plays that laning phase because just looking at Snake's composition, the 3-man strong of Zatai on the Syndra, Ashe on
OQ?
Yeah, OQ on Ashe. Ashe on OQ.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Crystal on Thresh. That's a lot of pick potential.
Oh,
I wouldn't be surprised if SOFM just completely doesn't go towards top side. Say, Flounder, you shove out that lane. I'm going to go straight to the bot side of the map.
So fun fact, Snake's KDA on Thresh is 9.4.
Woo!
In 3 games, he's died a grand total of 5 times. So his average deaths per game is about 1.3, 1.4 on that champion. That is huge from him. We're really looking forward to see how that goes. But of course, with those champions locked in, the coaches shake hands before heading backstage. Now it is all up to the players to actually execute on these comps. And Vici Gaming looks like they're running back one of these cerebral compositions that we've seen them use before. They've got that Talia for flanking, Easyhoon. Excellent laning with the champion. Every once in a while, he gets one of those clutch ultimates that just snowballs the game a good 2,000 or 3,000 gold. But every once in a while, he also gets one of those ultimates where he's just single-handedly split from the team.
And that's the key word. Last time we saw this composition coming out of this team going up against Xiaogu, and Xiaogu was able to take them decisively 2-0. The reason for that was, once again, you have those Vici being able to have an early lead, right? They play this composition so well early on in the game. And then it comes to one of those team fights where Easyhoon does misplay in terms of where he's coming out from the wall. He gets completely zoned. I want to see how he plays in this team fight because once again, one of our major criticisms of this team is their team fight.
Absolutely. The big takeaway is that the early game for Vici Gaming has consistently been strong.
Yeah.
It's been their conversion towards mid game, which they made progress on in the middle part of the split, and then actually closing out the match. Turns out playing smart doesn't win you the game. Destroying the Nexus wins the game, and playing smart is a way to do that.
And Snake is just their kryptonite. 2 reasons why. Snake is a team that they can get those early advantages based off of their jungler of SOFM. When Bengi's trying to get them early leads, it's going to be SOFM who actually does the exact same thing for Snake. And then, of course, Snake is a team that is really, really well attuned to skirmishing, which Vici just cannot handle, hasn't handled throughout the split. This is going to be Vici. If they get into the LPL, if Vici can conquer their demons in Snake, then they would have deserved it, right? They can go into the summer split, work on their communication, get Bengi to learn more Chinese, obviously, and then they would be on point and maybe in a prime position to challenge third place even to get to Worlds. But they have to be able to defeat Snake, who have been the tried and true counter to them.
It's a long journey for Vici Gaming, especially because it needs to start here from the promotion tournament. This is a team that has never placed higher than 6th place in the LPL, and they've been in the LPL for years at this point with so much talent that has gone through. So they have to know that this is it. And now up against Snake, it's time to prove that they can actually find success. A very late ward spotted the invade from Vici Gaming as they just looped back around, taking a sort of clever route to go for a nice blue start for Bengi.
And even just looking at the keystones, just was showing to you earlier on, the only different one is Easyhoon on Storm Raider Surge. Just before we get into that point, Graves, of course, did receive nerfs to the magic resist in this patch. True Grit to his E. So if he dashes
Slightly
in,
reduced,
exactly. So it's it's just a major hit. So magic damage should definitely be able to penetrate him. He wants to be able to definitely get Hex Drinker into Mercure, what is it called again?
Merc Dreads? Mercurial Scimitar?
Hex Drinker.
Maw of Malmortius.
Yeah, there we go. Maw of Malmortius. So for some reason, that just doesn't hit me. He wants to be able to get that a lot earlier. It was already in his build path, but now that he just doesn't get magic resist to his E, that's a problem.
So with the early pressure that we're seeing out of Vici Gaming's bottom lane, that's Bengi immediately invading and taking away the Krugs. So some good old-fashioned vertical jungling. And that Hawk Shot's going to travel across the map, not go all the way. Xuan P is immediately ignited. Crystal already is popping off. Oh man, forces the heal out by using that auto attack. That's 1-2 summoner spells traded for 1.
Focus on your lane, Xuan. But here's the big point. You were talking about the lane pressure coming in from Xuan P and Caveman. That is natural pressure coming in from Caitlyn and Karma. They should be able to win this lane naturally based off poke and control within the lane. The only way Crystal and LQ get out of that position is based off those hooks. And we've seen Crystal in previous games and previous sets be able to make those plays as we saw in front of ourselves. So that's the bottom lane of Snake's win condition.
So we're not actually seeing the recall out of the bottom lane. They're in fact staying as SOFM is going to take away the Raptor camp, perhaps look towards mid, but Easyhoon playing towards his side of the map. Eats a stun. He doesn't have cleanse because he used it earlier. That's flash and red buff. It's going to pop on back. Red buff ticking and flash dark spheres. Zatai gets first blood.
There we go. You mentioned it going into it. He didn't have cleanse. We didn't get to see when he blew that. But that made it very easy for him. So that's great for Zatai to be able to communicate to his jungler. Usually you see Graves coming in for those ganks anyways, but they must have known that could have been an assured kill simply because you get the first snare, it happened, or at least a stun, and it's an easy kill coming in from Snake.
It seems like there was further harass down in the bottom lane as well. Xuan P is going for a very early recall, which is forcing Caveman to hold this. And that's a cull start out of the Caitlyn. Not exactly the way you want to be starting off an aggressive lane like this. And we're actually seeing the bottom lane from OQ and Crystal. Looks like, that's going to be Bilgewater Cutlass on the way from OQ as well. So things looking good for that Snake lineup very early on.
Yeah, wonder why he went towards the cull, because Caitlyn players have recently been going towards the Blade of the Rune King as well. So the items have been incredibly similar. You could just both go towards longswords and you don't find yourself in that position where you're just fishing for gold, especially where Xuan P did get pushed out of lane early on, so he's not going to be able to go for BF Sword. Maybe he's still going towards it. Maybe he needs a second back to get just a Bilgewater Cutlass, and he's just trying to play the lane passively. He's not going to be looking to skirmish and fight anyways. So this is him just taking a gambit, saying, I won't get caught again. It ain't going to happen a second time.
Well, speak of someone taking a gambit, Flandre is pushing super far forward into long. He's not spotted out this gank from Bengi, but just fortunate timing keeps him safe. SOFM is on this side of the map, but still a very far, long way away from that top laner. So he's actually going to go for his first recall.
Yeah, that's good for him. That's always a risky play coming in from Rumble, because Rumble will most of the time have just automatic shove. Shen does not trade into Rumble. He will try, but Rumble will be able to deal with that and just push in. That's bad for Rumble if he doesn't have jungle presence.
Yeah, and this is what we're seeing out of Snake right now with that first recall from Flandre. It's a Seeker's Arm Guard. SOFM uses Zatai's presence in the mid lane to clear away the Raptors. He's got Smite, takes it just as Bengi shows up. Already SOFM is claiming dominance. I am the alpha jungler.
He did. No one will understand that reference, but I just made it anyways for that one person. But yeah, that's a big point to come into this set. We were focusing on the two jungle matchups, Bengi and SOFM, who would be able to win out early. I think Bengi's still fine on that end. He loses the experience because SOFM is able to claim both Raptors. But that's expected to happen anyway, simply because Graves is going to be able to skirmish so well into Bengi, unless if Bengi on the Lee Sin is able to catch him out in a bush. Ain't gonna happen simply because SOFM can kite back if he's in a positive position. So look at Bengi, level 4 to level 6. He is so far behind in terms of experience, and he's not getting any wards done.
Yeah, SOFM being a complete bully, sees him in the river, clears out his control ward, chases him in, clears out a second ward before clearing the ward that he placed down.
Yep, and this is a power point for Snake, that their jungler is this far ahead. And that means that no one on Vici wants to push forward because that would mean the pressure coming in from SOFM would assure a gank. But just take a look at this. Bengi's kind of aware that he could just be in the jungle. He's respecting SOFM's pressure. Oh, and he couldn't even pull him out. Oh, pay attention!
1-2, that's immediate flash from Bengi to get away. He is at such a big disadvantage. They are bringing the bottom lane of Xuan P and Caveman, however, because they did get a priority push, and Crystal actually had to go for a recall. But they walk on top of the ward that SOFM placed earlier. He's still going to try to fight this as EasyHoon is coming in. It's 1 versus 4 SOFM. There goes the headshot. Long dashes, but doesn't get any follow-up. Good blast cone to get SOFM to safety.
Vici needed a kill. They needed that kill. Luong being able to ulti across the map to get that in favor of them. If they invested that, you need to get a kill. Otherwise, they get nothing. Maybe they can't even look towards dragon because it is an air dragon, a cloud dragon, I mean. That just means Rumble can get free damage on the top lane turret, more minions. In fact, he was already ahead of the CS count. So Flandre, a power point for Snake. Look at that. That tower is almost already gone.
Yeah, he's really looking to take that first turret. SOFM is even helping him out by taking Scuttle on this side of the map. Finally, Long makes it up there. But first, Brick is going to go on over towards him as the hook, is blocked by Caveman. He's going to be pulled back in. Crystal plays it back. A good trap setup prevents chase from OQ, but he manages to thread in between. And this is the bottom lane of Vici Gaming surviving, but they've already lost that top turret. Vici Gaming are Snake are just playing the map off the back of SOFM's excellent jungling.
Yeah, it's off the back of his excellent jungling, but it's also just proper decisions coming out of the lanes. Crystal and OQ, who we mentioned are talented players in comparison to Caveman and Xuan P, are outplaying the matchup. Mid lane, Zetai's not doing much, but he has the pressure from SOFM. And Flandre is simply winning that top lane matchup because of the individual matchup, but also because Luong made that decision to ulti bot side when they didn't have an assured kill. That was a major risk. Now every lane of Snake is simply winning after that play.
Yeah, and it's actually every lane. We've got a CS advantage in the mid lane for Zetai. Huge advantage, as you mentioned, up top. OQ is still staying bottom to get a few auto attacks before making his way over on top of a trap. Caveman should try to be a little bit of a nuisance, but instead it's just going to hold the wave as Xuan P finally makes it down there. He's got a BF sword and boots, but that bottom lane is just going to become more and more difficult now that there is an unlocked Rumble and a level 7 Graves running around the map.
And what's scary is that, of course, the earlier stat that I mentioned about the control rate that Snake have on the field, they're already going to be starting to clear these wards out, and they have so much pick bot side. So it's a tie, OQs, Crystal, all of them want these wards cleared so they can get easy picks coming off of Xuan P, EasyHoon, Caveman, anybody who rears their head around this riverside.
And this is exactly what we see from the vision right now. SOFM is just systematically running through, clearing out every ward he sees. If you take a look at the map, now that Scuttle has died, the most forward ward they have is the one just behind Blue Buff in the mid lane for Zetai. But he's perfectly safe. He's Syndra with Flash and Ghost. He's almost got his Morellas completed and went for an early Sork Boots. And look at the control wards from Vici Gaming. They're already falling back to the red buff. As Long, man.
Oh no, you have to fight that man.
He's up against the Spectre's Cowl. Flandre's actually waiting for the dodge zone to fade before getting those last few auto attacks, continuing to burn him down. And Long has got Flash, so Flandre's just going to be a big old bully.
Yeah, so Luong knew that he didn't have to blow Flash unless if there was a surprise challenger behind that wall. But no, he's fine. So he didn't have to flash that one. What that does mean, of course, is that Flandre just has instant control of this lane. He has his TP, so if this dragon play does happen, all that means is that Vici, they have to concede it.
Easyhoon's actually heading up there, and he's got the Weaver's Wall. Flandre with no equalizer, caught by the Shatter Dash. Here comes Easyhoon, but Long is so low. Flandre's going to try to go for the kill and trade it.
Oh.
He does get a 1-for-1. Still has the Summoners.
Wait a
Dodges
minute.
the threatened
No.
volley, but eats an auto attack. Continues
no.
to burn it down, gets a scrap shield. Flandre, you can't just do that.
My goodness, Flandre. He completely outplayed him. That flash, the moment you use flash in that play, he knew he was going to get that kill. He knew the cooldown on his shield.
Easyhoon had his own flash as well. He could have tried to
maybe.
reposition around, looked for the extra damage, but look at the face on the bottom right of your screen. Is that the face of someone who reacts well to that play?
My friends, that is pure NaCl. That is pure salt. That is pure tilt. And we're going to get a replay on that because that was just unbelievable. Flandre, of course, he knows he's going to get this kill. He is in a tough position, but he's just waiting through this completely patiently. The field doesn't make much. It doesn't. I'm not even going to talk about that field. This right here just hurts because he's able to smack the man with a burning metal within him.
The disrespect from Easyhoon cost him his life. 3 kills for Snake. They're now taking the they took the bottom turret in the meanwhile with so much presence top. That Flandre happily absorbed. That's a Leandri's Torment and Seekers at 12 minutes. They've got the Cloud Drake. They've got the mid-tier 1. They've got the tier 1, top tier 1.
Yep.
It's 5,000 gold,
and
12 minutes in.
It's pure macro with a nice bit of micro coming out of the laners themselves.
A nice spice.
A nice spice. Just salted on top of
yeah.
them. The fact that the Dragon went through, and once again, the next Dragon's going to be Cloud Dragon, so they're not coming in favor of Snake, but with how Snake is playing, it doesn't even matter. That being said, you might see something coming out of Bengi.
Crystal. Ooh, misses the play though, but Bengi decides to hold on to Dragon Kick.
That was key.
Pushes them back, and this is a huge wave making it to the turret, but look who's coming, Zatai.
This is key coming out of Vici. They should not be lost, but there are pings coming down. There is a possible TP play. Yes, it's being channeled.
Yeah, that's going to be TP. Chuan P tries to sidestep and will go down to OQ as the hook misses. Teleport is completed. Flandre happily drops the equalizer once again. Bengi dies to the burn, and SOFM catches Caveman. Ladies and gentlemen, avert your eyes. This is rated mature. This is terrible.
Open your eyes. We want that advertisement. We need everything we could get, ladies and gentlemen, even if it is painful.
Oh, goodness.
Eyes open.
They're now pushing onto the top tier 2 with Bengi and Caveman dead. You've got Chuan P back in base. They might try to take down this top tier 2, and they have got the damage. They've got so much raw stats. Here's that play again.
Yeah, so the TP play coming in, and you have to look at that because Chuan P did misplay. Would it have mattered? Nah. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. They would have lost this fight anyways because that was perfect play coming out of Flandre, proper TP. Bengi sitting on that field of fire. Was going to die anyways because that nice ulti coming out of Zatai as well. So it was layered properly. This is a play coming out of playoff team. A playoff team that's sad that they're not in the playoffs.
Exactly.
They're in a different bracket, everybody.
I think the big expectation before we saw OMG rise up was that Snake were one of the better teams in the groups, albeit very inconsistent. But this is the Snake that we wanted to see make it into playoffs. On the other hand, you look at their opponents. Vici Gaming.
Yep.
This is week 1, day 1 Vici Gaming, just coming back into the LPL after a 3-4 month break. This is not the Vici Gaming that is going to make it back into the LPL at this rate.
No one expects this Vici Gaming, not new customers, new people looking at the names of the brand power. Okay, you got, yeah, get out of that.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but no one expects that out of Vici. Even the people have seen their growth throughout the split, just getting absolutely manhandled by Snake. No one expects that. There's going to be that one person in the crowd that said, I did. I'm not listening to you.
He's the guy who sells bandwagons. They're going to try to force a fight, but SOFM finds Easyhoon. He's got so much damage. Crystal is there, the arrow and the hook. But a great cleanse. He's burning down, but he's fine. 28 health, walks away with his life. The Weaver's Wall, meanwhile, is stalled out. OQ continues pressuring in the mid lane, and SOFM says, get on my back, team. We're going down mid lane. The next tier 2 drops. They've still got Flandre shoving up top, and Zatai is not done in the bottom lane.
This is some pure teamwork. It is like some paradoxical piggyback riding where everybody's on each other's backs because they are playing so well.
Yeah, this is the best Snake we've seen all year. 15 minutes in, they're 10,000 gold ahead. They are in the position to crack an inhibitor pre-20 minutes.
This is one of those moments where you just play play it calmly. It's pure silence because that's art. What Snake is doing right now, oh, he hits that. Of course he does.
Oh, huge amount of damage. Syndra, not that big yet. Still only the Morellos and Sword Boots. Sonic Wave misses from Bangi, and the zone control sort of forces them back. A stun tags him. He's played in Ignite. They're going to try to kill Long. He's soaking a lot, but not enough. The box pulls him in, but they do manage to get another one. Flandre is trying to get in from the side, and Snake are on the verge of perfect gaming Vici. 7 kills to 0. They haven't dropped a turret. They haven't dropped a neutral objective. This is a good old-fashioned shellacking.
Yeah, see, you expect me to respond to that. All I'm saying is I'm just appreciating this art. It's like I didn't even have to pay money to come into this museum, this art gallery. So Snake is definitely coming in with this strong.
They say that art is what you make of it, right? You're supposed to look at it and see something beautiful. I like how you're looking at this and I'm just appreciating it, and I'm just like, this is possible? You mean the artist is Snake? That guy who was living in the gutters for a few weeks? Oh, man.
It's kind of funny because you would expect them to actually like the gutters because of how much, how dirty some of their wins have come across, right? But this is actually clean. Snake, even though they're a team that used to be a brute force team, and throughout the split, that's actually just been their strength. This time around, you can see the efforts being made to really clean it up. I talked about the vision control much stronger. Yeezy's going to push him out. A flying Graves is someone you don't want to see. He's hitting every hook.
Yeah, the guy's not even allowed to clear out his own jungle. SOFM has laid claim to all of this. And much like Mufasa saying all of this will be yours, he looks over to Bangi and says all of this is mine.
Yeah, it's already mine, old man. I've already have this. What are you talking about?
And Bangi's like, but please. Please, sir, may I have some more?
Okay, now you're putting out too many
We're getting
references
so many.
at the
All
same
right.
time. It's like in the same sentences. You just threw 3 at me.
I've got to admit, I am so surprised to see Snake playing at this level. And compared to Vici Gaming, who were on the up and up just a few weeks ago, who were playing at the best they've played all split, to come into the promotion tournament in game number 1 and be this far behind this early on does not bode well for them. Of course, this is not the elimination match. They still have got a chance if they lose this series. But right now, Snake have got so much momentum. Vici is going to look for Flandre. They're trying to kick him in, but that's the Zanyas. He just drops Equalizer on top of himself. That's a little embarrassing. He still gets a kill. Holy cow.
Yeah, I expected that. I wanted you to think that I was flashing over that wall. Yeah, nah, I got you.
Oh, man. You can see him in your screen right now, sitting back, having a drink from his coffee. Bit of a chuckle. Got him. And now they continue pressing forward. Easyhoon pops his cleanse as the hook will miss, but SOFM looks for the kill, forces Flash on his way in and out, side steps, but they're trying to break this inhibitor turret. They've got it down to half, but not dropped yet.
And so here's the thing. Now we have to talk about what is it going to take from Vici to come back into this game, because this time around they didn't even have the liberty of an early game lead. That was taken away from Snake, who's had that the entire game long. So it's going to be off the back of, we already saw Bengi making that play happen topside. He needs to consistently look for those kick plays to get a pick off of OQ, off of Zatai. Any squishy, anybody. It just can't be Flandre, because if he has Zonias, you're going to get burned alive.
Oh, yeah.
So if those plays come through, could really be anybody. Could even be Talia that makes those picks come through for them.
Yeah.
Then they have to be able to immediately demolish them, reset, get the gold. They need to be gold farming right now. They can't focus on winning fights. Just get pick, go back to base. Get yourself a nice item for yourself.
And that's what we see them trying to do right here, is they're focusing on getting gold. Look at the vision line being pushed forward on Xuan P's side of the map. He's got a nice deep set of wards to keep him safe unless SOFM takes any creative passing. Even Easyhoon on the bottom lane is trying to push that wave out into Flandre to get as many waves as he can while he's got this brief window in which Flandre has respawned. However, Snake find themselves back on the map. It's a 4-1, but inverted. So that means that Baron could be the next objective for Snake, and they're starting to sweep out the vision from Vici.
Yeah, and so it's of course SOFM and Crystal on the charge of just leading through this red side jungle, doing it immediately. One of their biggest problems, of course, has just been using the vision. I can't even talk about it.
Whoa, tries to predict the flash, but Caveman is a step ahead. He sees the prediction and gets himself out alive, but that's Flash.
And they couldn't see the pick that was coming through. And just to talk about it, Crystal and SOFM, they get the vision control for themselves, but they can fall flat in being impatient on the use. Maybe they're being impatient now, but it looks like they've got this Baron for free.
They're taking a lot of damage. SOFM is chunked down to below half health. Easyhoon has got his Weaver's Wall, but it seems like they're not responding anywhere near fast enough. At the 20-minute mark, almost on the dot, Snake take the Baron and get out. The arrow catches Bengi. Zatai follows it up. Equalizer, that's way too much damage, guys. That is overkill. Long makes his way over the wall as EasyHoon sets up the Unraveled Earth to prevent the follow-up, but here comes Zatai. He's ghosting. He lands the stun. No cleanse, but that is Stand United. Unraveled Earth again sets up the zone. And with SOFM dashing around the side, they have got to respect this.
They have Baron, they have a dead Bengi. Now they're just throwing ultis willy-nilly. They're going to be able to take this top.
Flash on onto OQ, but they have no follow-up. Long, I appreciate the defense, but that sort of heroic play is something that only works in the movies. He goes down, as does the turret. EasyHoon eats yet another stun, and Zatai finishes off that kill. Bengi respawns in time to see his base in flames as 5 members of Snake bring Baron down the mid lane. They could be looking to end.
Yeah, this seems very clear-cut coming from Snake. Probably just a perfect game coming in from them. Technically, it's not because they lost that one kill, but I'm going to ignore that one kill. This is the best we've seen from Snake all split long. They have shown some great moments, but never consistently throughout the entirety of a game. There would be one key moment in the game, you're like, that's a pure Snake moment.
Yeah.
But it looks like if they can continue this one until the Fallen Nexus, of course, this would be a game where Snake can look back on and say, we've done it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it was in the promotion tournament, but if they can if they can win out in this one, they go straight back into the league, of course, throughout, if they do win 3 in a row.
Yeah, they've still got their work cut out for them. Again, this is game number 1 in this best of 5.
Yeah.
But right now, it looks like Snake are, at least in game number 1, outclassing Vici Gaming. 1,600 gold ahead. They've still got Baron buff. They've already broken the mid-inhib, and they might just try to force it down the mid lane. There's a direction ping towards that bottom turret, so they are playing the intelligent game and running for that next inhibitor that they were sieging a little while earlier.
Thankfully for Vici, the lost inhib is in the mid lane, so they can look to defend and defend the bottom lane at the same time. But they can't. They're already out of position. Shen is in the top side of the map.
They're not fast enough. The inhibitor goes down. A hook is lined up and catches the minions. Good kick. Puts SOFM into the front. That's where Graves wants to be. Arrow tags Caveman as Flandre goes in. That's 2 members dead. Equalizer and a huge hook by Chuan P. Long is in the back, but he is going to die as well. While EasyHoon gets burned down. The clean ace for 0. Flash away from the turret. Snake, 23.5 minutes in, are 1 kill away from the perfect game, and Vici Gaming are left with mouths wide open wondering what the hell just happened.
And the people in front of your screen, as you mentioned, they're the ones who's feeling really happy. Not this man right here, not this guy as well. Everyone on Vici, they have to really reassess their game plan.
Oh yeah, there's going to be a stern conversation being had behind the screen there as game number 1. I can't even believe it's over that soon.
I can't believe it either. Remember,
these are the same players. Like, that was Zatai on your screen just walking away.
what we expect is the mechanical display that they've shown. What we don't expect was how they were able to do that as a team, macro-wise, be able to play the smarter game, not overreach when they're going for dives. In fact, they just pulled back when they needed to. That is a Snake we don't expect. So, yeah, they took this game pretty cleanly. Vici has to worry.
Oh, yeah, they really do. If game number 1 ends up with nearly a 20,000 gold difference in 23 minutes, that is a massive advantage. Even in the raw damage alone, of course, that advantage certainly helps, but this is a completely unprecedented showing from Snake. And we saw them 3 days ago in their absolute worst form. I mean, worse than when SOFM split pushed and tried taking Raptors while a Baroned up team was shoving down his base. Like,
that happens a lot.
This was the absolute worst Snake we saw just 3 days ago. And now right next to them is the absolute best.
Yeah.
How do you turn around that quickly?
There's something to be said about, of course, the players on that lineup being very good at adapting. Remember, this split has been a rocky one for them to the point where SOFM was the support. Remember that, friends. Some of you don't want to remember it, but you're going to have to. But they've had rocky times, and then they've come back. They were able to adapt, much like the Snake logo that they had. They can shed some of that skin. So I like the fact that they're able to come into this, obviously, and showcase something immaculate, something beautiful for them. That being said, the people across from them who had that identity that they can at least be a smarter team, they have to really worry and showcase something completely different, something we haven't seen from them all split long.
And that's somehow what we were setting up a little bit about this matchup. The fact that Vici Gaming are the intelligent team. They will play the macro decision if they have the time to do it. They just don't always have the super strong mechanical plays or the micro decisions to sort of force the more intricate setups.
Yeah.
But Snake have come out and said, not only are we the better mechanical team, we're also the better macro team. We're also the more intelligent team.
And it all came down to that one moment in the game where they wanted to do something about the Graves, who was constantly pushing in on Lee Sin. They make the call to converge on him, not only the bottom lane, not only the mid lane, but also a Shen ulti. That is a wrong decision to make unless if you are completely sure that you can lock him down. They did not. He was able to escape over a wall with a Rumble just free firing on the top side of the map, who was already winning that matchup.
Yeah.
They couldn't then converge onto the dragon because the dragon's useless. And so they were in a position where they realized, wow, they've really lost every lane.
Yeah.
And so it's up to Snake. The ball's just been thrown over to Snake, and Snake just never let go.
Absolutely.
Snake just kept it. Snake's ball.
They put this thing in a vault, and now that thing is so safe and secure. But, I mean, that was game number 1. They've still got 2 more to win before they can close out this series. And Vici Gaming have got to go back to the drawing board. This composition that they have taken, was this even sort of a compositional error in that their lanes ended up behind? It was Karma and Caitlyn into Ashe Thresh. That's supposed to lose if you dodge the hooks, right?
Yeah, so for both sides, it was actually Snake that picked into that, knowing that, they're going to be losing that lane in terms of constant pressure. And 3 minutes into the game, that's what was happening. We were even mentioning, the Caitlyn and Karma will be doing. What's sick that the Thresh hook came out?
Yeah, exactly.
What happened here? The man's lost half his HP. That's what Thresh wants to make. So you have to. That's the only point of focus in your mind if you're in that bottom lane, that you have to be able to recognize where Thresh is positioning.
Okay.
And most of the time, it's like, okay, Thresh along with a lantern for his jungler. Then you have to worry. But they didn't need the jungler. SOFM was as calm as could be. Was just doing whatever he wanted in the enemy jungle because every other lane was working well with him.
Absolutely. And you got to see some of that genius pathing and sort of how he moved around the map outside of that one time where he almost got caught. For clarity, he was behind the Direwolf camp and ended up behind his own red buff when he escaped. MVP goes to Flandre, though, for those amazing outplays in the top lane.
Oh,
Just capitalizing on the mistakes and almost passive attempts to kill him from Vici Gaming.
I don't even need a replay because I can just see it all in my mind. And
Yeah,
it makes
I know.
me crack up every time. There were a lot of points where I love you, producer.
He just said we're going to have a replay.
He said 12-minute replay. Oh, okay. I thought he meant 12-minute duration.
It's going to be this one here.
This was good because it was the TP flank coming in the top side of the map. Of course, Ron P does mess up with that sideways dash. He dies. The Rumble ulti comes down perfectly for Bengi. He gets ulted on top of it by the Syndra, and so you could just see a perfect play coming out of Snake. And this was the one small moment, a position of power coming in from Snake, or at least from Vici.
Yeah.
But then immediately when Vici starts the pressure, they just lose everything off a TP play.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if Vici Gaming can recover. We're going to get game number 2 coming in right quick. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're just about ready to get into game number 2 between Vici Gaming and Snake. And after game number 1, one of these teams is probably feeling pretty good about their performance, absolutely looking very strong. And the other, not looking very strong at all. Their opponent's looking very strong.
Yeah.
And but what I'm trying to say is, game number 1 was disastrous for Vici Gaming. And they need to clean things. I was trying to go through too many metaphors.
You're trying. Me saying that, it looked bad for Vici, right? Because Vici,
yeah.
I don't know, man. I feel bad for the coach having to explain it to them. It's like, guys, you got...
What do you even say?
It's a bit of a mismatch, friends.
Yeah.
But really, that is
so
true. Yeah.
as someone who used to be a coach, your team comes back from the promotion tournament, a game like this, and game number 1, which was very nearly a perfect game. What on earth do you say to them, a team with Easyhoon, Bengi, world champions, to get them to come back?
Shake it off, friends. Shake it off. Just give them the Taylor Swift. Shake it off, everybody. The biggest point is that I think that immediately just talk about strategy, because immediately they had stronger lanes, or at least stronger lanes on Snake's front. That's fine as long as they don't have stronger jungle matchup as well. I think what will happen immediately is that we will have a priority pick coming out of the jungle for Bengi. That needs to happen because he was just pushed around for a very long time. We talked about jungle being priority, but for both of these teams, that's how they make pressure on both of these teams, how the early leads happen. And Graves was just able to run roughshod. And Bengi was clearly unhappy about that.
Yeah.
Because there was a definite over maneuver to get that man out of his jungle, and which resulted in penalty.
And every time he did try to make a play, SOFM was there, stealing his Gromp, stealing his Wolves, clearing out wards.
Yeah.
SOFM chased Bengi for a good 40 seconds, just clearing out every single ward he dropped to scare him into the jungle. And all of that started with the Ivern and Elise ban, following it up with a Graves first pick. So this time, Vici Gaming will get side priority. They get the option to go blue and priority pick for Bengi.
That's good.
Do you think they do that with so many other priority picks available?
Oh, 1,000%.
Okay.
For me, Vici should be happy with the counter picks that they have. If they go towards Easyhoon on, let's say, a Cassiopeia versus Easyhoon on Syndra versus him on Talia even, they could go through a lot of picks, even in a safe Orianna for them. Top lane, Long has played a lot of champions. He may have had bad play throughout the split, but that's not been a pressure focus on them. In the bottom lane, they already had themselves a good matchup, right? So it should be top lane. And if Elise is going to get banned, if they cannot guarantee Elise versus Graves, which is even better because of course, the magic resist nerf that came through on Graves, just pick yourself Elise. If that's not available, pick Graves.
And you can see Snake on your screen right now, Flandre and Zatai with some pretty big smiles after the one before Zatai takes a deep breath and resets. Easyhoon, the man of the hour, the heart of Vici Gaming. You can see he's looking perhaps a little bit nervous, and Bengi and Long perhaps echoing that a little bit, perhaps looking like they've seen a bit of a ghost.
And that's the thing with Vici. They are definitely bottlenecked a lot by the compositions they have to run, but the styles they have as a team. If the last style isn't working, if they want a more aggressive style, they're very limited in what they can actually pick. They would have to pick for positive laning phase, but they can never go to a pure 1-3-1 composition. They can never go for, let's say, an assassin to really take out Zatai in the mid lane matchup. It's not an option that they're willing to go towards. They know what composition they can pick. So Snake going into this, they're like, yeah, we know exactly we can get what you want to play. So we'll take it off out with the bans that we have of Ivern and
Yeah, so we've already seen Vici Gaming on blue side. They're banning away Fizz. They're taking away OQ's Ashe and removing SOFM's Rengar. Now we've got the Ivern ban already. Kog'Maw, you can see the coach for Snake. Very quickly speaking, that final ban for them, is that going to be the Elise again? No, it's Graves.
There we go.
So Elise goes through, but so too does Lee Sin.
That means that Vici wants the Elise into Lee Sin. It is something of comfort for Vici. Yeah, immediately lock it in. It was smart. Snake stalled a little bit in terms of banning out the Graves simply because there must have been a priority pick that they want to discuss that a little bit more. But they're like, okay, give him the Elise. We know that Snake, SOFM, has a bit of a champion pull. He can go towards the Lee Sin. He'd be in the opposite end in terms of the pressure coming towards him. But SOFM has been a remarkable Lee Sin this split, and he has been an incredible mechanical display. So they're going to be trying this matchup for themselves.
Yeah, they are prioritizing that Lee Sin very early on. They could have saved it for the second rotation afterwards and picked a support or something else right here, but perhaps looking for a counter pick.
They know what they want. They know they want the Lee Sin. It's not a priority for them. It's more so they wanted to be able to get a counter in the next one. So Vici, they're going to look towards picking their bottom side. They've already picked in Lucian. Maybe they go for a support. Maybe they just say, okay, we'll pick our mid lane matchup right now. With that being said, that means Snake knows exactly what they're going to pick. They can just immediately decide, oh, we'll go to a support pick to just lock in a positive bottom lane. Now that they know they're going up against a Lucian, they can say, we'll pick up a Karma. And my God, if they go towards a Braum, you just pick a second Karma. Pick 3 Karmas. Pick 4 Karmas. Pick every Karma in the game.
The tie, he's got 25 seconds to find that champion out of the 135 we've got in the game right now. But with that Lucian Braum locked in for Xuan and Caveman, perhaps they'll be in a little bit of a safer scenario than in the previous game. Interestingly enough, though, we're seeing Snake prioritize Flandre on a carry in the top lane right as we get into the next ban phase, so they can even start targeting along.
An MVP performance from him last time around, so you could definitely tell, yeah, we're changing up our priority. Give this man a rumble 2 times in a row, we'll see the same success. So they're not too worried, I suppose, about Karma being banned. There's still Zyra, there's still Nami, so there's still a lot of champions they can go back on. Even picking up, let's say, even a Misfortune. Any mage, anyone with range can deal with this matchup positively.
Yeah, we're still seeing Snake echo their same sort of pick ban from game number 1 as Kled is banned away from Long. So very good on those carries. Try to put him on something that he can have a low impact on, like a very low impact tank. However, that means Vici Gaming get the chance to limit that support pool for Snake. For Crystal specifically, as Karma is now banned away. Question is, do they ban Thresh in the next one and risk the Nami getting through, or do they ban Nami and let the Thresh go through?
I think they'll ban Nami because, A, it's harder to deal with in lane, and of course, Crystal has played just as equally good at Nami. This guy's just a good support player. We have to start to... Oh, it's going to be a Malzahar ban down. All right. They're not too afraid of it. What is surprising to me, though, is the Lucian. I didn't talk about it a little bit more, but Xuan going on Lucian is a very interesting point. You just don't expect that coming out of the man. More so towards the Caitlyn that is still up and available. I'm not going to try it.
Yeah, he is sticking towards that Lucian. Slightly faster dash than the 90 caliber net. Perhaps that would have gotten him out of the arrow in game number 1.
Maybe last time he's like, I'll dash there, and it won't make me look like a fool.
He had flash. Like, oh.
Yeah,
that was
I ain't gonna
the craziest thing is you can flash out of that. You can flash animation cancel to get out of the 90 caliber net. So he just didn't.
I'm just gonna try my
hardest.
Wasn't
fast enough.
Just don't even. Let's just
yeah,
forget about
but
that.
now we've got Thresh locked in for
it.
Crystal once again. So that's Varus Thresh in the bottom lane. Great CC, huge follow up, huge damage if they can line it up correctly. And Long is put back onto that Shen in the top lane. So final pick for Vici Gaming is saving that mid lane for EasyHoon. Zatai still has counter pick, and he has got such a large champion pool to deal with just about anything Vici EasyHoon is going to throw.
That's true, and he might just go towards the Syndra. He's already hovering it. That's just been a very comfortable, blind pickable champion for EasyHoon that sets up the Elise. So I have a lot of repressed memories, as was just formed out recently, you could tell. This one actually might have a positive one, where you look at the bottom side of the map of Syndra, Lucian, and Braum. And Braum might not be that good in a 2v2. But with Elise, with the Syndra pick, might even not even need the Syndra, because of course the classic Lucian Braum is just you all in and engage, you get the stun. Maybe you don't get the kill, right? But if you get the stun, and if you have Elise to be able to just lock him down with a cocoon as well, that is a classic camp the bottom lane composition. They even have the Shen to make it that obvious.
Assuming they end up getting to bot lane faster than SOFM, one of the most creative jungle pathing junglers in the league.
Even if he's there.
Yeah.
Perfect situation. Numbers, if there is no number advantage, 4v4, 3v3, should be in Vici's favor early on. That being said, this Lantern can easily just be turned into a Lantern Thresh, right? This Thresh could be easily just a Lantern Thresh, not a Hook Thresh, so you can be like, I'm saving you from this play. I'm saving you from that cocoon. So Crystal could be easily turned into a defensive support in this case. And with that being said, we even see a Jace coming out for the man here.
Yeah. I was a bit surprised to see the Jace. I know normally Zatai prioritizes Echo in that lane. I was just double-checking some of the stats for that. He's so far in 2017, he's played Jace once. It was up against Republic on Game Talents, who played Syndra. and he lost that game, though he was up in CS and about even KDA. So overall, we can assume an even lane. Then again, it is Republic compared to EasyHoon, so apples and oranges if you take that.
And for the matchup, it should be safe for Jace. Even in poor matchup, it's always safe for Jace because if he goes into a mage, he can just go into Hex Drinker and just farm it out, poke in the lane. Syndra's difficulty with Jace is once he gets items, long swords under his belt, very cheap item pathing from him, he can just hide with a control ward anywhere he wants. If it's towards his blue side, where he can just hide behind that little ridge and just poke at the Syndra, it starts to get really annoying in that instance. But Syndra sets up very well because, of course, Jace is an auto attack champion, walks up, gets stunned by the Syndra orb, and then you have an Elise to follow up. So there are definite answers on both sides of this matchup. But it comes down to comfort that Jace has had a lot of success for a lot of teams. A very pressuring mid laner.
It's going to be exciting to see Zitai play something new. I mean, he used to be top lane. He's mid lane. He's played just about every lane in the game. So he's got one of the deepest champion pools, I think, of all pro players in League of Legends because he's sort of been around for so long. So it's still fun to see something new. And just to clarify, it was the second time here in the LPL 2017 that we've seen it. This is also the second time ever that we've seen him on Jace. So it's always good to see an old dog learn new tricks.
I've never really, I guess, criticized Zitai for his champion pool because he's always been that champion.
You can't, right?
Yeah, because he's one of those members that, oh, Azir just came out a week ago. I'm an Azir master.
I'm going to take it onto the Rift.
He's just that. He's been that type of character. He learns very quickly. And then when he went to the top lane, even though he was on IG, I suppose, PDD helped him out just a little bit, and he was able to become one of the most consistent top laners for that team. So he is definitely, he may be an old dog, but that old dog is learning quickly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But as you can see, we've loaded onto the Rift. It's game number 2 between Vici Gaming and Snake. You just saw Crystal already going for a quick little bop on the Caveman, who's trying to keep his spirits up with some laughter underneath that tier 1 turret. Blue start from Bengi, getting a leash from Long as well. Leashless start from SOFM at his own red buff. It'll be interesting to see how he decides to path this game. If you take a look, there are some late wards by the blue buff and in Pixel Brush to spot out any delayed invades, but looks like Snake are content to go back into this laning phase that was so strong for them in game number 1.
Yeah, and here's what's fun. Just to hit on the laning phase, the fact that Snake was able to prioritize that so much, that Rumble, and you already talked about it, Leashless coming out of Lee Sin, he's taken a lot of damage. Thankfully for him, Raptors does not do much damage in the new patch. 7.7, it got nerfed in damage, but it has a lot more HP. He might not even take the big one. He's going to try now. It won't chip him down all too much, and he's going to have smite for it.
He's holding on to that smite for a long time.
He used it for the red buff. The problem is he's just a lot slower now, right? So he only took 2 camps simply because he didn't have anyone help him out. But the benefit of that, as Zitai just gets smacked, is in the fact that Rumble was able to sit in the lane while Shen was helping out Bengi, and the bottom lane was also leashing, fighting in the bottom lane too.
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys just saw that on the minimap, but OQ and Crystal pushed in the first 2 waves, then quickly roamed in, got a ward on Tribush, and refreshed their ward in River. So despite the fact that it was a leashless start, no help from Flandre, this is a planned maneuver from Snake. They know that this side of the jungle is going to be vulnerable at about this time with Elise, so they got those wards down. They're nice and safe now. SOFM, despite being at low health, has got no problem. He's got his team there to back him up.
And so SOFM is not going to get punished whatsoever because where Elise is going. Elise is more so farming it up in the jungle, was able to get vision topside, but that doesn't mean she's going to immediately look to pressure. In fact, she should just pressure towards mid and look for a gank. But Zitai is playing so far back that that's not happening. There is no possibility for Bengi to make pressure happen.
Oh, the hook catches Xuan P again. OQ's going to turn towards Caveman. Just pop some of those blight stacks for early damage. Actually goes for the piercing arrow and ignite to bop him with an auto. Caveman should survive this, but that just means that the lane is again heavily prioritizing OQ and Crystal. SOFM finds him. Managed to get the Dissonance and Tempest.
SOFM is going to keep him here. They cannot back, or this man will kick you in the face.
He hit it. Sonic Wave. He's got the execution and red buff, flash and heal from Xuan P. And the concussive blows from that Braum. You've got to respect the double tap from Lucian, proccing it so quickly.
Yeah, a lot about that. SOFM in any other day would have just went on in that. But the fact that Caveman still had exhaust, the fact that Xuan P had heal and flash, they would have definitely killed him. But SOFM, knows this game means a lot. And he's like, all right, we win this lane. If I don't int here, I will decide to back away.
And look at how he's paying off the sort of wards that his bottom lane set up for him. Heading down there, following up on their harass, timing it so that if it was a fight in skirmish, he would have been there and prepared. And already we're seeing a 16 CS lead for OQ in the bottom lane. Another excellent recall as that's Vamp, Scepter, and another few set of potions to keep himself topped off. Whereas you look at Xuan P, at least it's not a cull.
At least it's not a call. What's great about this, and I'm just going to bring it to a positive aspect, right? Because SOFM had a slow jungle start. He didn't have help.
Yeah.
He's ahead in the jungle. He didn't even take a kill. It was just that he was able to steal Krug on the bottom side of the map in his favor. So he's even in experience. I think he's even slightly ahead. He just pinged level 5. Bengi is still level 4. So SOFM is sitting very nicely for himself. And he just had winning lanes. That's all it really takes for him.
And now he's covering mid lane as Zatai will go for his first recall. SOFM, ooh, don't face check it. Oh, Cocoon finds him. He has not got a single chance. Flashes, Repel gets him away. Flash gets him out. And Bengi gets first blood for Vici.
All right. I mean, that's not a disaster for Snake.
That was actually really smart. They sat just outside of his vision. Like, if you look at the wards, there's one by the Raptor camp, but Bengi passed it into the river and just sat there.
Yeah, two options was that Bengi and EasyHoon were going to be going to the bottom side of the map to make a dive happen. So he was aware of that. He was worried. And that small worry for his teammates costed him his life.
Ooh, Bengi's actually showing up bottom. He's got no flash, but Elise is great at diving. They've got level 6 on Long, and they are following up onto OQ. He looks to be the first target and dies. Long gets that kill. 2-0 Vici Gaming.
There we go. They finally got the dive going for them. Second time was the, it was the charm. Not even the way you say it, but you know what? That's how I say it.
Second time's a charm, yep.
Yep.
And they've actually still got Flandre pushing up top. He did start his teleport and cancel it.
Yeah.
So now he's just going to run down, proxy a few waves to get some bonus damage on that top tier 1 turret. Again, huge advantage for that top lane, but Vici Gaming answer back by equalizing that difference the early laning phase put themselves in.
Ooh, he's even going to TP topside. So this is really good for Luong, where he was able to get himself, not even just a play half, but he also got himself that kill. So gold-wise, he's sitting okay. He's actually even out in the lane. Meanwhile, his team is actually sitting pretty on a lot of gold as well. So now that Lucian's going back to his aim with a longsword just based off that entire affair, Shen's going to be happy.
Ooh, Zatai looks to be gifted over blue buff by Flandre. Shock blast. Ooh, 31 health.
Oh,
Flandre cancels the auto attack. He was thinking about it.
So you missed that. I'm actually just going to
You can see Zatai's on the edge of his seat like, oh, no, okay.
Thank you, friend.
Makes his way back towards the mid lane as Flandre loops on around. And 7.5 minutes in, Vici Gaming have actually executed on that first play and answered back from the laning pressure that they found themselves under.
Yeah, so it's still even. Even though they have 2 kills for themselves because of that play, it's because of the individual plays coming out of Flandre. He gifted blue buff. Now that means Sintra doesn't have blue buff for herself. OQ, though. Oh, Lantern. Always by his side. But yeah, they've evened out because Rumble got a massive advantage for himself. Meanwhile, blue buff coming in for Jace. So now the question is, where is Syndra going to get blue buff? It's not going to happen. So Zatai has 2 minutes where he's just sitting comfortable. He's able to get a nice back timing whenever he wants, unless if Elise tries to gank. But SOFM ain't going to let that happen.
Yeah, he's already hanging just behind Zatai, just sort of like Spider-Man in the rafters, like, fight me, I dare you.
I sense something in this area.
They're even bringing Crystal up there as well just to clear out the vision, but Bengi, very intelligent change-up from him. He set it behind the blue buff, so they will spot Zatai as they go for a delayed invade, but Bengi's already looking to gank bottom. Snake as a collective unit just trying to control this side of the map, control the jungle, allow OQ to continue opening up an advantage over Xuan P. And yeah, they're now spotted out in the river.
Yeah, and that's the Silk Road we talk about quite a lot. It's just the amount of vision being pressed into this bottom side map to connect Zatai, to connect SOFM to the bottom lane. So now suddenly Xuan P and Caveman, they have to feel afraid because they don't know where these members are going to be at any point in time, right? And it's never going to be an EasyHoon's wheelhouse to say, I can actually roam to the bottom side when the fight happens, because easily Crystal can just force a fight. But here we go.
That's exactly what they're doing, forcing a fight onto Crystal. He flays back, but that's exhaust burned, and he just walks away. Bengi shows up, and they layer all of their CC, but it's not enough to kill him.
He didn't even layer the CC. Bengi hit minion instead of layering the
Oh.
extra. So the fact that it was in a wave was pretty sad. Bengi's going to be feeling a little unhappy about that.
Yeah, now you can see what happens when the lane turns around a little bit. Flandre is burning down Long. Grasp of the Undying tries to get him some health back. But this is a much slower start from Flandre, as he did go for the Mercurial Treads first. Mercury Treads. Whew. Using that ultimate on the minions just threw me right off.
The moment it happened, you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What's the point in this? Remember last time we saw Flandre on the Rumble? He used it repeatedly to try and steal blue buff. At least it's a level up that he's using it to get a proper back timing for himself. He's actually been really smart in how he's been using it this series. So this is definitely a step up. You can see the improvement coming out of every member in the team, even though I've just talked about a bare minimum of please don't use it on blue buff versus he's using it in team fights properly, and he's even using it to properly shove in lane.
Yeah, for now it seems like he's just using it to control his lane and try to open up that advantage. P and Caveman sitting just outside of vision.
There's a lot of
SOFM,
things.
is he going to face check it again?
Uh-oh.
He's actually going to do it. Crystal's there at the exact same time. He eats the first concussive blows in 2 shots as the hook misses. They even brought down Zatai just in case this were to be an aggressive setup from Vici Gaming, but they managed to defuse the situation.
Yeah, it's one of those points where the hunters have become the hunted. They're trying to look for a play. Crystal's like, if a play happens, I can lantern you right out. And then SOFM and Zatai were in a proper position.
It's like that scene from Jurassic Park where the raptors are actually right next to you. Clever girl.
This is one of those moments where I say that I actually just don't know that reference because I haven't watched Jurassic Park. I apologize. I'm sorry, man.
Oh, my goodness.
I am the worst person to talk about when it comes to movies. Yeah.
You're like the kids in the new one in the ball that go off the track. Did you see the new one at least?
No.
Can I get that reference for you?
Nothing.
Oh, flash auto is not even enough to kill Zatai. That's how frustrating this is.
It is
like
frustrating.
Easy Moon trying to kill Zatai. You just don't get it. All right,
Sorry.
Rez. After this, we're going to the theaters.
All right. It's not even in theaters. You can't say that.
I'll talk to the manager.
Okay.
Be like, this man has not seen Jurassic Park. And they'd be like, let me fix that, and he'll turn it onto the projector.
All right, he'll see it.
Yeah, they're currently skirmishing around a little bit.
Ooh.
Flash burned out of Caveman to escape the face check, and the brush that his own team had used to camp earlier. And there's Equalizer on top of the minions once again. Tiamat finished from Long means he can now start trading with Flandre a little bit as SOFM finds Caveman and punishes him for that lack of flash. Bengi's there as well. So this is not a 1 versus 1 SOFM as Crystal even finds Chuan P. Lines up the hook despite the fact that he tries to sidestep, but just stalls out time for his jungle. And this game is much slower than the previous one.
Yeah, Snake would have went on that. The only problem about that was Varus was coming back from base. Jace was as well. Now that Jace got a proper push into his lane, he's definitely going to be on the same page with SOFM. So that Spider coming onto the Krugs, yeah, you're getting contested.
Yeah, the big one was actually popped by Zatai, so he managed to get all of that gold. He's now got a Hex Drinker and a Dirk for himself. And then a Sapphire Crystal. So not going straight for the stacking build, going for the aggressive build. And he's bringing the whole family.
Uh-oh.
They're going to Disneyland.
Yeah, they're all coming along in this road trip.
And the cocoon goes wide. Caveman leaps in. OQ and Crystal is there. The hook just outside of range. As Flandre, see, that's the strength of that Tiamat. Despite being a level up, takes a poor trade and has to back away.
Yeah, on one end, you're talking about Tiamat being able to get that trade into Flandre as well as the magic resist he has him for himself.
Yeah.
So that double whammy is making it a little harder for Flandre. Meanwhile, Ghost being used by EasyHoon. Wait a second.
He's going to try to assassinate SOFM here, but he just sidesteps, eats the ultimate, gets the red buff, and what the hell? SOFM! Oh.
Yeah, you sit down. All right, bring in the, get this man some water.
And then the laugh emote as he recalls.
That was, he should have done.
Oh my
that was so much disrespect.
God.
He stuck around to smite red buff as if he was gonna use it. Guess what? He is, because they weren't able to completely kill him out. It should have been a kill. It was a little misexecuted, but you know what? SOFM's gonna be feeling a little bit more confident now. He has the red buff. He was able to get out of that situation. He was able to burn Ghost, burn, of course, the ulti coming out of Syndra. Zatai came out in a net positive because SOFM was a little greedy / confident.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to call it, if that is greed or confidence or just straight up outplaying. But SOFM does it again, the miracle escape. He did give up first blood of the game, so we can't give him too much credit overall, but still, 14 minutes in, this is a much slower game, and we're seeing a very patient laning phase from Vici Gaming and Snake, something that I'm sure that Vici Gaming fans are going to be quite appreciative of. The fact that the game is slower and is not accelerated to those crazy fights that we know Vici struggle with.
Yeah, and that does mean that, wait a second, he's not going to follow it up. But just to hit your point, that does, no, there's a TP coming through, just kidding.
Ooh, the Winter's Bite misses, but that's the knock-up onto SOFM. He goes over the wall as Crystal goes in, and teleport from Flandre lays down the equalizer. OQ is fighting Xuan P, looking for the duel, trying to pop the bite. He flashes over the wall and manages to get the execution. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is fighting on the other side. They follow up with a huge lantern to pick up 1, 2, 3 kills. And now Easy Hoon, bet you wish you had your summoners. Oh, he lines up the stun, and SOFM disrespectful. He's going to end up trading 1 for 1, but that's 4 kills for 2 favoring Snake.
And that was a fantastic ultimate coming out of Flandre. This is when you look to the pick and ban coach. You're like, we gave it to him 2 times in a row, and he was able to make that much of an impact once again.
And now they're looking to take this next big objective shortly thereafter, the mid-tier 1 turret. All of that first brick gold onto Flandre and Zitai, who we've seen absolutely pop off in game number 1. That was a teleport flank from Long. He's trying to catch Flandre as he makes his way out of here. But here's a replay of that fight, and it all starts with a missed cocoon.
So SOFM had to back away. He knew that he was going to get collapsed on by Caveman. It was smart from him to start this off, but take a look at the Rumble ulti. You're not seeing it because it comes out from the side, but 3 people on top of it. Caveman's getting burnt down. Zitai gets the final kill on that one, and as you can see, there was it was just the 3 members of Snake backing away and playing it as patiently as possible. It looked like Flandre just grew wings as he takes the dying breath of Crystal. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, bottom left, as you can see, was a kill being put down. So once we find out who died, it was Flandre.
They managed to collapse onto Flandre. Long shows up, and now this is actually 4 members of Vici Gaming taking that top tier 1. And they've got Bengi over there as well to try trading turrets now with Snake, but Snake have already got the tempo advantage. They've got SOFM clearing out Krugs. He's getting onto those right now. And this could actually be a tier 2 trade. No, they're even sending Zitai top to stop any further advantages from Vici Gaming happening.
Yeah, Vici, they just conceded. They're going to be looking to back away. They should just outright lose this tower.
Yeah, they have no teleport. They've got nothing to defend this.
The problem is now, if they stick around long enough, it could be Easy Hoon looking to force a fight. But no, he's making us... He's circling around. He's not even looking for a flank. What are you doing, Easy?
I don't think he knows.
Yeah. So
just like that, it's a 2-for-1 turret trade.
Yeah. For him, he was probably thinking that they would continue to push forward. There was no reason to think that. So, yeah, a definite loss for Vici. Vici is definitely shaken. 100% shaken. Nothing but shaken salt. And Snake, they're just making the proper plays. They're making the right decisions. They're pushing their lead. They didn't even have a lead early on in this game. They actually fell forward, as you mentioned, that first blood coming through.
Yeah.
But they brought it down to a slower level, which is usually what Vici has in terms of their pace. That's the Vici pace of play. But then they made the proper play in favor of them.
Snake did, yes.
Yeah,
in
Snake.
Taking that sort of chaotic skirmish in between the power spikes of Vici Gaming.
A massive team fight win turned into a massive map win.
And now it seems like we might be seeing something similar as 5 members of Snake group up bottom. Looks like they're going to try starting off the Dragon. Scuttlecrab in favor of Vici Gaming as Xuan P leads the charge. Flandre is forced to separate from his team as OQ is busy clearing minions bottom. Meanwhile, Long is trying to take advantage of this window to push up top, but Xuan P is at half health. He's going to have to heal up. Meanwhile, Snaker just calling the bluff, burning down the Dragon before Vici can respond. Somebody's going to have to head top to cover that tier 2, though.
Yeah, that would have been a great advantage for Vici, but of course, Thresh is such a thorn in their side. Because Flandre was able to get a way out. He was out of position. He could have died, but then suddenly he's been rescued. And then that's Vici just not getting any kills for themselves.
Look at this. Crystal trying to single-handedly hold the wave without his team. There was a reason Zitai was hanging out behind that turret. Gives up a kill very uncharacteristically. Long is finally going to be pushed back from this turret, getting about a 5th of its health with that minion wave, and OQ catches those minions.
Yeah, thankfully for Snake, that Vici's not going to be able to get anything off of that. They're not going to be able to get any damage on the mid lane turret. The wave was way too far back. Top lane, just not an option because Shen has already pushed that one through. The Baron obviously not up 19 minutes into the game. So they're just going to get proper backs for themselves and they see if they can reset. Look for another pick and get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, they've definitely got damage. Haunting Guy's second from EasyHoon for flat penetration. He hasn't even finished off Sork Boots, which I'm sure he's going to go for next recall, as he just tries to finish off these wards here. And now we do see the lane swap coming out of Snake as they're looking for another tier 1 up top. Where is Vici Gaming? Are they just not gonna respond to this?
They're just chilling out, man.
There they go. Now they're bringing the whole family.
Yeah, they're taking some time. They will be able to come and defend this depending. Nah, this tower is way too low. But it looks like they're just killing out the wave. They could have been able to take this tower. Snake actually had the option to. They didn't want to force the fight. They just wanted to push in and get some vision in. So that's a smarter decision from Snake. The old Snake would have just looked into pushing that tower with how low it was. But no, they're just playing a slower pace here.
Meanwhile, you've got Flandre pushing bottom against Long. They both have teleport available, and Stand United is ready for Long. There's a control ward in that brush, so you can see Xuan P and Caveman hoping for a lucky pick, but OQ is sitting back nice and safe. And, you know, that always has been one of the weaknesses of OQ. Every once in a while, at least once or twice a game, he'll just find himself in a really silly position with no backup. It's kind of like a double lift sort of thing, where it's like, wait, why are you there?
That's true. I think one funny point about OQ is that he has number 3 KDA in the split, so he's been
really still with that.
Yeah, he has been a major player for the team, but he does have those moments. I like how you likened him to double lift in a sense, because he does have those moments where it's like, okay, you're definitely not in the wrong part, but then there'd be a team fight immediately after where he pops off.
Speaking of somebody in the wrong place, it's SOFM this time. He takes the lantern into the fire. Crystal again in the front, flashes back, teleport. Means Flandre's going to get in. Zatai gets a great shot. Equalizer layers it across. They're burning through Caveman, and so far, Flandre now in the front is doing so much damage. Zatai goes in. Flandre is dead. SOFM's over the wall, but OQ is cleaning up on the back side along with Zatai. 3, 4, soon to be 5. Long is slowed, flashes over, but SOFM is a step ahead. That's the ace from Snake.
Yeah, double kill coming in from oh my goodness. I guess they're just going to go for a Baron here.
They're doing it at 21.5 minutes in. Zatai is at such low health. Crystal is tanking. They even pops the Hex Drinker on top of it. Long has got teleport, but he's not up for 27 seconds. It's the last to die. Snake are taking everything.
That was beautifully played, and it just comes. I know we're going to get a replay, but I'm going to just come up and give you a preview of it. Because SOFM repositioning, he looked like he was in a tough spot. Yeah, you know what? I know what you're talking about. Flandre didn't come up in time, but it starts out he was in a tough spot, right? You're like, okay, let's kill SOFM. Of course, look at Crystal. He's going to be able to rescue his man. And then the TP comes out immediately. Vici has that split decision. Do we push forward? Do we back away? Immediately they make the wrong decision. OQ layers them down, and of course they have to make an option to run through that red carpet. Xuan P essentially kills himself. He survives just a little bit longer, but then long enough for OQ to come in and it's like, okay, well, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Everyone just gets cleaned up because even though Vici were up for a little bit longer, they had blinking red HP.
And you could see how that split-second hesitation cost them. When they started backing away, all the carries left, as now they're trying to push out mid while everyone's recalling. All of the carries left from Vici Gaming, except for Long and Caveman. They ate a hook and a flay from Crystal to keep them into position, then the Chain of Corruption from OQ. Then they were forced to fight, and at that point, it was too late. Snake collapsed, and they just took it.
And it's always about, we talk about communication coming out of Vici. That was one of those prime moments where they just did not know what they wanted to do. The moment TP comes through, teams like Snake will immediately say, we're backing away.
Yeah.
Right? We burn their TP, that's good enough for us. Just kick them around
SOFM is being real disrespectful right now. He is way too aggressive, but he gets the kill with some help from his team as they force another fight again. Vici, are you going to take the pick or defend the turret? Seems like the answer is neither right now. They get the kill onto OQ and they drop Crystal as well, but they have just lost everything else in the meanwhile. EasyHoon is running back for his base, but a huge follow-up from SOFM gets the kill. And that is 2 members for 4. Xuan P's trying to clear out the minion wave, but he's going to have to do it against a Baroned up Snake, and now he's got to run through that rumble to make it back to base. Just burned down the Shock Blast. Sonic Wave Snake are dunking on Vici Gaming once again.
Yeah, that just turned right into an ace coming in for Snake. They're just playing so well today.
Yeah. Oh, man. Vici Gaming look like they're on a completely different page, and Snake, the mechanically stronger team, and now demonstrating that they are also the more intelligent macro team in this setup. With Baron, they've broken down that top tier 2. They've already broken down the bottom tier 2. A single tier 2 is left, but they're going to pick up a Mountain Dragon on their way down there. And while this game is certainly not as clean as game number 1, this is still a completely outclassed match between Vici and Snake.
Yeah, Snake, we remember way in the beginning of the split, week 1, they tried to play a slow-paced game. They tried to be a little smarter, right? But they just went right back into the beast. Today, we're seeing both the beauty and the beast coming for this team. We're seeing the nasty, and we're seeing art. So Snake today...
That's nasty art.
We're seeing some... it looks like nasty art. But that's a good thing. That's a good nasty. I'd like to see this nasty every day of my life.
Only the team that has crawled up from the depths of despair can make something so beautiful and have it actually have meaning.
Yeah, it's great setup, and then once they have the proper setup, have proper laning leads, of course, that they have for themselves, a lot of gold coming in for these plays, they'll take the fight.
Yeah.
That's something that Vici needs to learn from them. Ooh.
And immediately just dropping the equalizer on top of Vici Gaming to push them away from a tier 2. Not even the inhibitor. That's how aggressively Snake are playing this. They've got a minion wave pushing at bottom, and SOFM gets the old 1-2 to Xuan P. Flandre ends up dying in the meanwhile. Doesn't quite get his Zanya as OQ's free firing into long, but can't break through the field. Meanwhile, SOFM is going to get a kick. Again, caught out of position. No way. No way.
Don't tilt them.
Again. Less than 10 HP. That's just not cool, man.
Don't tilt those who are already tilted. They can't handle it anymore.
Oh, collapse. They're turning now onto Xuan P. Stand United. Long is right there, but he's still going to have to channel it for the shield. He sets up the zone back in the front. OQ is going to eat the cocoon, and now Snake have overextended. A bit of a return towards their darker, grittier ways, and they are punished by Vici Gaming.
You say darker, this is the Snake that we know, and this is the Snake that some love, some hate. Yeah, right? So Snake, once again, they overreach and they lose out in that one. They're starting to feel a little bit confident, and by a little bit, I mean incredibly confident. SOFM survived off just so close to the jaws of death. And he's like, I'll stick around for the fight if you guys need me. I landed a Q. Do you want me to go in? You could tell me if you want me to go in.
Oh, man. That man should have 2 more deaths on his scoreboard. It's just not even,
it's
not even fair. Yeah. That's one of those moments where you look at your runes and you're like, if I had taken 1 more AP Quint, that would have been a kill. Instead of movement speed,
for the rest of his life. They're just taking more attack damage where it just needs to be put.
Yeah, so close, but yet so far. And now things are going to reset as the mid-tier 1 went down in favor of Vici Gaming. Snake get the chance to reset their sideways, recall, and go for a few items. What is SOFM doing? Is he just disrespecting Vici Gaming?
Oh, he's just setting up preemptively. You know, get those visions down. It's not like they've been contesting them at all throughout this set, split even. Rumble's already pushing out the wave. Sure, it's a wave too early. But they're already going straight back to where they were before.
Yeah, you can see Vici Gaming are actually trying to force a play as they are now splitting bottom with Long and Xuan P. The rest of Snake are up top, so that's recall out of Flandre to try to answer and perhaps defend. But why is the AD carry down there?
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, this is the worst decision this man could ever make right now. He better back before he shows himself.
You could see Long shot calling on your side of the screen.
Literally, it is a moment where Xuan P should check himself before he wrecks himself. I'll tell you right now. He should definitely check himself. Look into a mirror, Xuan. Look into a mirror.
Oh, he stops his recall. He's going in. And he's going out. He's 4 levels behind that right now.
They're going to cancel their back right now.
Okay, Shadow Dash catches him. Can they kill the Rumble in time? That's the equalizer. Uses the Zanyas very early. Flashes back before turning around. Okay, so they got Flash and equalizer. It's still 4 versus 3 on the other side of the map, though.
Yeah, and that's Snake saying, oh, you have your AD carry at the bot side of the map? I wonder what we're going to do. Oh, no. Okay, they're definitely...
I actually wonder. Yeah, they're just recalling.
No, they're going towards their Baron.
Okay.
Like, Baron's going to be coming up in 30 seconds, so they already have this vision here that's never being contested by Vici. They're literally never being touched. So Vici has to at some point walk into it. And they're walking into a threshold. They're walking into just... Okay, they're fine.
Yeah, he's going to clear out this ward right here. Now Flandre, without Flash or Equalizer, has to hold off the split push from Long. The wards are slowly being pushed forward by Vici Gaming. They've got a lot of pick potential if they can find someone out of position, like an AD carry split from his team, but they decide to let him walk back towards the Baron. Now you can see the top laners That's recall from Flandre. He's actually walking up towards his team. He's got teleport and stand united, but he's walking.
Ooh, it's good that Vici was able to regain control here, because that's a mistake from Snake, that they were able to just push this through. But it looks like they might look for a fight instead.
They gave a lot of ground for very little in return. They've got a minion wave pushing bottom from Flandre. He's going to go for a recall. Hopefully that should be enough for a Void Staff. Yep, that's now topped off, so he can really burn through those priority targets.
Okay, they definitely...
Yeah, now they're starting to check the vision from Vici.
That's the thing here. I guess they wanted to back away for items. Banshee's Veil coming out from Lee Sin, so they're just trying to really finish off the magic resist items. They're not putting any respect to Swan P at this moment in time. He's not doing much damage at this time. He's going to get items, and he's going to deal damage at some point. But currently, they just have to worry about Syndra, Elise, and I suppose Shen. And so they conceded vision, but they're coming right back on, and they cannot concede once again. They don't have many slots for themselves, because you could see it's only going to be Thresh, and it's only going to be Lee Sin with the control wards. So if they lose these wards, they have to back once again to get more down. So these are very costly.
They've got SOFM right there. Ooh, good staggering of the CC. Wow, great Lantern. Dark Passage to get away from the knockup of Caveman, but now that's the ultimate used.
That's just their combo miss. Caveman could have done that a little earlier on. He didn't know how much CC that was coming through. He would have been able to stop that coming in, and Lee Sin would have died in that instance.
Oh, here comes Flandre. He was looking for a potential flank to collapse onto EasyHoon as another Shock Blast comes across and finds Caveman to push him back. Here is the poke setup from Snake. They are drawing the line. As long as they've got mana, health, and wards, they can do this as long as they want. Or, okay, I thought he was going straight for the Baron. Nope, now they are.
Yeah, that's a Baron here. And you said the poke, but there's also a lot of pick coming out of Thresh and Varus.
Oh, they've managed to catch Caveman, and they're burning through his health. He's dead to SOFM. Repel from Bangi puts him right next to SOFM. He follows through, but Flash gets him to safety. That's the support dead. Long uses Stand United and Teleport to get in. Crystal is just outside of vision. The hook, narrowly misses EasyHoon, and he's able to sidestep the follow-up damage. Again, Snaker just doing the burn to bait Vici forward. They want the fight.
Yeah, but Swampy is playing so scared. Bengi has to too.
Flandre is able to tag Bengi. He's caught EasyHoon with a hook, and Crystal lines it up. Zatai preemptively flashes. He gives his life to lock down that kill, and SOFM will get the final one. Long the Soul Survivor once again. He's trying to make something happen. But this raid boss will fall with a huge minion wave pushing up top. They don't even need the Baron. He's caught shadow dashing as Crystal lines up the skill shot. Flandre's got teleport. This inhibitor is not long for this world.
So what do they have to do? 20 seconds of death timers. They're going to start, someone's going to start to back away right near. It's going to be Flandre, and they're just going to try to take as much of their base as possible. They should not be in position to end the game, but maybe they're feeling lucky.
Yeah, it's still running very close. 16 seconds on Xuan P, 12 for EasyHoon. Bengi's up in 4, but they're pushing on to the Nexus turrets. Caveman is soaking these hits, gets a great ultimate to stall things out. SOFM ejects him forcefully from the fight, and that is the saved Nexus by Caveman, nearly at the cost of his own life.
The reason why this is bad for Snake, though, is that they do have to back away. Now that they have to back to base, Vici are going to be onto the map first. What this does mean is somebody is going to start Baron. And if Vici does not start Baron now on a desperation play, they lose this game 100%. So Vici has to get back on there, Lee Sin back in front of their faces, start that objective.
Right now they're just trying to set up vision. Bengi is there along with EasyHoon, but Flandre staggers his recall. He's still fully topped off from the recall teleport he just made to help break that inhibitor. So that means that he's able to zone the rest of Vici Gaming away. Zatai makes his way back along with the rest of Snake, and suddenly this window is slamming shut.
Yeah, it's completely gone, and that's very smart coming out of Flandre. You do not want to start, even if it's a 1v5. Rumble with ulti, and with how much damage he's been doing, 1, 3, and 16. That man is racking up assist goals, and he's only going to be damaging them.
Crystal finds his way into the back, layering on top of the Equalizer. He's able to survive the damage from EasyHoon, but not the concentrated efforts from 5 members of Snake. The ensuing members of them chase forward onto the rest of Vici, and it is another clean set of kills. That's the ace from Snake, making it look easy. They've already broken the inhibitor. They've got minions coming in bottom. They've got minions coming in mid.
And you know that OQ's just stacking up his KDA with the triple kill right there. So, Snake, I was about to say SOFM, and it always hits me up.
A snake.
A snake are going to take game 2 very decisively. It was a rocky start.
Yeah.
But the moment they gained control is the moment Vici never found that door open.
Absolutely. The Nexus starts fall as it crumbles. And now one game away from making their way back into the LPL with their fate in their own hands. It is Snake. They were denied playoffs by one best of 3. And now they are showing that that spot should have been theirs.
Oh, we should have had it.
It was right there.
But we'll take this instead. We'll take our wins when we can. And these are nice wins coming from them nonetheless.
Absolutely encouraging. You can see Flandre having a good laugh with Zitai, looking at the damage dealt. Just, I outdamaged you again.
The confidence. They're already incredibly obnoxiously confident people.
The very tiny guy with glasses has the super deep, rich voice. But here's that gold graph. You can see it was actually fairly slow and fairly even for a long portion of the game until about that 20-minute mark. Then Snake took one huge climactic fight, and it just escalated out of control.
And you have to believe that the MVP is going to be going to Rumble once again. Like, it has to go to Rumble. It happened in the first game. That play that you were talking about that was so largely in favor of Snake happened based off of 3-man Rumble ults, 2-man Rumble ults that kept coming through. The mid-range Lucian never going to be able to open these fights.
And you can see the damage dealt by Flandre, another 7,000 damage ahead of Zitai. And though both EasyHoon and Xuan P out-damaged their counterparts, it's more than just damage. You have to actually be able to convert the kills. And a huge sort of spanner on the works for doing that was SOFM. He was getting away time and time again. He was getting these clutch kicks sort of stalling out the fights. And then you pair him with Crystal, who could stall engages for so long, find hooks onto EasyHoon, find hooks onto Xuan P. How on earth do you answer that?
I'll tell you right now, this is the most beautiful future I see in both of their relationships here. Zitai and not even Zitai. Get that man out of my face.
Okay.
I'm talking about the people that you've mentioned.
Okay.
SOFM and Crystal had like such an amazing set. In fact, the damage chart's never gonna be benefiting Thresh, right? But Thresh landed so many hooks. Those lanterns that we talked about pregame, where it's like he has to be able to be that defensive lantern player. He made it work so much for their team, where he was able to play defensively those fights. And then the moment Rumble's able to get into those fights, the moment he TP'd, instantly they turned it on and they went right into those team fights.
And it really was such a patient sort of setup from Snake. They were like, all right, you guys can take the first few kills. You can push into lanes. You can try to roam around us. But we know we're the better team fighters. We just need to find one position to catch you on your back foot. And that's exactly what they did. And from there, it was, once again, once Snake had the tempo, once they were setting the pace, no way Vici could keep up.
And that's kind of a problem with Vici. And we're already going to take a look at this team fight where SOFM was in a poor position.
So this is the fight.
Yeah, so he gets lanterned in, a very long lantern. They played defensively. You can see the stutter stepping. Vici just doesn't know where to go. And they don't have a lot of time to spare. That was a beautiful Rumble ulti. Xuan P has to walk in that very specific direction. The moment he does, he's getting immediately threatened by the Rumble, immediately threatened by Lee Sin. And then, of course, they were already incredibly chunked down. They couldn't do anything at that point. And here comes the couch potato Varus taking all these kills. And it was just really beautifully played coming out of Snake. It was a reactive team fight, a team fight they didn't want themselves. SOFM was in the poor position. But they just reset. They already had the members. They're gonna take that fight. They felt very confident with it, and they should.
So here's an interesting question for you, just a personal question. If you had SOFM on your team in sort of a solo queue game, would you want him sort of going off on these crazy invades and dives, like getting the kills, if he's also going for these stall fights where he's able to walk away with 10 HP or get these huge clutch kicks?
Play around your carries, ladies and gentlemen. You're not going to be the carry every game of your life. Well, Flandre gets that.
Unless your name is Flandre,
Unless you're Flandre. Unless if you got that. Unless if you have 2 carries, then you can absolutely do nothing. Sit at base. AFK all you want if you can take that win.
It creates this really interesting dichotomy because all the time you see players punished for going for these super greedy routes where they dive or they overextend or they're caught out warding, but Snake are able to use it to their advantage.
And remember, this was a problem for Snake. This was also a problem for Newbie not so long ago, where you have those incredibly aggressive junglers. They're going to be looking for those 1v1 fights, and then they get punished. But if your team recognizes your personality and they move towards you and help you out, then you get plays like these.
Yeah, this is what we see, the last fight of the game. SOFM brings Xuan P back into Flandre's Flame Spitter, and then they just clean up with easy damage with the AD carry dead.
And a lot of the times, these look like muddled fights because they're just a pure AoE. This is a Rumble's dream fight where they're all just sitting right in front of each other. You're like, yes,
chaotic, like-
I'll get y'all.
Yeah.
Just run them down. That's all you want. And that was the most beautiful setting because they were starting Baron. Vici obviously had to contest them.
Yeah.
And so that they just had a lot of ways to start the fight through Thresh, of course, and Varus ulti. The moment you rear your head into the river, you are definitely not leaving.
Yeah, and the fact that we got to see a very similar composition from Snake here in game number 2. Vici Gaming, you've got to wonder, they sort of counterpicked away the Syndra. They managed to get their sort of jungler in a little bit of a better position for Bengi on that Elise. They have got to show us something different into game number 3. We're about ready to get into set point, the deciding match. One of these two teams is getting back into the LPL. Snake are one game away from making it them. We'll find out if they can follow through in just a few. Welcome back, everyone. We're about ready to get into what very well could be the final game between Snake and their return to the LPL. They have shed their old skin and are looking like a very dominant team right now as Vici Gaming find themselves down 2 games in this set against the likes of Snake. And this new beast that has emerged, you can still see tendencies from the old Snake every once in a while, but they just look so much better than Vici Gaming right now.
Yep.
Can they run it back? I hesitate.
They can
to
always
ask.
run it back.
Of course,
right? They can always. That possibility is always there.
Once you open the can of worms, then it has to happen, right?
Yeah.
Now we're going to Game 5. Now that I've mentioned it,
It's going to be very, very difficult. The reason why it's going to be difficult for Vici is because their main strength, the reason why they have been winning sets throughout the LPL split, is based off their smarter play. But it looks like that's just not going to be the case. They're losing simply based off that. Snake is coming in better in terms of mechanical skill, coming smarter. Surprisingly so. And so it's going to be Vici trying to find something they never found before.
yeah, well, they seem to have found their bottom lane while backstage. We do have a substitution from Vici Gaming. AD carry Endless is about to come in, along with new support Hatong. So we have often talked about the difference between Chuan P and Endless, but bringing in some fresh faces for the team is going to be very important for them.
It's going to be important. Remember that Vici throughout the split favored Hatong and Endless. So then they've made that shift back to Caveman and Chuan P. And Caveman and Chuan P have definitely been failing in these laning phases. So the Thresh Hook's been landing. Of course, they've been getting outskilled on the lane. Perhaps this is the change, a positive change, that can at least bandage some of the early game problems that this team has been having.
Yeah, the bottom lane has been really struggling against OQ and Crystal with those sort of aggressive trades. You can see the stats for Vici Gaming Endless not looking great overall, but the fact that he is able to synergize with the team, he plays the likes of Ashe so aggressively and will fire these arrows to set up for fights in advance instead of reacting.
And that's the big key word here, is that the fights coming through the Ashe specifically, that's definitely going to be moving up in priority, because Endless is an amazing Ashe. He's actually incredible. There have been games where he's just not missing those arrows. And then Hatong coming on, who has been a great Malzahar, so suddenly Snake has to change their plans just based off of those rotations alone. That suddenly Ashe has to be prioritized a little higher, which has been highly prioritized already.
Yeah.
So that plan is just not going to change. What is going to change, of course, is the Malzahar priority. So maybe they pick it for themselves. Maybe they continue to ban it.
Yeah, it was second round draft for Snake in game number 1, and then the second ban from Vici Gaming in game number 2. They didn't even risk it going over. However, here in game number 3, Snake has got side priority. They picked a blue side in game number 1. If they are on that blue side once again, we'll see if they continue to stick with that jungle priority for SOFM, which seems normal for them.
It does. But the problem is now that Vici, they don't know which hold to kind of patch up in that ship, right? Suddenly holes coming around all over you. Which one do we band-aid? Is it the jungle matchup that really messed us up in game 1? Is it the lane matchups that really demolished us in game 2? Because suddenly game 2, SOFM was actually so slow and behind in the jungle because of how he didn't get that leash for himself. He was just focusing on farming, but it wasn't punished, and so the lanes were ahead. So what do you do game 3? Mix of both, but Snake's pick ban phase have been solid this time around. So it can't be pick ban that pushes Vici forward. It has to be play.
Yeah, this has been an exceptional set so far from Snake in game number 1 and game number 2. They have very clearly prepared and are taking this match very, very seriously in how aggressively they're playing. And you have to imagine that they have a fallback plan if the likes of Endless and Hatong are broken out here. But it looks like we're just about ready to get into pick and ban. It's time to see what these champions are going to be for game number 3. What could be the final match between Snake and their return to the LPL.
And what Snake should be doing, just as a preview, they shouldn't change much at all, as I say that.
That is so fast. Okay, so looks like the change up from Vici Gaming. They're banning away Graves and Rengar. Again, the Kog'Maw, Ivern, and Elise is the identical bans towards Vici. The first pick Lee Sin means that the follow-up is from Bangi. Looks to be Gragas, but that also means Ashe goes through.
So Snake now prioritizing the Lee Sin pick. Nothing surprising here because of how the jungle priority has been the focus. So many jungle bans coming through, 4 jungle bans, so that has to be a Gragas going into the jungle. Even though the possibility is still there that it could be Gragas top lane, that it could just be an elaborate ruse and it's maybe a Rek'Sai jungle. So that possibility is still there, but if that's not a Gragas jungler, then Bengi could have a tough time.
Yeah, and that could already, as you said, be a very preemptive pick for that top lane as well. But now Snake, they're actually doing something really different here. They're picking Thresh first round rotation, which means that Rumble falls over to Long. He gets the chance to play it against Flandre, perhaps a taste of his own medicine.
Maybe. What is a problem there for Long is that Flandre will counterpick you. The counterpick will mean something. So it could just be a Fizz is gone, but it could just be another top laner like a Renekton. I want to see what Flandre does have in his arsenal to deal with the Rumble. Maybe he goes team fight. Maybe he's just like, we're winning these team fights regardless. Let's make it Hook City. Let's go Nautilus.
Absolutely. I mean, he's got that Nautilus plus Maokai. He's played 2 games of Singed, 2 of Gangplank. He's still got that Camille open.
The man has
Heck,
played
he even
everything.
plays Jace. Yeah, he's got one of the largest champion pools of the 2017 Spring Split.
And looking at his solo queue history does not help you because the man does not play top lane. He just has so many champion picks. He never plays a champion 2 times in a row. Maybe he's changed that recently, but the problem is that this guy has such a comfortable pool that maybe even goes back to the AD LeBlanc that he's had so long ago.
Another good note that we see from Snake is they have adapted to the Syndra. Zatai didn't get as huge a performance in game number 2, so that's banned away from EasyHoon. And Vici taking Snake's advice, picking Rumble second round rotation, and then banning away 2 top laners against it. So
yeah, and what's really nice coming out of Snake is that as you mentioned, they are banning out mid laners like Syndra because Vici, quite honestly, they don't make use of mid lane counterpick all too well. So their counter pick would just be a control mage, nothing 1-3-1, nothing. You can expect it. So a blind pick coming out of Snake could just be the Orianna, right? It could just be a basic blind pick champion, but it's something that they can hold that mid laner back. They can hold Easyhoon back. If he plays a Vladimir, you still have the range. So Zitai doesn't have much to worry about in this matchup.
Yeah, you will have to blind pick, though, as currently Vici Gaming are looking at their support for Hatong. Lulu falling that far down into the draft. I am always so astonished to see Lulu falling so low, especially when paired with an Ashe already, but it's just demonstrating how this meta of the pick and ban has changed. So much priority on the jungle, on the top lane.
Yeah, that has changed, and also supports have been a little bit more comfortable dealing with the Lulu.
Yeah.
Thresh has been a primary pick for EDG even, to go into the Lulu. If someone will pick Lulu, they'll go Thresh because pick makes it so, yeah, Lulu has to fear for her own life, use her ulti, and then back up. Oh, baby!
The slam dunk. J4 locked into the top lane for Flandre against Easyhoon. Or excuse me, against Long. Sorry, the Rumble.
Yeah.
I was looking at the Rumble.
Whew.
Wow, I like it.
Yeah, so...
Oh, man, and they're going to layer it up with a Victor? Oh, this is great.
This is going to be the most beautiful game right here.
The
Prepare
moment,
yourselves.
Look at all of that crowd control. Look at all of that crowd control.
Look at it. Now back at me. Now look at it. Look at it.
Okay, so there's a Victor now to follow it up. That's absolutely huge. What on earth are Vici going to do to answer this? I mean, I think the Galio is actually great here because then they get another frontliner if they have Easyhoon go anti-tank in the front, or excuse me, anti-mage.
I just don't know where the Galio would be going. It could go mid lane because he does have some good mid lane, I guess mid lane scaling in a sense.
Matchups, yeah, against
so
Victor.
that's
He
fine
waves
for him.
clear just fine.
Exactly. I do remember in EU there was a Lulu mid coming out of Unicorns of Love, but that's Unicorns of Love.
Yeah.
Just putting that out there. No ideas being shared here.
But yeah, so Jarvan locked in for the top lane of Flandre.
This is going to be key.
This is not super unexpected here in 7.7. Jarvan did receive a bit of a buff. His W seems to be the way to go for him now.
Yeah, the big key thing about that is that changing in scaling on his W,
Yeah,
going
his Aegis.
from the base stats, the base shielding, now being based off of his own maximum HP. From 2%, I believe, to scaling to 4%. Now you want to be able to, it's a more of a 1-point wonder for himself, because as he gains HP, you might see a tank Jarvan. The thing is, this is what's beautiful. I want to see what he builds, because if he goes tank Jarvan based off the patch, then that is a tank front line for the team. But the primary Jarvan play when you see in the top lane has just been lethality. I'm a burst the man. He ain't going to survive after I'm done with him.
The Ray style.
Yeah.
The 100-0 in faster than you can blink.
Yeah, I want to see if this man's playing that defensive Jarvan to really give his team that front backline. That would be great because you have a Victor. You have a lot of backline damage.
Yeah.
Or he could just be like, nah, who do you think I am?
And now the interesting counterpoint to that is that we're seeing the likes of Easyhoon playing Galio in the mid lane. The man who is so well renowned for playing patient control mages on a tanky bruiser. I mean, there are a couple of different ways to build Galio. My personal favorite is the Lich Bane into Abyssal into just either Rabadons or Ludens just to pop people. But it's also possible to go for the Iceborne Gauntlet into sort of a tankier style.
That's the thing. No one has truly understood the champion just yet. Maybe he has a lot of builds that he can go towards because he has great scaling in his Q. He has a lot of fantastic scaling in his damage, in his AP. But he also has the the greatest scaling that he has in terms of the damage reduction and his ability to just itemize towards carry. So he can just be a pure tank, or he can just be an actual bruiser in a sense between going Abyssal and just being in and out in team.
And that really does, if he does go for that sort of tanky setup, that puts a lot of the onus onto Endless and Long for putting up the huge damage numbers in this. Of course, Long coming in for game number 3, what very well could be the final game of this set. He's really going to have to feel the pressure here, and Long gets the chance to play back against Flandre, taking his own champion against him. And yeah, that looks like Courage of the Colossus from Easyhoon. From Masteries alone, it looks like he's going for the tankier build.
Yeah, so he might just go straight into Abyssal Scepter. This could be just him playing a matchup where he's going to be fine in this matchup. He's going to be able to shove in, he's going to be able to harass. He hurts a lot. Sure, he can get auto-attacked just a little bit because it's melee versus range matchup. And Zatai is not going to play this one too aggressively. He's just going to be able to CS it back, look for his upgrade. And it's going to be both of them coming out of this laning phase fairly farmed. That's my expectation.
Yeah. However, that does mean we get to see a quick change up from the top lane as Flay
Okay.
and Ignite. Whoa, and
wanna talk
Rain
about
of
the top lane.
arrows. They managed to burn the exhaust as well. They are going all in on winning this lane super early, and it does end up being an even trade in damage. 1 for 1 in those summoner spells. But that means SOFM will get a leash for his start. Bengi will not.
Yeah, that's the thing here, is that you got to put these guys in their place. You're bringing in Endless and Hatong, right? Immediately ignite them. Just put them in the same position. By the way, this, as you see, this is actually the nerf coming into Galio.
In 7.7.
Yeah, so he got a definite nerf in the numbers that he had in his Q.
Yeah, the flat damage on his Q is down.
The
and
percentage as well.
Yeah, the scaling on his passive is also a little bit lower, so you don't get just free wave clear anymore.
Yeah,
so it is still pretty close.
Yeah, the problem when he did come out is that he was just absolutely busted in how much passive damage he was dealing to. Smashing his hands on the ground. That's him being angry about the nerfs coming through to him.
Yeah. But here's Long, currently getting a ward into the river, keeping an eye on those junglers very early on. SOFM now clearing out his own Raptor camp. Looks like he's going for a full level 4 clear. Easy Hoon doing something similar. He went for a buff to buff after Raptors, and now he's finishing off that other side. So he just wants to be present on this side of the map.
And here's my question to you. Did Jarvan take Thunderlords, or did he take, like, what?
He took Grasp of the Undying.
Okay. So that doesn't really tell too much.
He's going sustain in lane.
Yeah, he's going sustain for the lane. My question, of course, is what he's going to be building into now. You can see the trades are just really good for him. Luong doesn't have the sustain, and that's the key point. As I say that, using his tries.
Yeah.
But he's just healing up for himself. Flandre's put himself in a position where he has HP advantage. So now Luong only has Dorn Shield. But as I mentioned, that OQ is just about to get set up by this Batman.
Yeah, this is now Bengi going bottom real quick. Crystal immediately turns around.
Oh!
What an outplay! Still is going to eat the cask and dies. First blood goes to Hatong. Teleport being used as Long follows through. He's at full health as he completed his own recall. He gets 1 kill. Flash from Hatong, but Flandre's not done just yet. He's silenced, so we can't follow through with another auto attack. Endless is firing away. He's got red buff. He will die here, but OQ might just be able to pick up a double. That was a very aggressive hail of arrows. And that's 3 for 2 with 2 of them on OQ and 1 of them on Flandre.
And that's Flandre really having a lot of trust in OQ to make that play happen. That's what, man.
He's just being aggressive. There's no way you actually attack a Galio under turret.
He's trying his hardest to stop that backing from coming. But easy, who knows? But just to hit on that play on the bottom side of the map, as you mentioned, that was a lot of faith coming out of Flandre because he knew that would be a net win for his team if OQ get both double buffs and also 2 kills for himself. So he doubles down and said, I'm not going to back away. I'm going to risk my life for this.
Ooh, SOFM sidesteps the Winds of War. He's got no help. Oh, catches the shield of Durand while he's going around. Flashes far too late. And you can see him laughing and sitting back in his chair. He knew that was a silly play, but perhaps a bit of a crack in the armor of Snake here in game number 3.
Yeah, he's been conditioned to flash because of how many times he found himself in those
surviving.
1 HP scenarios. We talked about the Jarvan changes coming through just a little bit earlier on. So he did receive level 4, level 5 nerfs to his base armor stats, like to his W shield, not armor.
The
just
Golden
shield.
Aegis, yeah.
But of course got that massive buff in the later scaling points for his scaling.
So you get 4% of your maximum health in shield per champion hit.
Yep.
When you max that, and we do see he's actually not maxing that.
Because
he's
the percentage,
Qs.
it is, people talked about it being the last thing you do max because of the percentage being very efficient.
Yeah, that's just the trading pattern of Galio. Land the Winds of War and then immediately followed up with Justice Punch and Shield of Durand to reset your passive. And now SOFM trading with Bengi just a little bit. It's level 5. He's almost got Sonic Wave. That's a laser. There's the Justice Punch, and they're bringing Flandre in as well. He's not level 6, though. And he walks away. Easy Hoon having himself a grand old time in this lane.
Yeah, that was interesting. Snake was looking for it because they knew that they can take a fight. Remember, this is a very weak 2v2 for them. Bengi's going to get pushed around. He tried to trade. No. Yeah, Flandre's going to be able to get it here. Just getting annoyed a little bit.
Yeah, I have to respect that rumble because now we're seeing the advantage for Long in the top lane.
So Flandre is not going to worry too much. He's actually going double longsword, so he might just go right into Tiamat, go right into the bursty element. So even though the buffs did come through for scaling Jarvan, he picked Jarvan for the lane. Jarvan's all-in potential going into Long. Long has to build a lot of armor. You can see it. He is currently already has that 1 armor for himself. He's probably just going to go into the that 1 item going into Zhonya's. Forget what it's called.
Seeker's Gauntlet.
Yeah, Seeker's Gauntlet. He's going to be fine with that. Arm Guard. So that's an item that he wants to, just so he doesn't get all-in from both Jarvan and maybe SOFM if he's ganking. So watch out for this man. He's going to look to assassinate you.
Yeah, EasyHoon's actually looking to find the blue buff from Zatai. That's on top of a ward, so already good change up. Winds of War. No! Oh! SOFM pulled it away, and EasyHoon gets to walk away with a buff. Justice Punch, but you can't catch him while he's moving. Flandre leaps in, and can't even get the heroic entry to escape. More a heroic exit.
One way or another, this man is getting his blue buff. So Zatai gets it. It takes a little longer because EasyHoon wanted to carry it along with him.
And now with a quick rotation from OQ and Crystal, they find the mid-tier 1 undefended. Bengi's going to try to cover this wave, still level 5, as Flandre tries to make his way back under the turret. And look at how Snake are playing this game. They're playing entirely around their jungler and mid lane. Flandre collapsing on Zatai, SOFM collapsing on Zatai. OQ and Crystal still winning lane against a fresh bottom lane. They're 20 CS up.
Yeah, this is that. Even the level 1. We saw it earlier on when the trade did go through. That was just OQ and Crystal. They're incredibly aggressive in the lane, and it feels like they've been playing with each other in the lane for ages, right?
Yeah.
Even though Crystal's only come in just halfway through the split, through what seemed like team-wide turmoil, looks like the best decision they could ever had. I thought Crystal was going to be the most temporary solution I've ever seen in my life.
Absolutely, yeah.
The guy would go in and come out of that one right back into the sub lineup, but no. Crystal is looking to be a fabulous support and meshing really well with OQ.
Vici Gaming are set to dive Flandre. Equalizer and Cask is ready, but he takes a quick Dragon Standard to safety and gets his way on out of there. Meanwhile, the rotation from Vici Gaming, they don't even want to answer the bottom lane of OQ and Crystal. Instead, they're going to try to out-rotate them as they send their duo top, perhaps trying to trade tier 1s.
Yeah, Vici's way, way, way behind, though, because they don't have a wave to help them out. The wave is coming through, and Snake's just going to look to answer it and look to back after.
Yeah, it's currently 3 versus 2, however, because SOFM is finishing off the blue buff and is relatively even in terms of those items. But, as you said, Snake have got the temporary health advantage. SOFM is brought in to get the last few hits, and first turret goes over to Snake, just 2 seconds ahead of Vici Gaming.
Yeah, the wave advantage was just in Snake's favor. They push it all the way in just so Luong doesn't have the opportunity to just stall the wave.
Ooh, the arrow catches him. And they've got the Cask from Bangi. It's the flash, but he dodges it with the Cataclysm before flashing back and away. They immediately set up a dive. Hatong shields himself in order to survive. Meanwhile, Dragon is the answer from Snake on the other side, though they do lose their top laner.
That would have been an insane outplay right there. Very close, but still.
I love using the Cataclysm to sidestep the Cask. That's brilliant.
That was brilliant. It looks like he's been playing that champion forever. Yeah, but he doesn't come out ahead on that one. But Snake, as a team, do they get the wave all the way pushed into the bottom side, so Luong could not hold it even if he wanted to. And then, of course, they lose. Vici lose Dragon off that entire engage. So sure, they get a tower, and sure, they get a kill on Flandre. But once they come back into the lane, Flandre is still in a better position than Luong goes in. Even though he's CS behind, it's still a positive matchup for him. And he's going to roam out anyways to look for those picks that he did earlier on. So Snake as a whole, just winning out.
Yeah. Now you can see EasyHoon trying to hold the minion wave against OQ and Crystal as they've swapped over. Flandre with his Tiamat. Looks like he's going now towards Merc Treads, and we'll see if he goes for Titanic or Ravenous. If he goes full 100-0 or like kinda 100-0.
Ooh, that's a good question. Could make use of the HP coming through with his passive. That would actually be a smart pivot. I do expect Ravenous, because how much damage he was doing earlier on.
Yeah.
Oh, and of course that ulti does AoE damage.
It's also about like the split push pressure that he's absorbing right now, because right now he's effectively 1v1ing Long, unless Vici Gaming are deliberately putting a lot of resources into bringing him down or trying to crack that turret.
Yeah, definitely don't want to put too many resources towards him. Maybe they get a kill. The problem is it's actually very difficult to kill out a Jarvan unless if you bait out an offensive use of his EQ combination. But if you can't bait it out, and if you just go towards him to get a kill, he has EQ to get out of there. He will have flash. Right now it's off, so there's a window open on that one. Yeah. But then that would just be you committing to a chase. A chase when he has a tower behind him as well. Vici would lose so much. Yeah, they would lose so much out of that entire play.
As it is, that opens Snake to play on the top side of the map, and Zatai doing perhaps the nicest thing I've seen a top laner do. Leashes Wolves. OQ eats an arrow. He's got his flash and his heal, but that's flash, that's heal. And Dark Passage gets him to safety. Endless still goes in, though. He's going 1v3 and now has to retreat out of this. Crystal looks for the hook, but can't find it. Never mind, he can. Pulls him in, and OQ gets that one. Equalizer follows through as EasyHoon gets the dunk. Meanwhile, the collapse from Zatai. A huge, chaotic fight. There's the heroic entry, but it's dodged. It's just temporary damage reduction. Chaos Storm follows through. EasyHoon leaps face first into a laser as SOFM finds Hatong, follows through with a ward jump, red buff, dissonance, and then another pop. That's an ace for Snake. 3 kills for Zatai as they collapse not only on Vici as a team, but also on Vici's hopes and dreams.
Yeah, that is something you can feel. Because they cradle... look at this. Just take a note of this one, because this was a great play from Vici. A great proactive play. Once again, Crystal able to save OQ from that entire point of focus. So yeah, Endless gets chunked by Flandre. And from this point forward, with Victor making the slow entrance to this team fight, he's untouched, he uses his ulti, and he just makes them sit in it. The 3 members of Vici sit in that ulti. Just, you don't see it. It keeps hitting them. Keeps every time, you're like, all right, we're taking more damage from this. It just keeps coming. And so it just gets cleaned up from this point forward.
Yeah.
It looked okay from Vici, but they just didn't know how to deal with the fight that was coming through. The collapse coming in from Snake was far too powerful.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge play from Snake. They're now 3,000 gold ahead after winning that fight, taking that turret advantage. And it looked like Vici were again the ones who found the collapse, who were the ones who started the fight. We've caught OQ. Let's kill him. Oh, wait, all of Snake is here. They've actually collapsed better than us and got a better position on the backside of the fight. And then they just outplayed them. I mean, everyone getting out of the hero's entry was just phenomenal.
Yeah, that was a play that Vici made. That was a play they were just not prepared for, because even though they made the pick, they didn't have the members ready to collapse onto it.
Yeah, and now another play that Vici are not prepared for is the top tier 1. OQ and Crystal go right back to the scene of the crime. They break down that top tier 1. Take a look at the gold difference. 1,800 gold lead for Crystal. Zatai almost 1,200 gold ahead of EasyHoon. Even the jungle, you're seeing a 600 gold lead. And despite being down, what is that, 20 CS in the bottom lane, Flandre is still keeping even with Long.
Yeah, they're all ahead. And what's really worrying is the fact that, of course, Victor, able to get 4 kills for himself, able to get all of these upgrades for himself. He's going to be feeling really nice.
Yeah, they collapse onto EasyHoon. Shield of Durand is only going to do so much. The hook is body blocked by Bangy, and suddenly he's regretting it as a skirmish breaks out in the mid lane. There goes the Sonic Wave, and Cataclysm pins him down. Flandre nails the terrain. They turn onto Long for another execution, a triple kill for OQ. The man is 6-0-3, and Endless split pushing top means that this tier 1 is going down.
Yeah, they're dead already. This is just getting brutal. That's
He's already dead.
Yeah, this is looking painful. This is just, please, end this game.
Oh, man. They're moving now onto that tier 2. Glitterlance for some sort of damage. Hook finds the minion to zone Hatong away, but this is another monstrous game from Snake as they are tearing Vici apart in fight after fight.
Yeah, and this is communication just falling apart for Vici. The fact that Endless is still clearing out these waves is actually bad, because he needs to set up for the next play. Instantly, they know that they're coming back onto the map. This next dragon is important. Even though it's Ocean, they need to set up for this next play. They can't start resting on their laurels. So Flandre is not going to be unhappy that he goes up and takes this wave, because he's going to have TP soon. So they need to immediately go back and to set this one up. They can't accept defeat, and it seems like they already are.
Yeah, and this is so much growth that we're seeing out of Snake in such a short time. It's hard to believe that 2.5 months ago, they went on an 8-game losing streak, going 0-2 4 times in a row before barely eking out a win over Vici Gaming, Newbie of all teams, and then Vici Gaming hot after that win. SOFM looks to be body blocked as Crystal and OQ manage to find Long, who was set to collapse. There's the hero's entry. OQ backs out, but Crystal eats the knock-up. Piercing arrow's about to follow through, but a great shield of Durand temporarily saves Long's life. He's kicked back as SOFM follows through for the kill, and SOFM, surviving the earlier skirmish, follows bottom, and again turns Vici's play on its head.
Yeah, even though that looked poorly, the fact that they're able to turn it over showcases the growth that Snake has had throughout this split. Because remember, initially their support was Mo, and they went throughout that entire turmoil where They put SOFM into the support position and Mint their AD carry into the jungle.
Mint and Mo, yeah.
They were going through this rough time, and then they finally found the key. Crystal in the support position, and then they can use SOFM's talent in the jungle. And then you see plays like this happen. You see plays where Snake are able to come online so quickly. The communication is so swift, so easy. And so even though they get caught out here, everybody's already on the same page and looking to turn the fight.
And this is completely contrary to the type of success they started seeing after that 8-game losing streak, where the reason that they were winning was because they were split pushing. They weren't communicating. They were playing team comps where they didn't have to say anything. But now we're seeing them succeed in these very complicated macro maneuvers as Flantre disrespecting Easyhoon just a little bit in the recall. Makes his way back out towards base. Bengi is going to escort him on the way out. And Snake, I mean, if they can show this much growth in a few weeks, Summer Split might be the time for them to make another rush towards playoffs.
And that's what I love about the LPL is how competitive these teams are. These are both fifth-place teams that were trying really hard and were so close to getting into playoffs.
Yeah.
And you can see what fourth-place teams can do now going on in the playoffs. So it's not a far-fetched idea that Snake can somehow turn this around, go into the Summer Split, and even challenge the best in their groups.
Certainly an exciting league overall. And of course, this is only the first round. Snake, if they win this, they get back into the LPL. Vici Gaming, again, if they lose, they are not eliminated from the LPL. They go on to the second round of the promotion tournament where they will play against Dan Gaming for the final promotion spot. SOFM trying to look for the play. And good dodge from Bengi, but he's kicked over the wall. Just the patient and calm outplay from Snake. They set it up and knock it down.
Yeah, so hope is not lost for Vici on your point. They may be losing out incredibly hard in this set. And they might have gone 3-0. But 2 days later, they go up against Dan Gaming. Everybody might remember them as 2144 Danu Gaming. They did go through a name change, coming back into the promotion tournament. And now going up against a defeated Vici. But Vici has a second chance.
And Snake currently find Vici unprepared once again. Like Illidan and the Black Temple, they are not ready for this. As Snake break down a tier 2, a hook finds Hatong and the Sonic Wave, but SOFM already had his outplay of this 5-minute set. Give him a few seconds to reload and recharge, have a power bar before he gets back into it.
Yeah, you can already tell Coach coming out, giving themselves some Mars bars, everything. Take what you can, take a few snacks. Intermission is ready, just go back to base.
Yeah. They're going to recall, set up on a few new items. Easyhoon trying to hold on to this minion wave. Looks like he is going for the Iceborne Gauntlet Bruiser-style Galio, but 20 minutes in, he has yet to fully come online. Certainly he can soak a lot of damage, but with Endless now 30 CS down against a 6-0 and 4 Varus. And 3 deaths on Long, despite having what was a CS advantage, now is a CS deficit. Who's going to do the damage on this team for Vici?
Ooh. You've asked the million-dollar question. It'd have to be Long, even though Long is incredibly far behind. Maybe you can just coerce them to sit in that ulti for about 5 seconds longer. Otherwise, they have nothing.
Theoretically, it's possible. They've got great crowd control if Easyhoon can get a hero's entry into Shield of Duran to really lock them down, but that takes... It's the perfect wombo.
It is a perfect wombo, but they definitely need that combo. They need a lot to go right for them. They need Endless to be able to channel his former self and get a lot of ultis for himself. Get good picks off of them.
Look at the gold difference. 3,000 gold lead for Oki. That's a fully completed item. A 2,000 gold lead for Zatai. 1,500 gold for...
Yep.
It's tough. It's real tough.
It's hard.
Oh, man. Even Golden Age is stealing away the blue buff from Long, and he is going for that Bruiser Jarvan. SOFM again outplays Bengi, says world champion, world schmampion. Lands the Sonic Wave over the walls. Zatai gets that hill. OQ free firing onto Easyhoon. He says, thank you for the taunt. I wanted that.
And they just completely cut away from that hero's interest perfectly. The moment it comes down, SOFM locks in the kick and they make it perfectly. But here comes Flandre.
Oh, man. Walking through the vision. He sees that he's on top of a ward in the collapse from Vici Gaming. He still makes it out just fine.
Yeah, he's so tanky right now. And they're just going to start on Baron.
Yeah, burning through its health really quickly. Teleport to flank. There is Equalizer ready for Long. There goes the hook. It's going to miss. Endless is at such low mana, so he's going to have to time these abilities carefully. Equalizer on the exit to the pit. They're like fish in a barrel right now. They've got nowhere to go. There's no blast cone. Easyhoon makes his way in, and Zatai is like, I'm out of here. Sorry, Crystal. I loved you, and I will remember you. but I need to survive.
And they're all going to get away just based off their back timings. Long, don't do that.
No.
Don't do that on live television. Please don't. You know they're going to back. Accept it as reality.
Tragedy. Every time we're seeing Vici Gaming try to make something happen, they're always off by just a little bit, and the player camps from
They're
Snake.
actually just laughing. They have definitely saw him flashing over that wall.
My
Snake
God.
is enjoying themselves, and you can't blame them.
Oh boy, 22 minutes in. Blue buff being passed over to Zatai. They've got Baron on 4 members. Crystal's up in 3 seconds as red buff. Look at that, so polite. SOFM is really playing for his team here, which feels odd to say for a guy who's like so aggressively invading and setting it. Like, look at those on my way pings.
I'll
The
tell you
only
right now.
person who's on his way over there is SOFM.
There are boxing gloves covering his hand, but his pinky is definitely up right now. He's
Yes.
definitely playing like a gentleman.
Yes, yes.
Believe me.
This is a refined SOFM, distilled essence of SOFM. Flandre now split pushing up top. He's got teleport and his full combo. He's going to do quite a bit. OQ bringing that minion wave down bottom. Bengi seems to be the only one who's ready for it. He sees it coming, but by the time the wave crashes, there's still no sign from the rest of Vici. That final tier 2 collapses, and OQ and the rest of Snake continue pressing forward.
And just take a look at Crystal. Earlier on, he was playing so well of just defense that no one was going to be looking to flank, not a single person. If they were there, he would be able to play that defensive lineman. So everybody knows their role here on Snake. They're playing this one out perfectly.
Yeah, you can see EasyHoon constantly tossing out those Winds of War, but because he decided to go for the tankier build, he's not doing too much damage. Can't even clear out the caster minions anymore, as we're seeing the response from Vici Gaming. Meanwhile, Flandre is working on that top tier 2.
That's the thing. That's the problem right here coming out of Vici. They may be stalling them bot side, but this man, Flandre, right here in the top side of the map is definitely burning them alive, ironically enough.
Yeah. And they just keep moving back and forth between these waves, and still no sign of Vici Gaming trying to break it. They've got the arrow from Endless ready. SOFM gets a great kick, but he's going to eat a body slam. Still is able to get away before the cast comes out. Great reaction as the hook goes wide. That's teleport. They're going to try to break it here, and now Flandre shows up. Redemption to top themselves off, but the turret has fallen. Flandre's in the back. Shield of Duran catches the tank, but there's still not enough. Equalizer on top of Flandre, and Zatai is left all alone. He pops one, but he trades his life over for it. Chaos Storm is going to go down. Flandre reroutes, but the hero's entry saves him and doesn't knock anyone up. That is a massive Galio, but he's not doing any damage. With Endless backed away, the inhib line is broken.
And Thresh is just the bane of this Galio's existence. Every single time he used the hero entrance, completely kited away. It's never really knocking anyone up because Snake and the rest of the Zatai and the rest of them, they're just backing away. They don't really care about it. They get the inhib and they back away.
And this is something so new. The Galio has been out for barely a week, if not 2, and we're already seeing Snake play around it so intelligently. They seem to be so prepared for this. And it's on EasyHoon. Of all people to take the Galio, it's EasyHoon. And they're still ready for it. Now with 3 Ocean Drakes, Baron is about to fall off relatively soon. They've, again, cracked the inhib down bottom. They've already damaged the turret up top. The world is their oyster.
Yeah, this is a tough meal to eat, just to digest here for Vici. Sure, this wasn't a massive Baron power play coming in from Snake, but they did exactly what they wanted to do, which was take the inhib in the bot side of the map. With Baron going to be coming up in a few minutes, they can just start prioritizing top side of the map, start clearing that out. But they ain't worried about Baron anymore.
They're collapsing on a set of kills here. EasyHoon doesn't have his ultimate. Hook finds him. Flandre decides to turn around. Shield of Durand is going to soak this for a little bit. Lung shows up. He's got the equalizer. Flandre's still in the front, trying to get onto the Lantern, but a great body block from Bengi. He's forced to turn around, drops the Cataclysm. He baits it out into a fight, and it's a bounce house, tank versus tank, but Flandre's the first to fall. Zatai on top of the equalizer, walks away. Long burns him down. OQ finally joins the battle, but it could be too late as Vici Gaming have caught Snake overextending. Crystal with the flay outplay. Finally, he's going to be caught by the taunt, and the rest of his team collapses. He's still stalling this out for such a long time, but the rest of Snake make their way down the mid lane.
That was a very key catch coming out of Vici. It was on Snake that decided to start this out. The Lantern comes through from Crystal, but no one takes it, so they were doubling down on the play, and it costed them just a little bit more time. So that's Vici taking the win. They're not going to be able to take anything off of it because there's nothing on that side of the map. So that's just them stalling time. 26 minutes into the game, they have to stall for a lot more. Hopefully they get 2 more plays like these where Snake has just been playing more cocky, and then they can go towards a Baron. If they can get Baron with just a minute coming through, then that could just be Vici buying more time and maybe having a second chance at this game.
Luckily, though, we do see Snake sort of responding after that huge mistake. They were so greedy for one kill to try to end the game or perhaps take some sort of extra objective, but instead they just had it turned upon its head. So now we have to see if they can recover here and sort of take a deep breath. They've got a 2-game lead. They're up in game number 3 by nearly 10,000 gold. I think they can afford to be a little bit reckless, but they just can't let the game drag on too long.
Yeah, remember game 1 started off with a very patient Snake.
Yeah.
Game 2 was them having a little bit of swagger. And now this game is definitely them. They've already showcased a lot of strength and a lot of advantage here with the bot lane inhib getting thrown away. So it's them just being a little lazy. Laziness isn't too bad because they're still winning out. Relatively to Vici, it seems like a free win in a sense. But you don't want to have complete disrespect because Vici is still a team.
Yeah.
They're still a competitive team. Doesn't look like it right now. But you take me for my word, please.
If there's still a chance. Until the Nexus is down, there's still a chance that they could get back into this. Super Minions continue to push in bottom, and now it looks like Snake are resetting vision on that top side of the map. Baron's up in 20 seconds, and SOFM is patiently waiting for anyone to try to contest his side of the map. Now, you notice it's on the red side, but that's still his side of the map.
That's still his side. That's his map right now. It's kind of like if a Zerg player has that much creep just strewn across the entire field, and you can just see it purple everywhere.
Oh, looking for Bengi. Flash kick, pins him against the wall. Flandre follows up, and Crystal gets a hook to lock him down. Flandre's in there as well, but SOFM might have bitten off a bit too much more than he could chew. OQ is separated from his team, but he's able to clean it up because there's no one protecting him, but there's the silence, there's the collapse, and the heroic entry double kill as OQ and SOFM have died, and Snake again. Disrespect. They're not grouped up, and Vici Gaming are able to take the fight.
It looks like one more time, and that's Vici coming back in. And Snake, they know this. They can't be messing up like this, but they are. And that was a free team fight coming in from Luong. Luong was able to burn so many people because they were grouped up, of course. SOFM burnt his mom, Malmortius. The passive is no more because he took a lot of magic damage. So now, Vici, they're pressuring once again. Inhib is about to come up, and Baron's going to be the next fight. If Vici wins this fight, they're going to be able to come right back into this game easily.
Yeah. With that Baron on the map, this becomes a much riskier trade. And as we now get towards that 30-minute mark, suddenly the 10,000 gold lead is only down to about 7.
Yeah.
And Flandre will spot Easyhoon around that side of the map. Long still split pushing. He's almost got his equalizer. He almost has his teleport.
You know how they say a cat has 9 lives? Snake just died 8 times. So.
Well, maybe not 8 times. Probably like 6.
Nah, 8 times.
Okay.
They've died a lot of times. They've messed up quite a few. They're still in a massive lead. This is something Snake recognizes, so they're like, all right, if we lose one more time with Baron up, OQ, don't take half your damage off that.
That was a little unnecessary.
But this is the one team fight that they cannot lose. They could lose those last 2. This one, if they lose this team fight, they lose Baron, and suddenly Vici can regain control so much. They would probably get like a 4K lead in terms of the Baron power play because of how many turrets are still up and available if they play their cards right. So a lot of gold is on the map, and Vici are ready to cash in if they can play this well one more time.
Well, now we do have Flandre split pushing bottom on the naked inhibitor for Vici Gaming. Easyhoon recalls, and so too does Long. They were focused trying to prioritize over vision, but Snake seemed to be playing it a little bit slower, a little less risky this time. Though I say that now, we'll have to see if they try to find a pick once again, or if they just play it nice and intelligently. There we go. Looks like they're going to turn on the Infernal Drake instead, so just taking it safe, not risking any objectives, because we're seeing some big items coming through for Vici Gaming.
And if you're Vici, you have 2 options. Go to Baron and try and force a trade, or take this fight. They want this fight.
Yeah, they're collapsing right now. Flandre and SOFM are in the front. OQ, Satai, and Crystal are split. They managed to reset, but SOFM is left alone in the pit. It's jungler versus jungler. Flandre has found them and set down the Cataclysm. The arrow catches him, but a hook finds Long. That pulls him in. That's not what they want, as the front line for Vici Gaming repositions successfully. And with that, Infernal Drake is finished off by Bengi. So Vici Gaming take that one. Flandre is recalling. He's got his teleport, and he's got a ward. He's going to collapse.
Oh, wait a minute.
SOFM gets a dragon kick for a knockup, but eats the shield of Duran. He gets knocked up and dies before the rest of his team can follow through. Flandre goes the wrong way around and finds the support, not the carries. Sure, you might be able to kill Lulu, but not with a Galio there. Huge knockup locks him down, and Oku is left alone again. Hook on the low. Flash taunt from Easyhoon. Oku is firing away, trying to kill through them. He's got nowhere to go, but the blast cone gets him over the wall, and now they've killed Zatai. It's all up to Oku as the hook finds Hatong. Again, the support. Oku's trying to kite it out, trying to respect the damage of Endless, but Snake have lost 2, and they decide to cut loose before they lose any more.
Wow, that is such a frustrating team fight, but Crystal might get caught out here.
Yeah, Long is trying to catch up, burning through the minions. They're going to focus on the turrets instead. No, I was wrong. They're making their way towards the Baron. Easyhoon doesn't have teleport, but he's racing over.
And that, my friend, was the last life coming out of that cat. Vici are going to go for this. There are still lives up and available. If Snake can somehow stop this Baron, they have a leash at life.
Flandre's got Cataclysm, and he does a lot of damage, but he's going to have to look for a very high priority target. Dodges the, blocks the arrow for Oku. That's Equalizer zoning them out. Flandre drops the Cataclysm to keep Easyhoon away, and Oku is going to try to burn him down, but Baron is picked up by Vici Gaming, and Snake, despite being at an advantage for almost the entire game, find themselves outside of the tempo now. Vici are running this ship.
We gave them warnings, Dom. We gave them a lot of warnings. They had a lot of lives to work on. And then suddenly, looking game over for them, they have to start from point A. No checkpoints here.
Yeah. This is Dark Souls. You lost all of that progress.
Yeah, this ain't Final Fantasy. You can't just keep going through autosaves. This is definitely a point in time where Snake have to stop the pressure coming through. Maybe they go for another desperation fight. But suddenly, the word desperation is suddenly relevant for Snake.
Yeah, so suddenly now that we're at the 33-minute mark and we're getting towards that later point of the game, Vici Gaming actually do a lot of damage. Ash, you can see, went for the Black Cleaver third for huge amounts of shred on high priority target. Easyhoon has finished off his Sunfire, so he's nice and tanky. And Long, 3 items in, is going to be burning down even the tankiest members of Snake.
And that's what's really worrying for me is Easyhoon right here, is that he's dealing he's not even dealing damage. I mean, he's dealing damage. But what's worrying is that he doesn't die.
Yeah.
He's not taking damage. Victor blew his E. He did a lot of damage. He focused down primarily Easyhoon earlier on in that fight, and Easyhoon actually took no damage from the Victor. So they have to be trying to figure out how do they win these fights. If they focus down the mid laner and Easyhoon, they lose. That's just simply the case because of so much damage reduction. The man is essentially a tank for their team.
And now suddenly we're seeing the intellect from Vici Gaming. They've set up a very strong 1-3-1. Endless, Hatong, and Bengi just need to hold Vici Gaming here. Easyhoon is working on that bottom tier 1. He'll finally be able to break it down as he's just trying to proc that Iceborne Gauntlet as much as he can. Meanwhile, Long is slowly working away at the top tier 2. He looks to catch out Flandre. He's got a Banshee, so he should be okay.
Yeah, he's going to be all right just being able to get out of there, but you can tell he takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, Rumble's starting to burn down.
And so a lot of the earlier on investments, as I mentioned, in these towers. Wait a minute,
They're going to try to kill him right here. Equalizer lays it down. That's a knock-up. SOFM still holding on to the kick for an execution. He gets it before the Zanyas, though they do trade for the mid-tier 1. It's 4 versus 5, though.
Observer tried to showcase that there was a TP burned here from Easyhoon. He canceled it because Rumble's already dead. If he TPs to that top lane, he dies too. So that was just something that at least now he cuts down his his TP for the next time around. But that's just a little bit of tempo pushed out where Snake could have lost a lot of gold. They still lose quite a bit. Now it's a 4K gold lead for themselves. Vici's able to back away from that place, so they take only 1 tower, 2 towers. It's not as big of a comeback that Vici wanted.
And now Vici Gaming, they've closed that gold lead down to 4,000 between the two of them. Items are becoming so important. Easyhoon, as we said, is already massive. He's 5 items in with those boots, about to finish off his final one. I'm so excited to see what that Giant's Belt is actually going to turn into. And Endless, you can see he's got a Quicksilver Sash and a Hex Drinker, so he can survive some damage. That terrible laning phase, the difference that he had compared to OQ early on, suddenly not looking anywhere near as stark as it was now, as OQ is now 5 items in as well, as he's finished off his own Guinsoo's and Mercurial Scimitar. Only 1,700 gold behind, so only half an item behind.
Yeah, what's going to happen here with the gold that Snake have in their pockets, they're going to be searching for back timings here for themselves. They need to look to combat the next team fight because that seems imminent.
Yeah, 60 seconds actually.
Yeah, 60 seconds. If they can get good items for themselves, that's a needlessly large rod here. And that's pretty crucial for OQ to be able to get himself the last Whisper with how much armor Vici has.
Really late.
It is very.
36.5 minutes in, he finally builds it, but I mean, at least he's got it now. And now for 40 seconds towards that Elder Dragon, and with this, we've got wards being topped up by Crystal. He's racing out. No control wards for him, though, as he's just desperate to finish off that Knight's Vow and Mountains. Excuse me, Targon's. Ooh. And SOFM, gets caught again. The arrow tags him. Cool down. And
they're sitting on it.
They are indeed. He takes it. Picks is not enough. Crystal saves him. They're even burning the equalizer, but they have managed to kill the jungler. Elder Dragon is up now in 15 seconds, and there's no chance SOFM is going to be there.
Even before SOFM going down, I didn't even think they can win a team fight with how much Vici have scaled back up. But if they take this Elder Dragon, it could just be over. Zatai does a lot of damage, OQ does a lot, and they have the tank line of Flandre. They might be able to contest this, but they have to look for a fight and not a steal.
Yeah, Long is keeping Flandre out of there, and that's the hero's entry. Flandre is going to be knocked up, turns around. Easyhoon's so tanky. They're turning this into a fight as the rest of Vici collapse. Flash Shield of Duran catches OQ and Zatai. They cleanse to kite it out, but they've got no tank. Flandre body blocks the Justice punch to keep his carries safe and will survive as Zatai leaps from the brush like a cat in the night to catch Long.
They kited that out so well to be able to knock down Easyhoon to half HP, and now they even got a kill for themselves. Snake somehow were able to outplay Vici in that scenario. Vici should have just turned on to Elder. There was no way for Snake to even come and contest it. They tried, they wanted a fight, and they got the fight, even though they blew a lot of flashes. So that's flash down on Crystal, OQ, Zatai, and Flandre. Every single one of them flashed.
Yeah, SOFM has respawned, though, and they are immediately turning on to the Elder Dragon. 26 seconds for Long, and Easyhoon has got teleport as well. He's going to teleport right in. Snaker trying to finish it off, however, 4,400 health. Hook onto Bengi, pulls him in. That's the arrow on the front play to get him away and a kick. And this is now Elder Dragon locked up by SOFM. Crystal dies in the meanwhile as Flandre gets a Cataclysm. Zatai and OQ are firing off in the back. Do they have enough to shred through the tanks? Flandre backs out. Justice Punch follows. They pop the Guardian Angel, but OQ's in the pit with nowhere to go but forwards, and he's allowed to continue chasing. They finally kill Easyhoon and are continuing to follow up. Bengi tries to slow them down, but if they get these kills here, they could end the game.
That was such an amazing comeback from Snake. And it all came down to SOFM securing the Elder Dragon, but also Long just being dead. Long was a major problem in these team fights. He was doing so much damage for them, so much AoE, but that gave Snake a chance. They knew they were going into a 5v4 situation. And so they take Elder Dragon, they secure for themselves, and they take the preceding team fight.
Very, very close, but Snake are still maintaining a lead, about 6,000 gold ahead. Flandre is getting away of prepped bottom. Baron is on the map. They've already got a control ward there. And Vici Gaming are actually racing towards that side of the pit. They've got no teleport, but with level 18, Easyhoon can make it there from about his Nexus turrets.
I'm telling you right now, these cats have too many damn lives. Because Vici, they're going to try their hardest. They're going to go towards Baron, and they're going to force Snake to come back to another team fight. They're still confident that they can take team fights if they have full 5 members, regardless of how many Elder Dragons are still up and available for Snake. So, big question, who wins out in this one? Long is still incredibly impactful. He has had some very key and crucial equalizers. So if he comes into this next team fight, if he shows up big here, suddenly the coffin's closed once again for Snake.
Yeah. And just for some clarity, that's 180 true damage for every amount of damage you deal to the enemy. That true Elder Dragon buff is so strong right now. And SOFM and the rest of Snake are using it to set up vision. They've only got about 15, 20 seconds left. They immediately turn onto the Dragon, just going to burn through. Benki's on the back with Flash and Smite. Cataclysm gets him over, but no! He's pinned over the wall. Hero's entry!
He
and Benki steals the Dragon. Easyhoon's in the pit. The arrow tags SOFM as a cast delivers him to his doom. It's up to the rest of Snake to turn it around. They've still got Elder Dragon. They've still got damage, but with the tanks leading the way, this is suddenly them running away, trying to get to safety. Crystal and Flandre Flandre running bodyguard to keep them safe, but here comes Endless. They're running out of time. Crystal will sacrifice himself. Look at the damage. They kill Banky. Zatai turns around. Oki is trying to kite out EasyHoon. Chain of Corruption is doing enough.
God.
And they get another one. Zatai drops him down. And now Endless is running for the hill, suddenly realizing they bit off more than they could chew. And despite the Baron steal from Vici, Snake win the ensuing fight.
I'm speechless. Snake somehow turned it back. Zatai and OQ deal so much damage. They are at full items. You have to respect them. EasyHoon had so many resistances, but he went down like paper.
That man, he's got a lot of health, armor, and magic resist, but it's not going to do a lot against true damage. They were still fighting against the Elder Dragon buff of Snake. I think it wore off just as that fight was coming to a close. And now, with this numbers advantage, they get to press on to the next inhibitor. SOFM is making his way down that mid lane, and the inhibitor turret actually cracks. OQ continues firing across. Long has got his equalizer. EasyHoon's up in 7 seconds. He's got the hero's entry, but no one to enter on.
They're all just fresh on the map. There's no reason for anybody on Snake to back the base. What's going to happen is they're going to just reset and look towards the next objective, was going to be in the bot side, that inhib. But just to see this fight, this looked so good for Bangy. It looked so good for Vici. But look how much damage. Yes, still frame. Stop it. Back up a bit, because Vici need to rethink the decision they're making. Flandre is just sticking around to be the front line for Zatai and OQ. OQ's just dealing so much damage, and the moment Bengi goes down, the moment the gargoyle himself is out of the map, they're all dead.
So that was a double proc. Zatai managed to get his Q for both hits and the Thunderlords at the exact same time. You saw OQ stacking up three stacks of Blight, then popping it while getting that fourth extra pop from the Hail of Arrows. So that burst damage was just so strong, and EasyHoon did not stand a chance. 43 minutes in. They've got Baron buff for another 70 seconds, but what are they going to do?
That fight's been going so long that OQ had full stacks on his Guinsoo's. He was able to just fire shots so consistently, so well, and he had Blade of the Rune King on top of that. As well, if everybody was grouped up together, Runon's Hurricane suddenly a factor in this team fight. He was dealing so much damage, I don't even want to see the damage stat from that fight alone.
We do see a split push right now from Flandre. Once again, Zatai's actually preparing a minion wave up top, uses the laser for a full push, and now recall out of Flandre and recall out of Zatai. So as long as the mid lane from Snake is safe, the Baron buff will wear off for Vici Gaming, though they are continuing to be a little aggressive with their vision up here.
Yeah, just a tad bit. Right now, Snake recognized who their two carries are. They've even built 2 Knights Vows for both Zatai and OQ.
Yeah.
Keep those people alive, and they will completely tear the front line of Vici up.
And with this, the map takes a deep breath and resets. This game has gone on way longer than it should.
Yeah, it definitely has.
Despite it all, we've seen fights won on both teams on both sides of the map. Now we do have the defense from Vici. They find themselves pushed back to their base as EasyHoon is covering bottom, and Snake now as a unit look to rotate and siege top.
And focus right now is always going to be here on Bengi. Bengi can be the answer to gain access to OQ and Zatai. If you can get a proper flank right now, he's in front of them. That's difficult to get a flank if you're in front of them.
Yeah.
And
you can see how much just a few seconds delay cost Vici Gaming. They very nearly lost that inhibitor turret because they didn't respond fast enough with Endless, with EasyHoon, with Long. And Snake setting up. Winds of War creates a zone that they have to walk through.
But just take a look. Right now, Jarvan's just shepherding the mid lane in. He might even look towards getting that bottom lane rolling, so that's going to take a little bit more time for Snake. Depends on decision he makes, because every decision is essentially the right one. If he pushes mid in, then his team can stick around top and they can look for a flank with how low that turret is. If he goes bot lane, sure, it takes a little bit more time, but it's a lot easier. You don't have to all-in commit to a fight. Someone suddenly has to deal with Jarvan, who has full access to the bot lane inhib, so you have to bring in 2 people. Meanwhile, yeah, you get the top lane for free. So it looks like Snake bought themselves a free life from the life market, you know, just sitting around.
The life market.
Life market. Just if you guys can,
check it out. Yeah. It's a great place.
They sell them in convenience stores nearby.
You just need to have something in exchange.
What would you give in exchange? Other than, of course, cash. Other than cash.
For another life?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure there's an anime dedicated to that called Full Metal Alchemist.
All right, all right.
What would you give for a life?
That's a false one too, because they ain't getting a life. That's a messed up thing they got. That ain't their mother.
You cannot create life.
They tried.
Unless your name is Nina.
All right, tilted. Don't do that. To me. Don't do that.
But bringing it back to this monstrosity of a game, 9,000 gold lead for Snake. They're playing a much more patient set. Now that they've had a few fights that they've won and a few fights that they've lost. They're feeling good after picking up some momentum off the back of Zatai and OQ's massive full build damage. And despite the fact that Vici Gaming are fighting back and finding these powerful engages, they just need to kill the backline of Snake. And if they succeed, they win the fight. If they don't, well, they have to fight Dan Gaming on Thursday.
Exactly. Right now, Vici has probably took a whiff of what Snake are looking to play towards. They have stopped pressuring the actual base towards top side and bot side because Baron's coming up in about 45 seconds. They say, we can actually play a slower game. We don't want to throw the game in your court once again. They're going to go straight to Baron, and suddenly Vici, they know where that final fight is going to be. They know what the final destination. If they do not go and contest Baron, then they essentially lose the game with how many turrets are down that they can't defend on. So they don't want to play it till Thursday. They don't want to go up against Dan Gaming. They don't want more stress.
The sooner they get back in, the better.
Yeah.
But right now, Snake just playing the lane game are going to say, no, Vici Gaming, you guys stay back. We'll fight you.
Yeah, back off. Get your own sandwich.
4 seconds before that Baron spawns, and they immediately turn onto it. Look at the damage. Vision is going to spot this out from Vici, but Crystal and Flandre are zoning in the front. Arrow finds the Banshee's Veil. Bengi over the wall. No way, Bengi. You can't do it again.
No.
He doesn't get the steal, but the Equalizer is on top of Zatai and OQ. There's nobody to peel for them. Long tries to burn through Zatai. He's trying to do some damage, but OQ is doing enough. He turns on to Easy Hoon. Endless trying to get into the back, but the tanks are peeling for the carries as Zatai flashes the wall. Flandre with that GA makes his way over the side, and Snake disengage on 3 separate fronts.
Yeah, if Snake can get a back timing right here, if they can back, they have Baron, then they get out of this scot-free.
Oh man, they are able to escape. Vici Gaming do not convert any kills. They get the Baron and get out.
Snake tried their hardest. They were... Vici tried even harder. Vici was in such a good position to get a fight, even though they lost Baron. They were so close to stealing it.
I think Vici Gaming are going to try to force a fight right now. You just saw the direction ping from them towards the Elder Dragon.
They have to.
Snake are already setting up Vision.
They have to do this. Otherwise, they just commit to losing out passively in their own base. They can't let that happen. Set another fight. It might be a bit of a hard one. It might be such a tough call. But if you win it, that's some time given to you, and that's Baron gone from Snake.
Arrow finds Crystal. He's in the front, already chunked to half. Here comes the hero's entrance. Crystal is knocked up, and they manage to get a huge setup. The tanks are in there. That's OQ and Zatai trying to kill Easy Hoon, but he's stalling them out. They manage to kill Endless in the back. Easy Hoon will finally go down as OQ pops a kill with Zatai. Bengi falls as well. The 2 world champions will drop before the knees of Zatai. Flandre will finish off Hatong, the support, but this is almost certainly, correction, this is game for Snake as they continue to turn towards the base. They're bringing the minions in. Hatong just stalling this out as best he can. But the celebration is already beginning.
Yep.
Look at Flandre giggle on your
Someone
screen.
fire the fire. Someone get the fireworks going. Confetti, that's what we need for this ball. Because, as you said, from the World Championships to now going up against Dan Gaming in the final set, Snake saved themselves. Vici have another task up ahead.
They certainly do, but Snake destroy the Nexus and take the win 3-0 over Vici Gaming. Welcome back to the LPL.
Yeah, what a satisfying set for Snake. They had the few hiccups, and it showcases they have a lot more growth to go into the summer split. But that means they're solidified for that summer split. They're going in, and they had such a nice set going up against Vici. Now Vici, feeling a little sad for themselves, of course. They are not condemned to the LSPL as game talents is. Much earlier on, spoiler alert everybody right there. If you didn't see the first set, I'm sorry. Not so sorry. So yeah, Snake went through, and Vici have another shot. They have to go up against Dan Gaming. Now,
yes,
that's going to be a tough one. They have the Koreans of Karin and, of course, Gung. Everybody who knows Gung of Najin.
Uh-huh.
They are a smarter team in the LSPL. They've done some work in there.
Yeah.
It's going to be another task for them. They don't know who they are, but you got to believe that
And you can
Dan's
see
seeing them.
these guys on your screen going for a nice deep bow as they are able to finally breathe easy,
Yeah.
having the playoffs swept out from under them at the last second by IME, defeating RNG of all teams to take that final spot, and Snake feeling unduly wronged. Now furiously turn toward their next opponents in Vici Gaming and smash them.
Yeah.
A little bit reckless in game number 2 and
Well,
game number
tiny
3,
bit.
but
It's a
they
little raw.
definitely have some reason to celebrate as they are now returning back into the LPL. They'll be back in the summer split.
And that's the thing here is that the one person that didn't bow for Snake and the one person who's going to be feeling just as relieved is the coach as well. The coach has been along them for a long ride and has been just as passionate as these fellows in front of you. And he's going to be feeling incredibly happy knowing that his team's going to survive just a little longer. That suddenly summer split is a fact for them, and the World's Championship is another goal for them.
Yeah, and they certainly have their work cut out for them, but if they can continue to show that growth that they showed us in game number 1 and the the second half of game number 2,
Yep.
then Snake are definitely making a statement case for their return back into the LPL for that summer split. And moving forward off of this, I mean, look at how sort of reckless this was. They were like,
little bit
sweet,
much.
great early game, let's keep running with it. Okay, maybe now we're getting a little bit overzealous.
Team fight lost, team fight lost, team fight lost, team
Yeah.
fight lost. Yeah, it just kept happening.
Baron, Elder Baron.
Yeah.
Ooh. And then turning it around by just relying on Zatai and OQ. And those are two carries that they haven't actually always been able to come back to. OQ, we know he's a very emotional player.
Yep.
He demonstrated some really galvanizing performance in this set with the amount of damage that he was doing.
And that's the thing here. The carries, the people who really blew us away in this set, started to showcase a case for themselves in going into summer.
Yeah.
Flandre did impressively well. 2 MVPs for him. He's had a pretty bad split, but he showcased what old Flandre can do on that Rumble. Now he's on the Jarvan pick. And then, of course, Zatai, as you mentioned, and OQ, who shown that they can have good moments, but late game moments is something that we haven't seen from them. This time around, Zatai going on to the Victor pick, and OQ, who's had some nice stats throughout the split, and he's trying to battle for the AD carry position along with Mint, and funny enough, earlier on, along with Crystal.
Yeah.
Now showcasing that this could be a team that we see more often.
Yeah, I mean, we're certainly looking forward to their return in the summer split. You can see that massive damage. Here comes that fight at Elder Dragon, the big deciding one. Crystal takes the initial brunt of it, but take a look at OQ and Zatai. They've got SOFM in front of him, and they just sit back, free firing.
That was just beautiful movements coming out of both Lee Sin and, of course, Jarvan to set that up. They were able to blow him away, and it creates a lot of space for Victor, and it creates a lot of space for OQ to just deal with the gargoyle here. So, yeah, Galio was incredibly tanky, but as the game went on, suddenly the backline that was dealing so much damage in the mid game was doing a lot more in the late and was getting protected.
And like you said, that they were getting protected. The person who was doing that, of all people, was Crystal and SOFM. The fact that we did see Pinky Up from SOFM, Gentleman SOFM, playing for his team, constantly supporting. Sure, he still had those moments where he would just roam around and be trying to drop vision unnecessarily and get caught out of position. But that, and even in that last team fight as a showcase, he dove forward, then realized, oh, I need to protect my carries. Walked back to save them and kicked Bengi into a wall in order to allow them to kill him.
That's new added focus here coming out of Snake. That in their team fights earlier on, even in the last split, was it was definitely worse. It was really a big confusing just scuffle that we were like, okay, just 1-3-1. I don't want to even see you here anymore.
Exactly.
I don't want to see you fighting. I don't want to see all that nonsense. Just take some towers, get out of my face. But it's much better now. So that's nice to see going into summer split. So Snake are definitely making their case in summer that the LPL split was already competitive before, and now it's looking a lot better.
Yeah, and speaking to that a little bit more, the fact that we wanted to see them split push because their communication was so bad.
Yeah.
They could not operate as a unit. We saw a little bit of that rear its head at the end of Game 3 when they were being a little reckless, but they started to turn it around in those bigger fights.
Oh my god, they gave him a third one.
Yeah, Flandre gets the 3rd MVP in this game. Apparently those Cataclysms were quite clutch.
The last Cataclysm that we saw in the replay was definitely game-winning for them. So he had some great moments. They're probably just giving it to him because he picked Jarvan, I'm not going to lie. But his last 2 games where he got MVPs, mint. Beautiful. The 3rd one, he got an MVP. Whatever, but you know what? Give him the hat trick. Give him all 3 MVPs. Keep throwing awards at him. Give him the
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, every single award imaginable. Give him the academies. This guy deserves it all.
The Oscars.
Yeah.
I just realized, I don't know if you guys can see it on our walls. It's just out of frame. On the wall over here, we've got Jarvan. On the wall over here, we've got Rumble, which were the 2 champions that he played.
Yeah.
So if you want, you can check out a VOD and you'll see those another time. But I just think that's really funny that we have literally him just hanging behind us
just
in these champions.
The soul of Flanders.
But again, we're seeing some really good progress from Snake. Now, to turn the discussion towards Vici Gaming, they did lose this series 0-3. They are not disqualified from the LPL just yet because this was the qualification round. That means that they will play on Thursday against their opponents, Dan Gaming, who did qualify through the LSPL. Those two will fight for the final spot along with LGD and Young Miracle.
And here's the thing, you can't rest on Dan Gaming. Sure, it's a big question mark of how strong they are. Just look at what they did in the playoffs for the LSPL, where they were very close to being able to beat SN Gaming in the quarterfinals, and then they go to the third place matchup and almost demolish they almost demolished Starhorn Royal Club. Now, Starhorn Royal Club almost went for a reverse sweep, but their games where Dan Gaming got leads completely closed it out. They're a very smart LSPL team, and so Vici, it seems like they have to face the beast in terms of Snake, but now they have to go against unnamed players except Goon, and all of them, funny enough, are actually very just mechanically talented, or they pick for lanes. So you have carry top laners and Lies going towards the Fizz, the Camille, and in the bottom lane they go for kill lane. So it's like, all right, you're going right back into bad lane matchups.
Exactly. We just saw the exact same style from Snake where they picked for the lanes, and it worked out so aggressively that they were just able to take these huge leads in these chaotic fights. Vici Gaming, we know they're an intelligent team. We know they put in the prep and the research, but we just see them fall apart time and time again.
That's the thing. We're just not seeing out of them. And so even though Vici comes out at 5th place in their group, so they're better than their the team right underneath them.
Game Talents,
Game Talents. It's still very tough for them because they have to go up against the team that is definitely going to be trying to style on you. And so even though we saw LGD looking to go forward and maybe perhaps come out and take a win up against Young Miracles, that's also going to be a very difficult task for them. These LSPL teams are definitely going to challenge these LPL teams. And so Vici, who's been a historic brand, LGD, who's also been such a massive historic brand as well in China, could very easily fall out of the split.
Yeah, and we've already said goodbye to one team earlier today with Game Talents lost to LGD. There's a chance that we'll have more time to say goodbye to those teams on next Thursday. Next Friday. Tomorrow is Thursday. We've got another set of very fun matches. We're moving into the quarterfinals for the LPL playoffs. EDG are going to take on Newbie tomorrow evening, and then just after them is IMA and OMG. Both the 4th place seeds winning their set to advance and play now against the 2nd place seeds.
And take a gander at the bottom side of the map here. IMA being able to take down Chagu, surprising. Going up against OMG, it's possible. But that would also be a surprising run, and then you can get the 3rd place rematch of last split versus WE and IMA.
Man.
Whew! I don't even want. I mean, I do want to.
What a story!
I want to see that. I definitely want front row seat on that action. So it looks like the playoffs is definitely going to continue on, and it's going to be even spicier than the last sets that we saw.
Yeah, and if you look towards the top side, Newbie versus EDG, where Newbie were able to take their 3-0 victory over IG, and now they've got their work cut out for them, taking on the 2nd best team in Group B. And of course, that's all happening tomorrow here at twitch.tv/LPL1. And we're looking forward to it. Raz, which one of those matchups are you keeping your eyes on?
Oh, see, it's so good. I'm going to make the cheap answer and say every single one of them.
Oh,
so
yeah,
don't
of course.
The reason why I'm going to say that is because the Newbie was able to take sets off of just one surprising set off of EDG. The last time we saw them, took a game off of them. So Newbie is definitely a team that can take them. And then meanwhile, IMA versus OMG. OMG looked good. But IMA is looking to start to press a little further. They're definitely a team that some people talk about Cinderella story. That was definitely the case last split. But if they make that run, if they're able to usurp OMG, able to take down WE once again, then we have some nice sets on our hands.
Absolutely. And maybe they can do what Fnatic couldn't, turn on the playoff buff and actually see it through to the end. Ooh.
Don't do that. We probably have some EU views right there. We're going to get some EU flame. We don't want that EU flame. You can take that back to the EU stream. We don't want to see that right here. We want your viewership, not that fire. You don't want that.
Well, we've got our own fire, but it is dying for the evening. Tragically, we suggest that you go tend to your own campfires, as this is the end of the LPL broadcast. On behalf of myself, Raz, and the whole casting crew and production crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more LPL playoffs action.
Something